Kanto Region, Viridian Forest. In a hidden market, bustling with whispers and quiet trades, a young man stood by the fence. His chin, still smooth with youth, rested in his hand as though he were deep in thought. This market, nestled at the forest's edge, carried no threat of wild Pokémon. Its very existence hinted at the powerful forces that protected it. Shedding his composed look, the young man masked himself with a cautious innocence. He wandered through the stalls, pausing to haggle, buying a few trinkets here and there, before finally arriving at the lone wooden house at the heart of the market. On the door was painted a black rocket insignia. His lips curled into a faint smile. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. Inside, the shelves looked barren, just rough stones and scraps piled without care. To outsiders, worthless junk. But to Xing, they glowed with hidden value. A flicker of light flashed across his eyes. Item, or material, could be refined into various evolutionary stones. His system whispered the truth only he could see. So far, its functions were limited, little more than a scanner. But it was enough. Knowledge fed it. The more he learned, the stronger it grew. Suppressing his thoughts, Xing approached the counter. Behind it, an old man reclined lazily, eyes half shut as though asleep. "Old Dong," Xing said softly, "I'm here." The man stirred, opening his eyes. For a fleeting second, joy flickered in them, quickly buried beneath indifference. With a casual wave of his fan, he said, "So, Xing, you've made your choice? You'll join Team Rocket?" Xing nodded, calm on the surface, though his eyes flashed with boredom as his gaze dipped. The old man smiled faintly. "Good. Your father serves as one of our researchers. Your mother commands as a rocket captain. Their blood runs in your veins. You're a rocket by right." He slid a form across the counter. Xing accepted it silently. "If it weren't for this bloodline, I'd never be here," he thought with helpless resignation. In truth, Xing had lived another life. A businessman who clawed his way through successes and failures, only to collapse at his desk one late night. His soul had drifted through a strange ocean, reborn into this world as the child of rockets. At first, he dreamed of becoming a trainer of the League. But with his parents' status, the League would never allow him to rise high. Even if he achieved greatness, his family ties would chain him down. So why not embrace the darkness? The League and Rockets were two sides of the same coin. For someone like him, the Rockets were a better fit. That thought alone lightened his heart. His aura shifted, calm and sharp. The old man noticed and nodded in approval. "Good. He has the attitude for survival." He drew out a pokeball and released it. White light filled the room, revealing an Alakazam, stern and ageless. "Sorry for the trouble, Alakazam." The psychic type nodded. A ripple of light enveloped Xing, and in an instant, the world warped. Dizziness struck, but before discomfort set in, it vanished. A gentle white glow washed over his mind, then faded. He opened his eyes to find himself in a new place. In front of him stood a woman with long red hair. Beside her, Alakazam returned to stillness. "I am Lord Ariana's subordinate. Call me Hoyu," she said coolly. Without pause, she turned toward the tall glass windows across the room. Xing followed. Together, they looked down into a wide field below. Soldiers in rocket black surrounded hundreds of teenagers, herding them into order. Xing narrowed his eyes. Recruitment day. At Huayu's signal, a soldier in white uniform barked orders. Backpacks opened, spilling hundreds of pokeballs onto the ground. The recruits scrambled to claim them. Nothing seemed strange until the soldier in white produced a Pokémon egg. He said something Xing could not hear. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Recruits looked thrilled, then released their newly given Pokémon. In the next heartbeat, chaos erupted. The Pokémon turned on their supposed trainers, lashing out with claws, flames, and poison. Screams filled the field. Even in this world of strong bodies, no human could withstand a Pokémon's assault unscathed. Blood stained the dirt. Xing's eyes darkened as he took in the carnage. Huayu, unmoved, turned to him. "Let's go." Xing looked one last time through the glass. memorizing every detail of the brutality below. Then he turned and followed her into the shadows. Following Huiyu through the twisting corridors, Xing counted 3 silver-white passages ahead. Each was spotless, lined like something out of a laboratory. He raised an eyebrow, but kept close behind. After a maze of turns, they stopped. Huiyu glanced at him coldly. "Go in. You can't open them all. Pick one and come out." Xing gave a small nod and pushed open the nearest door. Inside, shelves and tables overflowed with pokeballs. System scan. Lines of glowing data filled his vision. For most recruits, this would be blind luck, but for him, it was a buffet. Psyduck, blue qualification. Horsia, blue qualification. Nidoran female sign, blue qualification. Bulbasaur, blue qualification. Xing's eyes flickered with surprise. Qualification determined a Pokemon's future, its growth rate, skill learning, and ultimate ceiling. Most of the Pokemon here were already rare, far above the Arbok, Coughing, and Zubat he had seen earlier. Even the Kanto starters were present. His hand almost reached for Bulbasaur's Pokeball, but he held back. Patiently, he scanned every last one, until something unusual caught his eye. Pokemon, Venipede. Gender, female. Type, bug/poison. Ability, speed boost. Held item, poison barb. Qualification, light purple. Known moves, defense curl, rollout, protect, poison tail. Genetic, bite, fury cutter. Xing's heart stirred. A purple qualification, barely, but enough to stand out. Bug types consumed fewer resources, and this Venipede already had protect and a held item. The only other purple in the room was a weak Caterpie. He smiled faintly, brushed the space bracelet on his wrist, and picked up Venipede's Pokeball. With a small wave toward the overhead monitor to show he had taken only one, he stepped out. Huiyu eyed the ball in his hand, nodded slightly, and led him through the winding halls until they reached the exit. She handed him a card. "White. The rest is up to you. This is your room card." Xing accepted it silently. She turned and left. He slipped into the stream of recruits heading toward the dorms. Their cards were black. His was white. He never took it out, not until he reached his room. A quick swipe at the lock, and the door opened. Inside, the furnishings were ordinary, no different from what he had glimpsed in the other dorms. He frowned. Why give him a different card for the same kind of room? As he inspected, his foot struck something. He crouched, shoved the table aside, and found a section of raised flooring. "Hello." He tapped it lightly, but chose not to pry deeper yet. In the bedroom, he unclipped Venipede's Pokeball from his belt. Trainers kept their partners close. In emergencies, a Pokemon could even break out to defend its trainer. He pressed the button. White light flashed, and a small figure appeared. Yellow eyes, black-red stripes across its body, green lower half, and twitching antennae. Venipede's eyes half opened. She gave him one glance, then turned away. Xing chuckled. At least she wasn't hostile. But without recognition, a trainer was nothing more than a stranger. He pulled a leaf from his bracelet storage. Glossy green, humming with energy. Worm leaf, a rare resource left behind by his parents. His mother, a bug-type specialist, had collected them. Venipede froze, eyes fixed. Her body tensed, ready to pounce. Xing set the worm leaf on the floor. She tilted her head, glancing from him to the treasure, confused why a human would hand her something so precious. The expression was almost innocent. Xing laid down 2 more leaves. This time she couldn't resist. Venipede lunged forward, devouring all 3. Power rushed through her body, bug-type energy surging into malnourished veins. Her frame trembled, strength settling into her core. Watching her glow with newfound vitality, Xing's smile deepened. "This will work," he whispered.
Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
4 high-quality Pokémon. Having a strong talent is a kind of luck, but if there are not enough resources and a superior living environment, then a strong talent is a kind of torture. Excellence talent can only be turned into strength when it is cultivated with enough resources, and insufficient resources will only be a drag. Venipede, whose body was nourished by energy, stared at Xing in front of him, while Xing looked at Venipede with a smile. After a while of silence, Venipede moved his body suddenly, crawled into Xing's arms, and stopped moving. Many Pokémon can freely control whether their abilities and props are turned on or not, and Venipede is one of them. They can control whether they secrete toxins and stinger props on their bodies. Otherwise, Xing has no way to contact his own Venipede at all, and most of the poison trainers also have no way to interact with his own Pokémon. Looking at Venipede in his arms, Xing gently reached out and stroked the little guy's head. Pokémon are such creatures, and exchanging hearts for hearts is the best way to get along with them. Sensing Xing's mood, Venipede also showed a happy and cute smile and narrowed her big eyes. After a long time, when the bug-type energy on Venipede gradually calmed down, Xing stood up holding Venipede and walked to the side of the raised ground in the living room. Gently put Venipede down, Xing pointed to the raised ground and said to Venipede, "Venipede, please use the Fury Cutter to lighten this ground slash." Hearing Xing's words, Venipede nodded vigorously. Bug-type energy condensed on the tail and lightly slashed twice towards the raised ground, and the ground split open. Seeing that the ground was cracked, Venipede put away his tail, retreated to Xing, and removed the gravel, so Xing saw the things in the pit. It was a black space bracelet. Taking out the bracelet and returning to the bedroom, Xing began to try. This space bracelet has a password, and it can only be used if the input is correct. As far as the system is concerned, it only needs a simple scan to crack the bracelet password, but Xing hesitated for a moment. Instead of using the system, he directly entered a string of numbers. 072897. Try and enter the password. When the wristband was unlocked, Xing shook his head helplessly. Had he been expected to join the Rockets? Shaking his head to dispel miscellaneous thoughts, Xing was not overly sad. This is the world of Pokémon, and there are countless magical existences. As long as he climbs to the top of the world, there will naturally be ways to revive his two. The spirit world in Legendary, Shalebi who travels through time and space, Jirachi who makes a wish in 7 nights, and resurrection methods are everywhere. On the towering, snow-capped mountains, there was heavy snow falling, and the soaring in the sky was extremely blue. A couple was enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of them. Suddenly, the elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses took out a communicator. Seeing the light on the communicator, the husband and wife couldn't help showing such expressions, and the beautiful woman said helplessly, "What should I do?" Xiao Xing still joined Team Rocket. "It's okay. I understand Xing. With his ability, even if he joins the Rockets, someone else must be the victim." Lifting the frame of the mirror, the elegant man softly comforted his wife beside him. "Don't make trouble." She gave her husband a blank look, stood up, and the woman walked towards the cave behind her. Walking in front of the cave, the woman took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "3, I wonder if you can let us go." The voice was loud, but Shueshan didn't respond at all, and there was no sign of avalanche at all. A cold voice came into the woman's mind. "As his parents, you will influence his path, so we chose to pick you up. Just wait patiently. Whether it's real or ideal, he will be able to see you after the final battle, after the decision is made." Then, 2 great voices came into the woman's mind alternately. Sighing helplessly, the woman returned to her husband's side. For her and her husband's strength, the mighty power of the 3 gods cannot be peeped at and cannot be resisted. Not to mention that she and her husband are only elite-level trainers. Even if they are elite-level trainers for the gods, it is probably just a little extra effort. Fortunately, these 3 gods not only did not have any malice towards their children, but instead held inexplicable goodwill and expectations. Continuing to look at the snow-capped mountains in front of her, the beautiful woman asked her husband helplessly, "Then let Xing join the Rockets? Doom the whole world?" The elegant man hugged his wife gently and comforted him softly. "Don't worry, I made some arrangements earlier, and the one who suffers must be Xing's enemy." Looking at his wife, who raised his head and looked at him in surprise, the elegant man smiled. He made a silent gesture. Looking at her husband, the beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, then also laughed. Turning her head, the dark-bellied husband and wife leaned on each other, looking at the majestic and beautiful snow-capped mountains in front of them. In the cave, the three figures shook their heads helplessly. How could they not know what the two in front of them were doing? But they don't need to worry about some innocuous little things. Xing has embarked on the trainer path. The next thing to do is to wait patiently. In the room of Team Rocket's soldier dormitory, Xing looked at a small piece of paper in his hand, with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing is believing. Turning over the note in his hand, Xing only saw these 4 words. Which mission is it, a message or a code? After thinking for a while, Xing still didn't gain anything. He sorted the notes in his hands and put them in a small metal box for safekeeping. Continued to take out items, a half book, a complete book, dozens of worm leaves, and a small part of resources, 3 skill discs, a Pokemon Alliance Bank card, and a Pokemon Egg Exchange card for the Magical Breeder House. Holding Venipede in his arms, who was ready to pounce on the insect leaf, Xing said softly, "Bide, you can't eat too much in your current physical condition." The 3 worm leaves given to Venipede before were scanned by the system, and the quantity is most suitable for Venipede, which can properly enhance Venipede's physical fitness and lay a solid foundation for his next recuperation plan. Venipede looks normal now, at half a meter long, 10 centimeters longer than other members of the same race, but in fact, with Venipede's aptitude, he can grow to 1 meter. After appeasing Venipede, looking at the half-book, Xing flicked the white space bracelet on his left wrist, and there was an additional half-book on his right hand. Wearing black space bracelet on his right wrist, looking at the 2 bracelets, one black and the other white, Xing smiled slightly, as if the 2 of them were by his side. Combining the 2 incomplete manuals, Xing looked directly at the contents of this book called the Book of Bug Stars. As the name suggests, this book contains various methods of cultivating bug-type Pokemon. Until a certain page, Xing's eyes lit up. The cultivation method of the Scolipede family. Silently reading the name, Xing quickly flipped through these pages. After reading it, Xing's originally joyful mood returned to calm. While flipping through the contents of the book, he thought, Venipede, Whirlipede, and Scolipede have complete training methods, but they only reach the quasi-elite level. Continuing to read, Xing found another problem again. There are only methods for cultivating bug types in the book, but no methods for cultivating poison types. Closing the book, Xing looked at a line on the last page of the book and said, "The author, Qingling." With a look of enlightenment, Xing understands why the book only contains the cultivation methods of elite bug types, and there is no further content. His mother is only an elite trainer, so naturally there will be no later content. System collected. After collecting the contents of the entire book into the system database, Xing put the book away with great care. The Book of Hail. Picking up another book, looking at the title of the book, Xing became a little surprised. The Book of Hail. Could it be a training manual for weather skills? In the Pokemon world, the skill CDs of astronomical skills are extremely expensive, and there is no market for them. So many trainers will choose the weather book, which contains the training methods of weather skills. The weather book is cheaper than the skill disc, and it is easier to obtain than the skill disc, and it can be used multiple times. Although the weather book cannot be learned as easily as the skill disc, requiring a lot of resources and energy from the trainer, as well as Pokemon's own talent, but in general, the weather book is more cost-effective. But what Xing did not expect is that this book not only contains the learning method of hail weather, but also the system structure of the snowstorm team, and even includes some elite training methods corresponding to Pokemon. After also collecting this book into the system, Xing put the book away. He really didn't expect that his father Hoen was actually an elite trainer beside the researcher. It's just that this path is not suitable for him. He needs to find his own path. This book can only be used as a reference. What's wrong? Looking down in doubt, Xing saw Venipede looking at Chongya with a covet face. No way. Compared to the low-grade worm leaves that Xing took out before, these 30 high-quality worm leaves in front of him are too attractive to Venipede. After quickly sorting everything into 2 space bracelets, Xing took out a common worm leaf, took out a can of Pokemon food again, crushed the worm crystals into powder, and sprinkled them on the Pokemon food. Looking at Venipede happily eating Pokemon food, Xing sat on the sofa and called the system. System, open the virtual space. The next moment, Xing felt his eyes go dark, and his consciousness was pulled into a mysterious space. When he opened his eyes again, Xing saw a blank room. As the mind turned, a Venipede and a light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Venipede was lying there quietly, and an image of massaging Venipede appeared on the light curtain with explanations. One of the special functions of the system is that it can transform the collected knowledge into video playback and provide space and tools for Pokemon to learn and practice the knowledge learned, with a time ratio of 10:1 to the outside world. In the space, Xing gradually became proficient in the technique of massaging Venipede, and quickly grew from being at a loss at the beginning to being smooth and smooth. The extremely high talent of the breeders began to manifest, and it was precisely because the Rockets discovered Xing's extremely high talent when they secretly observed Xing before. That's why they took the initiative to contact Xing and absorb him into the Rockets. Even when Xing first joined the Rockets, he was given the qualification to receive high-quality Pokemon, and gave him the room card where Xing's parents once lived. Sacrifice. At the beginning, Qingling and Shihan got the information from the 3 beasts, so they made some preparations in advance and left some things for Xing, waiting for his arrival. Xing's joining the Rockets had already been expected by the 2, and they also guessed how the Rockets would win over Xing, so they kept the space bracelet on purpose. Even if it is picked up by others, it is not afraid. The bracelet also has a password lock, and the setting has been modified by Xing's father. As long as the password is entered incorrectly once, it will explode directly. So Xing is considered lucky, otherwise he will almost be bombed up. Soon, Xing put his hands away, and his consciousness returned to reality. Only 30 minutes had passed in reality, but Xing had practiced for 5 hours in the virtual space. Looking at Venipede, who had almost finished his last bite of Pokemon food, Xing smiled slightly and stretched out his big, sinful hand. Picking up Venipede, who looked cute and licking the corners of his mouth, Xing started the massage. The deficiency is not replenished, and Venipede is a bit too full. Special massage can help Venipede speed up digestion. Pressing lightly with his hands, Xing watched Venipede tremble all over, and then his body softened. Xing continued to massage until an hour later, he hugged Venipede, who had fallen asleep comfortably, and gently put him on the bed. After covering Venipede with a quilt, Xing walked into the bathroom and began to wash. He put the 2 space bracelets on the sink, soaked in the warm bath water, and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the foggy bathroom, Xing gradually relaxed. His brain was running at high speed throughout the day, and he had to be vigilant about all kinds of things. It was a bit tiring. Slowly closing his eyes, Xing took a short rest. Soon, Xing opened his eyes again and walked out of the bath. After wiping his body, he wore a bathrobe and put on 2 space bracelets again. After that, he walked out of the bathroom, walked to the computer, and sat down. Turn on the computer, take out the room card, and insert it into the socket on the side of the computer. The computer turns black all of a sudden, an R-shaped letter appears on the screen, and Cal is restored. But this time, what appeared on the computer was not the computer desktop, but the Rocket team's internal system, which integrated resource exchange, information exchange, and receiving missions and many other functions. This room card can also be said to be not a room card. In addition to opening the room and dormitory, It can also load the internal system of the rockets as the identity authentication of the members of the rockets and has multiple functions. Opening the resource mall, Xing Solation flipped through it, looking at quasi-gods and precious resources one by one. Xing checked the prices with interest. Seeing the zero after another on the price, the corner of Xing's mouth twitched slightly, then quickly closed the panel and directly opened the search bar to enter keywords. 25 points for the weight-bearing vest, 100 points for the special treadmill, 200 points for the venom essence of the advanced poison Pokémon. Frowning, he looked at each item and then looked at the 200 points in the bottom corner. Shaking his head helplessly, Xing directly shut down the system, pulled out the room card or universal card, closed his eyes, and leaned back on the seat and began to think. It seems that I will go to the trading market tomorrow. Besides, I should also consider how to earn resources to pass the novice stage. Xing, who had made a plan, opened his eyes and stood up from his seat. Stand up. Back in the bedroom, slowly lying on the bed, gently hugging his own Venipede, Xing closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. In the early morning of the second day, members of the entire base came one after another with smelling salts and started their respective operations. Taking Venipede back to the Pokeball, Xing walked in the base and began to explore the major regions of the base and their functions. Soon it was noontime. Xing walked into the cafeteria and spent 5 points in exchange for a plate of food. After looking around the cafeteria without a trace, Xing took the food and walked to the table next to a small group. Xing was a little surprised while eating the delicious fried rice with eggs. He didn't expect that the chefs in the Rockets cafeteria turned out to be quite skilled and nutritious, with large slices of meat and all kinds of fresh and refreshing vegetables. While eating delicious egg fried rice, Xing used the recording function of the system to eavesdrop on the communication content of this small group. Is it about to start? New star selection. It should be in a month, but the registration fee is 1,000 points, which is too expensive. It's okay, we can go and rob Rookie. New star selection, 1,000 points. Xing thought silently after hearing the keywords. Rising star selection, an event jointly organized by 5 quasi-executives. There is no fixed time for each new star selection. It will only be held when the quasi-executives have too many losses or are about to be promoted and need to recruit some rookies. The Rocket team's position hierarchy is divided into 3 systems, namely logistics personnel, researchers, and combatants. The logistics personnel are not simply responsible for resource management, but more to operate the Rockets industry outside and provide financial support for the normal operation of the Rockets. Combatants are divided into small soldiers, small leaders, squadron leaders, large leaders, elite leaders, quasi-executives, executives, and researchers, needless to say, are in charge of research. As for why the squadron leaders or battalion leaders are not recruited, one is because some of these people are preparing to build their own teams, and the other is because these people are not trained by themselves, so it is not reassuring to use them. Smiling slightly, Xing picked up the plate of fried rice with eggs that had already been eaten and was about to get up and leave, but he didn't expect a figure at the next table to get up and bump into him at the same time. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xing threw away the dinner plate in his hand, grabbed the opponent's neck, and pressed the opponent to the ground with a sudden force in his hand. Under the force, the opponent could not breathe and fell into the pain of suffocation. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** feet. The man who appeared to be the leader of the small group ordered the Pokémon beside him. Looking at my Tayana, who was condensing the evil energy on his teeth and was about to bite him, Xing didn't care. He just looked at the leader and exerted force again with his hand. The person whose neck was stuck felt severe pain and turned his face in pain wave. My Tayana, stop. Seeing Xing with a smile that was not a smile and the pain struggle of his subordinates, the little leader stopped my Tayana, who was ready to attack, and looked at Xing with a serious face. Tell me how to let him go. With a sunny smile on his face, looking at the little leader maliciously, Xing said warmly, 1,000 points. The voice was polite and sincere, just like a good boy normal. 1,000 points. How dare you speak? Aren't you afraid that we will deal with you? Holding back his anger, the leader stopped the 3 people who were about to make a move and said slowly, looking at the Maitana, who was ready to pounce on the leader and bite his own neck at any time, and the Pokémon who was ready to attack at the other side. Xing looked bored. You guys are the only garbage to deal with me. Looking at the few people in front of him who were about to strike again, Xing sighed helplessly and exerted strength with his hands again. This time, the person whose neck was stuck completely lost struggle strength. His arms drooped, and his breath almost stopped. Only the fingers trembled slightly. Seeing the future team he prepared, the leader hated him greatly. He looked around at the onlookers and suppressed the anger in his heart. In the current situation, if he doesn't save people, how can anyone be willing to follow him in the future? He is ready to be promoted to team leader after participating in this new star selection and earning a wave of resources. The 3 people around him plus the one whose neck is stuck by Xing, a total of 4 people will be his team at that time. Reluctantly, he took out a point card specially prepared to participate in the new star selection and handed it to Xing. The leader hurriedly helped the person who was let go by Xing and started first aid. Although he was eager to save people on the surface, the little leader looked at the unconscious guy with intense rage in his eyes. Damn guy, if it wasn't for you, I would have lost more than 1,000 points. Xing, who took the scorecard and stood aside, nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the crowd. The surrounding people looked at him with eyes of fear, anger, or interest. Regardless of the relationship, when Xing came to the side, they quickly made way for a passage. Feeling the 4 rage gazes from behind, Xing didn't care. After walking out of the restaurant, he picked up the scorecard and looked at it carefully. His eyes were full of malice. The new star selection, 1 month later. Take advantage of that time. Send a few of you to meet Giratina. A low-level white qualification a low-level white qualification Zubat. It seems that the progress needs to be accelerated. After returning to the dormitory, Xing sorted out the materials in his hand. The other 4 in the small group are all recruits, not to be feared, but besides Maitana beside him, the little leader also has a Zubat hidden in the Pokeball. Of course, even if it was hidden in the Pokeball, it was still discovered by the system. After a little thought, Xing sat in front of the computer and opened Team Rocket's internal system, browsing the mission panel. After a while, Xing's eyes lit up, looked at the task in front of him, and said softly, "Pick 3 white flowers, place in Shuetian Mountain, and earn 400 points. Not only can you earn points, but you can also see if there is any Ice-type Pokemon you like." After receiving everything into the space bracelet, Xing walked out of the room. After spending 5 points in exchange for 5-point card at the logistics office, Xing walked out of Rocket Hideout, twirling and throwing off some small tails along the way, and got on the train to Gold City. Gold City is the most prosperous city in the Kanto region, so the magical breeder house in this city is also the best chain store in the Kanto region. The Pokemon Egg Exchange card in Xing's hand is naturally the most suitable to use here. One day later, when the train arrived at the station, Xing did not go directly to the magical breeder house. Instead, he found a self-service teller machine and took out the bank card left by his parents. 10 million. The number is not much, but it is enough for Xing at this stage. He has decided to mainly train Venipede at this stage. In fact, most civilian trainers in the Pokemon world will choose to mainly train Bug-type Pokemon at the very beginning. One is because there are so many Bug-type Pokemon. Based on the huge number, high-quality Bug-type Pokemon are more common and easier to obtain than other types. The second is because Bug-type can be said to consume the least resources among all departments and has the fastest growth cycle, which can quickly form timely combat power. As long as the Bug-type Pokemon in hand grows rapidly, Xing can start to earn a lot of resources and start cultivating other Pokemon. While making rough plans, Xing took a taxi to the magical breeder house. Soon, Xing arrived in front of the magical breeder house. Looking at the extremely elegantly decorated breeder house, Xing smiled and walked in. After walking to the front desk and handing out the Pokemon Egg Exchange card, Xing was immediately led to a high-end lounge. As soon as he took a sip of tea, Xing saw a beautiful woman walking in with a book that looked like a menu. After receiving the handbook from the woman, Xing began to flip through it. Niter and female sign, Jigglypuff, Rhyhorn, Horse. Flipping through the pages, Xing frowned. There was only Pokemon's name on the booklet, but no qualification information. In fact, this is normal. The method of identifying qualifications in the Pokemon world is mainly based on the development of Pokemon, the learning speed of skills and moves, and the ability to manipulate energy. But for a Pokemon egg, the Pokemon's qualifications in the Pokemon egg can only be guessed based on the qualifications of its parents. Closing the pages of the book, Xing said to the woman who had been quiet from beginning to end, "Can you take me to see these Pokemon eggs?" "Okay, please come with me," replied softly. The woman stood up and led the way for Xing. Following the woman through passages, Xing entered a room with bright but soft lighting, a warm and comfortable temperature, and 5 or 6 caretakers. Looking at the protective shields that were indestructible to elite Pokemon, and the guards wearing badges of low-level breeders, after careful calculation, Xing found that the cost of this house should be 50 million. Each Pokemon egg has a name underneath it to indicate which Pokemon it is. Shaking his head, Xing stopped paying attention to these people, turned on the scanning function of the system, and began to check the status of each Pokemon egg through the protective glass. The result is not much different from Xing's expectation. Most of them are light blue qualifications, and only a few blue or dark blue qualifications are also Pokemon with low potential, such as Raticate and Sandshrew. There is a Pokemon like Pidgey with 3 stages of evolution and a promising future, but after thinking about it, it was still rejected by Xing, which does not match his development plan. But knowing that after scanning the entire room, Xing still couldn't find the Pokemon he wanted. Sighing, Xing thought helplessly, "It looks like I'm going to visit a few other cities." Seeing Xing sighing, the beautiful woman who had been standing beside Xing suddenly asked, "Do you have no favorite Pokemon?" Seeing Xing nodding, the beautiful woman smiled slightly and said again, "We have a mysterious Pokemon house here, and your exchange card level is intermediate. You only need to add 1,000 Pokemon coins to enter the mysterious house to pick 2 Pokemon eggs. I wonder if you are interested?" The Mystery House mainly collects those special Pokemon eggs who don't know what kind of Pokemon they are, who don't know their qualifications, and whose origins. It's similar to gambling stones. It is said that some lucky people even got quasi-god Pokemon eggs in the mysterious Pokemon house. Okay, lead the way. Following the woman to another room, Xing was speechless when he opened the door, and the difference in treatment was too great. If the house in front is a wealthy area, this house is a slum. All Pokemon eggs are placed in a mess, and the whole house has no merits except cleanliness. Regardless of the environment, Xing immediately turned on the scanning function of the system and began to scan the entire room. Sure enough, there are many kinds of Pokemon eggs that can be placed in this room, such as Raticate, Pidgey, Poliwag. Gradually, most of the Pokemon eggs in the house were scanned by Xing, and Xing's mood began to turn bad. After all, if the magical breeder house in Gold City is of this level, the other regions will not need it. Said. Suddenly, Xing's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a Ditto. The Pokemon egg of this Pokemon would actually appear in this room. Although the aptitude of these 2 children is slightly lower, it is not a problem for Xing, because Vulpix needs to use evolution stones when evolving. If the quality of evolution stones is high enough, it can improve Pokemon's aptitude. Moreover, the aptitude of the 2 little guys has already stood at the pinnacle of the blue aptitude. Perhaps without waiting for evolution, Xing can use some special methods to directly pull the 2 little guys to the shallow purple aptitude. Ice Vulpix's ability is Snowfall. You could try to build a snowstorm team, maybe. Fire Vulpix's ability is Flash Fire, but it can be used as a joint defender. In the future, Xing will need to use Pokemon when walking an alliance, except for alliance missions, rocket team missions, or other identity disguises. While Ice Vulpix and Fire Ninetales are precious, but the number is not so rare They could be applied to multiple identities at the same time, just need to plan well. Pretending to be curious, Xing pointed to two Vulpix Pokemon eggs and asked the beautiful woman, "Why do these two Pokemon eggs have similar patterns but different colors?" In the Pokemon world, even the same Pokemon's Pokemon egg pattern will be very different, which is why it is impossible to judge the type of Pokemon egg from the pattern. Glancing at the Pokemon eggs Xing was referring to, the pretty woman replied, "We got these two Pokemon eggs from the same seller." With a half-truth and half-fake expression on his face, Xing said, "I want these two Pokemon eggs together. What's the price?" Originally counting the exchange card and the 1,000 Pokemon coins added, Xing could only choose two Pokemon eggs, but Ditto, he couldn't give up either of the two Vulpix, so naturally he had to find a way to get it. The beautiful woman lowered her head and thought for a while, then raised her head and said, "If you're interested, you only need to add another 5,000 Pokemon coins." Originally, it only cost 5,000 Pokemon coins, but now it is considered a connection. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Xing raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled, and then Xing quickly paid the money and bought 3 sets of incubators and a lot of various items that Pokemon children can use. Soon, Xing left the breeder house contentedly, arrived at the train station, and got on the train to Shuetian Mountain. On the other side, in a dark room, 2 strong men pressed a skinny middle-aged man to the ground, and the scar-faced middle-aged man, sitting on the chair, gently stroked Houndoom's head, without saying a word. The skinny middle-aged man was struggling crazily, with fear deepening in his eyes. He was a professional pickpocket and a veteran gambler. He lost all his money in the casino that day, and happened to meet a team of bounty hunters passing by. The skinny middle-aged man, who was dazzled by gambling desires, sneaked into the bounty team's car in the middle of the night. Without any knowledge, he picked up 2 Pokemon eggs and ran to the magical breeder house in the middle of the night to sell them. The woman who was the store manager of the magical breeder house combined the news of the bounty team in the past 2 days and then looked at the skinny middle-aged appearance and immediately understood that the Pokemon egg came from a wrong way, so she gave the Pokemon egg so easily. Xing, do you know I have worked so hard for so many years, and I finally received a big order. For this mission, all my family assets were invested in it. Because of you, everything was in vain. After a long silence, the scar-faced, middle-aged man finally spoke, his sigh full of murderous intent. The scar-faced middle-aged team is a low-level bounty group and has never received any valuable tasks. This is one of the reasons why the female store manager easily gave Pokemon eggs. After all, a low-level bounty group can't do anything good thing. But the scar-faced, middle-aged man found an opportunity. As long as he completes this big order, his team can change from a wild bounty group to a big power affiliated bounty group. Let me go, the magical breeder house, where's the thing? Feeling the murderous intent of the scar-faced, middle-aged man, the skinny man's struggle became more intense. And even the scar-faced, middle-aged man didn't even ask, he said everything. Very good. The scar-faced man opened his eyes and walked out of the room, leaving 2 strong men in the room looking at the skinny man with sinful smiles. Hearing the voices coming from inside the house, the scar-faced, middle-aged man shook his head helplessly and lit a cigarette. He really couldn't do anything about his subordinates' special hobbies. "Boss, what should we do next?" Soon, a young girl came over and asked coldly, "Let's go to the magical breeder house first. If you buy it there, you can buy it back. If someone buys it, find a way to redeem it. Don't kill anyone." The man with the scarred face said slowly amidst the smoke. He is a family man, he has a lot of worries, and his mood is fluctuating. The scar-faced middle-aged man turned his head to look at the girl and said, "Your mother paid you the Pokemon tax. Go and collect the Usangia and start traveling. In the Pokemon world, if you're innocent and pay Pokemon tax from birth, you can receive a region Usangia when you start traveling at the age of 15. I'm going to get the things back. There is still hope for the bounty group," the girl said firmly after rejecting the scar-faced, middle-aged man. Hearing the girl's words, the middle-aged man with a scarred face became even more worried. He looked at the sky, took a deep breath of a cigarette, and said firmly, "If you can't get your things back, You have to go on a trip." Hearing her father's words, the girl's face became even colder. She clenched the Poke ball in her hand and turned to leave. After the girl left, two strong men also came out of the house, leaving only the skinny middle-aged man who had collapsed in the room. "Why, boss? Is Lin still unwilling to travel?" A strong man asked, looking at the middle-aged man with the scarred face. Before the middle-aged man with the scar face could answer, another strong man said immediately, "If it wasn't for this be asterisk 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 D, it would be better to rely on a big power to develop than to start from scratch." Looking at the skinny middle-aged man in the room, the strong man showed killing intent again on his face. For the two strong men, because of their own orientation, they had no children all their lives and treated the scar-faced middle-aged daughter as their own child. But it's not bad to let Lin be an alliance trainer. At least the future is bright. With a wry smile, a strong man said, and the other two nodded in agreement. At this time, the girl named Lin had already arrived at the gate of the magical breeder house and walked in with her brows tightly locked. Although bounty hunters live in a gray area, they may make mistakes if they're not careful and get on the Alliance blacklist. Compared with bounty hunters, Alliance trainer is undoubtedly a better choice. The middle-aged man with a scar face named Orriki, born as a commoner, was unable to join the Alliance because of insufficient talent, but he also did not want to join the Rockets and other evil forces, so he reluctantly embarked on the road of a bounty hunter. To find ways to earn resources through the bounty hunter, and because of this, he hoped that his daughter would have a different life. So after the birth of Orriki Suzu, he began to pay Pokémon tax for his daughter. Fortunately, Orriki Suzu is very talented. As long as she receives Usangia, gets the Alliance Pokédex, and gets on the Alliance's direct trainer list, Orriki Suzu's talent will definitely be valued by the Alliance, and her future will be bright. "Uncle, can this down jacket be cheaper? 500 is too expensive." "No, buy it or not." At the foot of the snow-capped mountain at this time, Xing was negotiating with an uncle. After all, counting the three little guys who were about to be born in his hands, the resources were not enough, and every penny had to be saved. Originally, Xing planned to subdue Pokémon step by step and form a team, but he did not expect that the gains in the Gold City would be so great. Xing had no choice but to spend 500 Pokémon coins to buy a down jacket and bought a lot of equipment. He walked up the snow mountain and thought while walking, in addition to picking bayou flowers, I just happened to collect some resources. Flipping through the information on the communicator in his hand, Xing showed interest. Frozen Snow Peak, the place where Articuno once appeared. Soon Xing arrived in the snow-capped mountains, silently separated from the crowd up the mountain, and Xing walked towards the destination. System, open the map, mark resource points. One of the extended usage methods of the system scan function can scan regions to mark resource points. Looking at the messy information that popped up in an instant, Xing spoke again. Information screening by Yuhua, showing the strength of Guardian Pokémon. In the next second, there were only 5 or 6 scattered pieces of information left on the entire screen. After selection, Xing chose a target and set off, following the system's navigation. Constantly climbing the snow-capped mountains, Xing slowly reached the dangerous limit. From a minute ago, Xing had forcibly broken into the limit that only Pokémon with advanced fire elements can penetrate. Today's Xing is fighting against the cold wind and heavy snow purely with his body and will. Not only that, but whenever the system shows that a high-level Pokémon is approaching, Xing also needs to hide. With a trembling body, Xing's consciousness gradually sank into a blur. The dangerous feeling made Xing feel tingling all over his body. Under the extreme danger, a smile appeared on Xing's face. Just when Xing lay down on the snow, closed his eyes, and was about to fall into a deep sleep, a wave of moon-white surged from the depths of his soul, awakening Xing's soul. Consciousness-smelling salts came over. Xing did not stand up from the snow in a hurry, but quietly communicated with the moon-white light in his mind, and the heavy snow kept falling, burying Xing's body. The heavy snow gradually covered Xing's ears, And just when Qi Xing's eyes were about to be drowned, he opened them instantly, and a gentle and peaceful moon-white light burst out from his body. Shrouded by the light, Qi Xing's eyes were slightly closed, and his pretty face had a faint smile, like a messenger of the moon god. Gathering up the light around him, Qi Xing took off his down jacket and put in the space bracelet, and continued to climb up the mountain, but this time he was calm and unhurried, no longer in the previous embarrassment. Host, Qi Xing. Gender, male. Age, 14 years old. Ability, power of psychic. Remarks, psychic variant. Possessing the characteristics of superpower and ghost at the same time, has a miraculous effect on cultivating 2 types of Pokémon. Looking at the system panel, Qi Xing was taken aback for a moment and began to revise the future Pokémon training plan. He originally planned to cultivate several super-type Pokémon after he learned from the system that he had Psychic. But now my Psychic has undergone an unknown change, and it has become a bright white ghost power, which is different from the black-purple mixed ghost energy in my impression. Ding! It was detected that the host has successfully awakened, and the permissions have been opened, and the remaining modules have been installed, and the system has been completely unlocked. Before Qi Xing could ask for the detailed information of Yuzhili, the voice of the system came first. Watching the original simple panel in front of him gradually become richer, Qi Xing checked each new function: create a system, incubate a system. Looking at the additional functions of the system, Qi Xing showed joy on his face. Today's system functions can be said to be extremely powerful. First of all, no matter what props you need, you don't need to buy them. As long as you hand over the material resources to the system can make 100% of the resources into props without wasting any energy. At the same time, however, the energy required to run the system functions needs to be provided. Then there is the incubation system. Qi Xing was still worried about what to do if the Pokémon hatched did not reach the place he planned. But now he can suspend the incubation process as long as it is handed over to the system. There's also a purification system, which can purify resource energy. As long as 10 low-level water stones are handed over to the system, it can be purified into a mid-level water stone. It can be said that 2 future evolution stones of Vulpix also have a solution. There are other powerful functions. After calming down, Qi Xing found that although the functions of the system are powerful, they all require a lot of resources and energy to drive. After thinking for a while, Qi Xing asked, "System, why is my ghost power this color?" Looking at the moon-white light in his hand, Qi Xing was still puzzled. Ding! For ghost-type Pokémon, they feed on the life energy of various creatures. In the process, they also absorb the grudge of creatures, and their own ghost-type energy will turn into black. The ghost power of the host is the best ghost-type resource. It can purify the energy and soul of ghost-type Pokémon without the need to consume life energy. At the same time, for the superpower Pokémon, the power of the ghost is also the best resource for the development of spiritual power. It can assist the practice of psychic and even help some Pokémon with super talent to awaken psychic. Withdrawing the energy in his hand, Qi Xing touched his hair lightly and said helplessly, "I understand the truth, but why does my hair turn into this color?" The bright white hair looked pale against the backdrop of heavy snow. Something weird. Although people in the Pokémon world have colorful hair, this color is still too conspicuous after all, not as low-key as my original black hair. Ding! The host should understand that hair color is one of the symbols of the strong. Qi Xing, with black lines all over his head, ignored the system that had become a bit heavy and continued to walk up the mountain. Facing the heavy snow, Qi Xing walked slowly, and the ice cirrus kept falling, but before it landed on Qi Xing, it seemed to hit a barrier and turned into drops of rain and fell to the ground. In Qi Xing's arms, there's also a Venipede curiously looking at the heavy snow. This is the first time this little guy has seen snow in his life, and he is quite curious. Soon, Qi Xing was standing in front of a mountain wall. Regardless of Venipede's dissuasion, he slammed into it. But what followed was not Qi Xing's bloody head, but Xing's figure directly fell into the mountain wall, disappeared without a trace. Looking at Venipede, who was still in the ignorant contest condition in his arms, Xing smiled slightly, but it was just a cover-up. Articuno should come here often and set up a protection in order not to be disturbed. Walking in the ice cave, Xing soon found his destination, an ice spring that kept blowing cold. And in front of Xing, the information of the cold spring was clear at a glance. Frozen cold pool, the energy should be enough. Holding the Pokémon egg of Ice Vulpix stored in the system, Xing entered the cold spring. The piercing chill pierced through the nether power and invaded Xing's body, making Xing a little helpless. There was no way the Pokémon eggs of Bing Vulpix could not withstand such a strong energy, so he had to help comb it by himself. Arriving at the place with the strongest energy in the center of the cold spring, Xing gently opened a small gap in the power of the ghost that wrapped the Ice Vulpix Pokémon egg. In an instant, all the energy of the ice system seemed to have met the blood-smelling shark and rushed towards the ice crazily. The Vulpix Pokémon eggs are coming. Frowning tightly, Xing only left a weak ghost power to ensure that he would not faint, and poured all other ghost power into the Ice Vulpix egg, combing the incoming ice energy. Looking at the gradually increasing aptitude of Bing Vulpix on the system panel, Xing froze and slowly pulled a reluctant smile on his face. Time passed by. As if thousands of years later, the Pokémon egg in Xing's hand began to lighten. Shake slightly. The last ghost power on his body entered into the Pokémon egg of Ice Vulpix. An ice shard quickly began to appear on Xing's body, gradually spreading to his hair. Seemingly sensing that Xing was in crisis, Bing Vulpix's Pokémon egg began to shake violently, as if trying to rush out to save Xing. Gently reaching out to comfort the Pokémon egg, a weak voice came from Xing's bloodless lips. "Don't worry. Take your time." The moment Xing's voice was heard, the Pokémon egg quieted down, and the next moment it began to actively absorb the ice energy around it and Xing's body. Finally, it seemed that the energy accumulation was enough, and the Pokémon egg was directly crushed by a ray of ice blue light. The moment Bing Vulpix appeared, he saw Xing, who was already unconscious. A dazzling light flashed in his eyes, and he brought Xing directly to the bank of the ice spring. Venipede immediately went up to meet her, watching Xing squirming anxiously. Her two big eyes were tearful, as if she was about to cry in the next moment. At this time, the system's voice also suddenly sounded. "It is detected that the host is dying. Contest condition, open the best option, transform resources to incubate Audino, Fire Vulpix." The next moment, the resources in Xing's space bracelet decreased rapidly, and the insect crystals worth more than 10 million yuan and 3 skill discs were collected by the system and turned into light and put into the Pokémon eggs of Audino and Vulpix. Soon, Audino and Hoa Vulpix appeared in the ice cave. Hoa Vulpix continuously spewed flames at himself, and the temperature of his body gradually increased, and then snuggled into Xing's arms to warm his body. And Audino clasped his palms together, and a rainbow-colored water droplet formed in front of her and slowly fell on Xing, and then Audino hit Yon again, and then a white mist rushed towards Xing. Just like that, Xing slowly came over, looked at the 4 little guys nestled in his arms, and fell into confusion. Didn't he just hatch the Ice Vulpix? "System, what happened?" Xing asked the system, holding the 4 little ones in his arms. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Xing, playing everything that happened after his consciousness became blurred. After watching all this, Xing's complexion was a little complicated, and he felt a little helpless in his happiness. He naturally knew that the system could help hatch Pokémon, and even improve his qualifications as long as there were enough resources. But in order to save resources and use the power of Articuno to improve the aptitude of Ice Vulpix, Xing will be so desperate. But what I didn't expect was that in order to save himself, Vulpix and Audino were born early, and the resources were exhausted. With the idea of having fun while suffering, Xing turned on the scanning system to see the qualifications of the three little guys at this time, but unexpectedly, it was a huge surprise. Pokémon, Alola Vulpix, Baby Stage. Attribute, Ice Element, inspired by the power of the ghost, in the process of super awakening. Ability, Snowfall. Carrying props, none. Qualification evaluation, light purple. Pokémon, Vulpix, Infant Stage. Attribute, Fire Element, inspired by the power of the ghost, in the process of super awakening. Ability, Flash Fire. Carrying props, none. Qualification evaluation, light purple. Pokémon, Audino, Infant Stage. Attribute, Normal. Ability, Regenerative Power. Carrying props, none. Qualification evaluation, purple. Although not many, both Vulpix have entered the purple qualification. Looking at the aptitudes of the Pokémon, Xing couldn't help laughing. This resource is quite worthwhile. Not only has the aptitude improved a lot, but even some skills that need to be learned at high level have been learned at this time. The risk of life is not in vain this time. Judging from the data of Bing Vulpix, there may be an additional superpower system in the near future. Taking out the Pokeball and subduing all the Pokémon one by one, Xing did not leave the ice cave in a hurry, but started walking around in the ice cave looking for something. As the place where Articuno once lived, under Articuno's beast-level energy accumulation, I believe this place has a lot of good things, which is extremely important for Xing, who is now poor and white. Cultivate 4 Pokémon with purple qualifications. For Xing, Alexander said. System, open the map resource point. Lock on Fong Yuan 100 meters. Looking at the information on the light curtain in front of him, Xing quickly smiled. White Yuchao, Ice Stone, Never Melt Ice, Snow Crystal. Looking at the various ice resources in front of him, Xing's eyes lit up, not only in large quantity, but also in high quality. After collecting and sorting out resources and putting them into the space bracelet, Xing walked back to the cold spring, took a deep breath, and entered the cold spring again. But this time Xing, who did not need to protect the Pokémon eggs, was no longer in danger of life. Soon, Xing swam back to the shore from the cold spring, ignoring the drops of water dripping from his hair, and looked at the ice stone wrapped in the power of you, with an uncontrollable joy on his face. Props, God's Ice Stone. Remarks, it is suspected that Articuno is one of the toys used when playing in the cold spring. It absorbs the energy overflowing from Articuno for a long time. The holder or the Pokémon that uses it to evolve will have the snow hidden ability without changing the original ability. Looking at this Ice Stone, Xing already has his own plans. The Pokémon most suitable for him is undoubtedly his own Vulpix, and this level of Ice Stone should enhance the qualifications of Vulpix. Putting away all the things and cleaning up the traces left by him, Xing left the ice cave and started walking down the mountain. Walking on the snow-capped mountains, Xing frowned, flashed a flame attack sideways, and frowned at the person and Pokémon in front of him. Xing couldn't help showing anger. If the attack just hit, he would not die, but he was afraid, yes, it will be seriously injured. Hand over what you got from the magical breeder house. Looking at Xing, Jemuling said coldly. Frowning, Xing took out a Pokeball and shook it, which meant that he had hatched and subdued the Pokémon, and made a small test by the way. Where's the other one? The girl continued to ask without noticing Xing's temptation. It seems that it has nothing to do with Audino, but for the 2 Vulpix. Taking back the Pokeball, Xing already understood what the girl's goal was. After hesitating for a while, Xing decided to retreat for the time being. After all, the opponent Houndour is a level 17 Hellfire double attribute, and he only has Venipede to fight, and the attribute level is not dominant. He took out 2 blank Pokeballs from his waist and threw them directly. After Orriki Suzu's gaze was attracted, Xing immediately took a step back, with the faint light of moon white shining in his eyes, and his figure disappeared in the snow in a flash middle. At the last moment, when Xing's figure disappeared, 3 different fire-type skills came from 3 directions, and 3 figures of men sprang out from the snow. But Xing was still not caught. Damn it, this guy turned out to be a psychic. Now that this feud has been forged, what should we do? A strong man among the three men said with an uneasy expression. After all, the psychic system means mysterious, powerful, and hard to guard against for the common trainer. Being targeted by a psychic who can teleport can be said to be sleepless. Not overly anxious, Orriki said calmly. We were too impulsive just now, so prepare to apologize. If the other party has a good temperament, this is our chance instead. The three of them sighed helplessly and turned to look at Orriki Ling, whose face became colder because of being teased by Xing. On the other side, Xing took out the medicine and began to apply medicine to the burn on his shoulder. Although he managed to remove it at the last moment, he was still burned by the flame that passed by the Houndoom, which was already at an advanced level. After a long time, Xing felt the still lingering pain in his shoulder and reluctantly took off Adino's pokeball. A white light flashed, and a pink figure appeared on the snow. Touching the small head of Adino, who was hugging his own charm, Xing said softly, "Please, Adino, use Life Dew." Nodding his head slightly, Adino closed his eyes and clasped his palms together. A drop of light blue water appeared and slowly dripped onto the burn on Xing's shoulder, and soon Xing's pain disappeared without a trace. Gently picking up Adino, who was still very small after birth, Xing found a cave in the heavy snow and walked in. Looking at the back of Adino, playing in the snow at the entrance of the cave, Xing replayed the previous video in the Articuno Ice Cave and looked at the colorful Life Dew with a different look in his eyes. The Life Dew that Adino used just now belongs to Blue. Why is it different? Thinking carefully, Xing waved to Adino again. Seeing Xing's action, Adino immediately trotted over, raised the Vivi in his hand, and handed it to Xing with a cute expression begging for praise. Looking at Adino's Vivi man, Xing took it with a slight smile, but Adino found that the snowman seemed to be melting away, with a sad expression on his face. "Okay, this is for you." He took out a Nevermelt ice and put it in Vivi's hand. Vivi stopped melting immediately, and Adino's face returned to happiness. "Adino, use Life Dew once." Looking at the happy Adino in front of him, Xing commanded softly. Adino clasped his palms again, and this time it was Green who appeared as Life Dew. Looking at Life Dew in front of him, Xing ordered, "System, scan." Handing out a Nevermelt ice to Adino again, Xing looked at the system data while looking at Adino, who ran out. The first time was a mixture of various types of energy, the second time was water-type energy, and just now it was grass-type energy. Silently comparing the data of the 3 Life Dews given by the system, Xing discovered an interesting thing. If it is because Adino is a normal system, it has a certain perception of the attribute energy of all other systems. So Adino's Life Dew can integrate the energy of all attributes. If this is the case, in the face of different attribute injuries, Adino can use the corresponding restraint attribute to heal the injury. In this way, the possibility of Adino is too strong. Thinking about it, Xing's eyes became brighter and brighter and immediately began to conceive the future development path of Adino in his mind, a super team doctor. Suddenly, Adino ran back again, held up 2 Nevermelt ice, and handed them to Xing. Xing took the Nevermelt ice, but was stunned for a moment. 2 pieces of Nevermelt ice have been glued together by Adino at this time, and the original Vivi has disappeared, replaced by a smiling teenager holding a small Adino in his arms. Staring blankly at the Vivi sculpture, Xing couldn't help laughing, then took out a glass cabinet and carefully put Adino's work in it. Gently hugging Adino, Xing smiled happily. A month later, on Shuitian Mountain, under the heavy snow, a battle was taking place. Venipede used Poison Tail in the battle. The white-haired boy directed Venipede in front to attack a Swinub. A violent attack hit Swinub, and as the poison spread all over his body, Swinub's body fell into the heavy snow. The moment Swinub fell, a faint light came from Venipede, but Xing's voice suddenly came. "Venipede, bide. Now is not the time." Hearing Xing's words, Venipede closed his eyes and began to suppress the evolutionary covet from deep within his body, and White's evolutionary light slowly retracted into Venipede's body. Seeing that Venipede had suppressed the evolution, Xing breathed a sigh of relief, then walked up to Swinub, took out a drop-shaped purple crystal, and fed it in his Swinub's mouth. Seeing that the purple toxin on Swinub's body receded slowly, Xing took out another cold snowstone and handed it to Swinub, who woke up from a coma, then stood up and took Venipede and turned away. Back in the cave, Xing pressed the pokeball on his waist, and after 3 white lights flashed, 3 small figures flocked to Venipede, which is now 1 meter long. Audino held up a small drop of water and handed it to Venipede. Fire Vulpix snuggled next to Venipede to drive away the cold with its own temperature, and Ice Vulpix swept the snow off Venipede's body with Psychic. Not getting involved, Xing just sat aside, with a gentle smile, looking at the little ones snuggling together. After a massage for the 4 little ones, when they fell asleep, Xing walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the ice cirrus in the sky, and removed the Yoji power that protected the whole body, and Xing quietly blew the biting cold wind. System, call up the date. A few minutes later, Xing called up the system interface. Looking at the time displayed by the system, Xing returned to the cave and took out a notebook to start making some plans. For Xing, writing on paper would make him think better. After a while, the 3 little guys will almost be able to leave the infancy stage and enter the growth stage, which requires a lot of resources to cultivate. Seeing the last number on the notebook, Xing tapped his forehead with a pen helplessly. It seems that we still have to try to participate in the new star selection. It is true that the system has the function of detecting resources, but there will always be high-level Pokémon or a group of guards next to the normal natural resource point. Using the current Venipede to challenge those Pokémon is tantamount to seeking a dead end. Only in a place with an extremely severe environment like Shuetian Mountain, there will be 1 or 2 resource points that are not guarded by Pokémon that can be collected by Xing. After the 4 little ones woke up, Xing took them all back into the Pokeball, left the cave, and walked into the heavy snow. White's hair and White's clothes were integrated with the whole world. At the foot of the mountain, for people were waiting for Xing's arrival, and the short-haired girl said in a cold tone, "We have been waiting for a month, and we haven't waited for anyone or killed anyone, so we can go to pick up the task." The scar-faced, middle-aged man glanced at the girl and said, "Even if this matter is resolved, you should go on a trip instead of accepting the mission with us." The 2 strong men also persuaded, "Lin, let's go on a trip. We are with the team." Hearing the words of his father and the 2 uncles, Zhimu Ling did not answer, but looked at a figure at the foot of the mountain with bright eyes, and the figure rushed over in a flash. At this time, Xing looked at Zhimu, who was rushing towards him with a serious expression, and a moon-white light rose again from the bottom of his eyes, and his figure began to flicker. Seeing that Xing was about to move away again, Zhimu quickly stopped and stretched out her hands to show that she had no intention of attacking, and pointed to the 3 parents who were standing in the distance and followed Pokémon to show that there was no ambush. Frowning slightly, Xing looked around and found that the system scan showed no problems, so he stopped teleport. After Xing stopped the teleport, Orriki Suzu showed a fleeting smile on his face, and then took out a space backpack and threw it directly to Xing from a long distance. In the Pokémon world, although there are a lot of space equipment, the price difference between the space backpack and the space bracelet is nearly 20 times, so most people will choose to buy a small but cheap space backpack. Catch the space backpack with the power of you. And Xing took it after the system scan confirmed that there is no problem, looked at Zhimu and said loudly, "The hatred is over. Don't worry that I will attack you behind your back." After all, from the root of it, it was Xing who took advantage of the opponent, so it would be good to have 1 less enemy. Hearing Xing's words, Zhimu breathed a sigh of relief, and then said reluctantly, "Whether you can return those 2 Pokémon to us is extremely important to us." Xing didn't get angry. It's normal. Others come to ask for what belongs to him. But now the 2 little Vulpix are his family. He can't give up his family. Shaking his head lightly, Ignoring Orriki Ling, who wanted to say something, Xing used the teleport to disappear at the foot of the mountain, leaving only Orriki Ling with an unwilling face. Seeing Xing disappear, Orriki Teru and two strong men came over, looked at Orriki Ling. Orriki Teru said in a deep voice, "Go get the Pokémon tomorrow, and I will personally send you there." His tone was as firm as Orberg. It cannot be refuted. After saying those words, the scar-faced, middle-aged man left with the two strong men, leaving only Jimu Ling standing at the foot of the mountain, holding the Pokeball tightly and with a cold face. On the other side, Xing took out the resource list from the space backpack thrown by Jimu Ling and checked it. Soon, Xing took the list back into the space backpack. It was almost as he expected, and there was nothing wrong with it. Something of value. After all, only the middle-aged man with the scar face has a high-level Houndoom, and the others are just some weak Pokemon. Such a bounty hunter group will not have too many good things. Moreover, they estimated that the two Vulpix in their hands were obtained by spending a lot of resources. Gently stroking the Pokeball on his waist, Xing had already guessed, and it was almost the same as the reality. Soon, Xing arrived at the train station and took the train to Tokopan City. This time, there is no need to go to Saffron City. Looking at the gradually minimizing snow-capped mountains outside the window, Xing put away his miscellaneous thoughts, took out his notebook from the space bracelet, and flipped to a certain page, looking at the 5 names written in red pen, slowly revealing a joking smile. "Smile. You 5, are you ready?" At night, the train kept running until it gradually approached Tokiwa City when an accident happened. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud noise, a huge pillar of fire pierced the train, and the passengers on the passage of the pillar of fire had already gone to see Giratina. All the passengers on the train were kept motionless by this terrible scene, until 3 seconds later, all the passengers seemed to be smelling salts and started to hide in panic. Xing, on the other hand, had already frowned and put away the notebook in his hand, and leaned over to look out the window under the nonstop safety prompt of the system. Unexpectedly, just after seeing the scene outside, Xing was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw a flying dragon with a blood-red dual wing beat surrounded by 3 Pokémon of different shapes. Xing was overwhelmed by the terrifying breath. One after another terrifying attacks were sent out from those Pokémon, and they would hit the train from time to time, sending a group of passengers to meet Giratina. In Xing's eyes, after scattering, it formed a stream of heavy rain, a flame that burned soaring in the sky red, as if a black energy ball that wanted to absorb all the light. Various energies rendered soaring in the sky, turning soaring in the sky into a beautiful yet terrifying painting. The Pokémon surrounded in the middle is Salamence, the final evolution of the dragon quasi-god Bagon, while Beat-Up's 3 Pokémon are Altaria, Flygon, and Charizard. Frowning and looking at a lot of messy messages popped up by the system, Xing directly blocked the system and concentrated on watching the terrifying battle above soaring in the sky. Salamence is indeed a quasi-god. In a 1-on-3 situation, except for Altaria, which uses fairy energy, Charizard and Flygon are all at a disadvantage when fighting against him. Seeing soaring in the sky like an abstract painting and the 4 Pokémon exuding terrifying power, Xing's eyes began to have a different look. Regardless of the attack that would attack him at any time, the ghost power in Xing's mind had started to boil. Until the last moment, when Xing saw Salamence defeating Flygon, Charizard, and Altaria one by one, the arrogant, conceited, and disdainful expression shown when he turned around, the Yoji power boiling to the limit in Xing's mind exploded at once up. There was an expression of extreme pain on his face, but at this moment, Xing's eyes were filled with an unprecedented look like the moon in the dark night, so bright that the stars lost Lucas. Is this the posture of a strong man? Salamance's bruised but extremely haughty posture kept replaying in Xing's mind, gradually imprinted in Xing's soul. And as the images of Salamence continued to replay, the ghost power that exploded in Xing's mind not only did not stop, but continued to wander, gradually forming a huge moon hanging above the Sea of Souls. But in reality, Xing's body began to glow gradually brighter, which attracted the attention of the passengers in the train. Soon, When the light reached a level that could not be seen directly, Xing's figure disappeared behind the carriage in an instant. But the people at this time didn't have time to take care of Xing. They were all rushing to evacuate while Salamence left. At this time, Xing was standing on a hill, staring directly at the moon with bright eyes, and the moon-white light on his body was still growing stronger, like a moon appearing on the earth. That is, at this time, a girl with dark green hair in the nearest gold city gymnasium seemed to sense something, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and disappeared into the room in a flash. Above the mountain peak, the light on Xing's body seemed to have reached a limit and could no longer grow, and the moment the girl appeared, a psychic gushed out from the girl's body into Xing's superlight. As if by divine help, Xing, who was originally frowning because of Psychic's inability to grow, relieved his frowning brows the moment the girl psychic came. The light of moon white seemed to break through some kind of boundary and became stronger in an instant, illuminating the entire mountain. Time passed slowly, and Xing slowly retracted the light into his body. From this moment on, he is a high-level psychic whose strength is equivalent to that of a high-level Pokémon. Xing opened his eyes and looked at the green-haired girl, telepathically said, "Thank you, Sabrina-sama." Sabrina frowned slightly and also asked telepathically, "Are you also from the Rockets? But it doesn't matter, as my kind, you deserve my help." Without waiting for Xing to respond, Sabrina asked again, "What is your psychic development direction?" For Xing, who is an intermediate-level psychic upon awakening and who has mastered elite-level psychic teleport, and Sabrina, who is an elite-level psychic upon awakening. Psychic people with extremely powerful talents like this have a special development direction for their own psychic. It should be healing and comforting. I have a strong talent for healing wounds and soothing the soul. Without hesitation, Xing directly spoke of his psychic talent. After all, Sabrina knows that means Giovanni knows, and with Giovanni's mind, he will only cultivate a talented person like himself. And, not saying everything, looking at the ghost displayed on the system panel, Xing smiled slightly. Looking at Xing with admiration, Sabrina seemed very happy, because for her, Xing is her kind, born with powerful super talent. Perhaps it can be said that Xing only became an intermediate psychic when he awakened. That's because his talent wasted a lot when it mutated into a ghost power, and it took too much energy to produce its various characteristics. Otherwise, when awakening, Xing should be with Sabrina normal. The first awakening is an elite psychic. Without saying anything more, Sabrina's psychic enveloped Xing and herself, and as the light flickered, the figures of the two disappeared above the mountain peak, and the Pokémon who arrived later could only regard the previous light as an illusion. With a flash in front of his eyes, Xing found that he and Sabrina appeared in a black office with simple decoration, and there was a figure sitting behind the desk in front of him. Looking at the middle-aged man with cropped short hair, wearing a black suit, stroking Persian's head, and with an attractive face, Xing knew who he was. "Boss, I have found my kind." Looking at Giovanni in front of her, Sabrina pulled Xing's sleeve and said with a happy smile on her cold face. When Sabrina appeared, Giovanni, who had a loving smile on his face, shifted his gaze to Xing. As for Xing, who was watching Giovanni, the moment Giovanni looked at him, he felt as if some terrifying existence was staring at normal, and a more terrifying power than the Salamence he felt on the train before was overwhelmed. It was just a split second, but it seemed extremely long. When Xing couldn't breathe and was about to attack Giovanni in order to gain a short period of freedom, Giovanni withdrew his terrifying aura with satisfied eyes. "That's right, I didn't think about running away or begging for mercy, but wanted to attack me." Giovanni first looked at Xing's silver-white hair, then at Xing's red eyes, then nodded and said with satisfaction. Listening to Giovanni's words, Xing's thoughts were, "Is this the strength of a champion?" The breath of the earth Giovanni is as thick as a normal mountain, which makes people unable to breathe. "Go on. If you have the ability, you will see me again." From the ring on his hand, he took out 3 space bracelets, as if remembering what was in them, and then Giovanni threw one of the bracelets to Xing and ordered the two of them. With Giovanni's mind, he will not restrict you, but he will not attach too much importance to you. Now, he can have an investment in Xing. One is because of the super talent Sabrina said, and the other is because Xing has a good heart. Using the teleport again with Xing, the two disappeared into Giovanni's office. Seeing the disappearance of the two, Giovanni opened the desk drawer, took out a photo frame, stared at the red-haired and silver-eyed child in the photo for a while, and then put the photo frame back into the drawer. Sabrina, who appeared outside Rocket Hideout in the Viking Forest with Xing, looked at Xing and said, "Come on, when you become executive, we can work together." Immediately afterwards, Sabrina handed Xing a book, and then the figure flashed and reappeared in the Golden Gym. The Gold Combine Method, Psychic Cultivation Method. Flipping through the book Sabrina gave him, Xing was suddenly amazed. It described all the methods on how to exercise mental power and some psychic skills. Perhaps this book is an untold secret, but for Sabrina, who is an elite-level psychic and the real ruler of the family, the so-called untold secret is just a matter of words. After recording the book into the system, Xing took out a bottle of black liquid that had been prepared from the space bracelet and used the power of the ghost to slowly wrap it on his head. After changing his hair back to black, he took out some cosmetics and adjusted his face slightly, and Xing entered the base. "You're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xing had just entered the base when he was surrounded by 5 figures. There was no nonsense. Xing's figure flashed forward and grabbed the speaker's neck. Under the powerful force, no matter how hard it is to struggle, it is useless. The complexion gradually turns purple, and the strength becomes weaker and weaker. These 5 people are exactly the small group that clashed with Xing a month ago, and what Xing is holding is the small group leader. And this little leader who was stuck by the neck didn't expect that Xing was surrounded and dared to make a move directly. He was caught by the neck defenselessly, and Maitina next to him screamed fiercely, but he was afraid that Trainer would not dare to make a move at all. Looking at the little leader who grabbed his arm and tried his best to struggle, but it didn't work, Xing's tone was a bit helpless. "Are you a pig? You're so close to me. If Team Rocket didn't prohibit killing each other, you would have died a long time ago." In order to reduce internal friction and prevent the weakening of strength caused by internal conflicts, the Rockets prohibit internal members from killing each other. Although it is impossible to prohibit all of them, at least it has some effect. Sighing helplessly, Xing turned his head to look at the remaining 4 people. After scanning for a week, he locked his eyes on the member who put his hands on his neck and smiled fearfully. After thinking for a while, Xing remembered that the other party was the person whose neck was also stuck by him a month ago. Immediately after, a polite smile appeared on Xing's face, and he said kindly, "Chengwei, 1,000 points." As he said that, Xing exerted force on his hands again, and the little leader who was stuck in the neck dropped his hands powerlessly, and his face began to turn blue. After a little hesitation, the 4 of them immediately took out 5 or 6-point cards and handed them to Xing regardless of whether the points were enough. Xing took the point card and threw the little leader in his hand to the 4 of them. Looking at the 4 people who were checking the situation of the little leader and showing fear, Xing said again with a half-smile, "Welcome to come next time." Then, ignoring the reactions of the 4 people, Xing turned and left directly. After returning to the soldiers' dormitory, Xing sent Venipede, Audino, and 2 Vulpix out. Once they came out, except for Venipede, the other 3 little guys explored the whole room curiously. Gently stroking Venipede's head, Xing took out a whole can of special Pokémon food, which can promote the development of Pokémon. Today's Venipede is far from the limit of this stage of growth under the system's detection. Imagine a Scolipede standing in front of you with a height of 8 or 9 meters. It doesn't need to intimidate ability. It is enough to scare most Pokémon hearts. A normal Scolipede is about 2 to 3 meters long, but Xing's Venipede only needs enough resources to cultivate, plus a little bit of adventure is enough to grow to a terrifying level. Gently stroking Venipede's head, imagining the future, Xing was not only not afraid, but showed an expression of yearning and anticipation. His children are cute no matter what. Venipede, restrain yourself. Seeing Venipede's promotion to another level, Xing hurriedly stopped Venipede, who was once again emitting the light of evolution. Hearing Xing's words, Venipede suppressed the evolution again. Good boy. It will be soon, and you won't need to use Bide in a few days. Looking at the data displayed in the system, Xing comforted Venipede softly. Today's Venipede has forcibly restrained evolution 3 times. Although some Pokémon can learn some special skills through restrained evolution, it is a pity that Venipede is not included. Putting on special gloves and taking out a lot of resources, Xing began to configure Venipede's Pokémon food. Venipede is poisonous and has 2 types of insects. Venipede's potential must be developed to the limit before evolution, so that Venipede can go further. Wrapping the entire bedroom with the power of darkness, isolating the other 3 little ones, Xing took out a square box of earth, opened the lid forcefully, and a stream of purple gas floated out. This is the poisonous gas of the quasi-elite Xing, and it needs to be wrapped in a container rich in ground energy to ensure that the container will not be corroded. The moment the poison gas appeared, Xing mobilized the power of the ghost to continuously separate strands of extremely fine poison gas from above and send them to Venipede. While slowly absorbing the poison gas, Venipede showed a happy expression, and the red on his body continued to deepen. When the poison gas was absorbed to only half, Xing picked up the container and put the poison gas back. Venipede has almost developed the poison talent of this contest condition to the limit. System, call up the Book of Bugstar and Venipede's body data. Looking at the content on the system panel, Xing wrote and drew in the notebook in his hand while thinking. Soon, a large number of red crosses and many new black fonts appeared on the notebook. System, enter. After the system recorded the notes in hand, Xing closed the system panel. Sitting in front of the computer, Xing opened Team Rocket's internal system, but Xing frowned as he checked. Just one unchanging stone costs 400 points. For today's Venipede, if he wants to restrain evolution and continue to grow, the best choice is to carry the unchanging stone. But when you go to friendly stores or various companies to buy such items that work on Pokémon, you need to show the trainer badge, which is naturally impossible for members of the Rockets like Xing. Looks like I'm going to the public market. Venipede, keep an eye on the 3 of them. After packing up, Xing didn't take Venipede with her, but asked her to watch the 3 Pokémon that were still jumping up and down. Seeing Venipede nodding slightly, Xing walked out of the room, and soon, standing in front of the gate of the public market, with a slight smile, Xing stepped in. But the result was somewhat different from Xing's expectations. Most of the resources here are quite low level, and only 2 resources, such as evolutionary stones, appeared. Moreover, under the system scan, they are all ultra-low quality evolutionary stones that are used to evolve. Not only can enhance aptitude, but can even lower aptitude. There are many sellers of Pokémon eggs, but almost all of them are white qualifications, and a few blue qualifications are also poor in ability or Pokémon's own race has insufficient potential. There is a light blue aptitude in the middle, and neither male sign who forced ability caught Xing's eyes. But after careful thinking, he looked at neither male sign's light blue aptitude that just crossed the passing line, and Xing left open. Little brother, I've been seeing you for a long time. You probably can't find what you want. As Xing kept walking, a middle-aged man who looked quite common stopped Xing with a smile. Glancing at the other party with great interest, Xing then said, "Let's talk while walking." After saying that, Xing walked around the middle-aged man and walked in front. As if he did not expect that the initiative would be taken away by Xing so easily, the middle-aged man froze for a moment, then hurriedly followed Xing's pace. Little brother, it should be your first time in the public market. Any questions? Hey, I'll send you a message for free. All the goods sold here are low-grade goods. Although our rockets have regulations, we can't prevent others from worrying about them. So, you have other sales and purchase channels here. Go inside. All the real good things are in that wooden house. The middle-aged man stopped, pointed to the small wooden house that Fong Yin could see in front of him, and then disappeared into the crowd with a smile. No wonder. I'm afraid of being watched. Shaking his head, Xing already understood why he couldn't see good things in the public market. As the saying goes, if you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. What's more, the Rockets are not thieves, but a gang of villains who kill people and buy goods at every turn. Only, dear guest, what do you need? Walking into the cabin, Xing saw an enchanting woman standing behind the counter with a gorgeous smile looking at him. Ignoring the enchanting woman's smile, Xing said directly, "Is there any immutable stone?" The woman's professional quality is quite good. When she heard that Xing was here to buy props, she immediately put away her smile and respectfully took out 3 documents and handed them to Xing, which contained Everstone's information. After taking the documents and comparing them carefully, Xing handed one of the documents to the woman and turned the other 2 over to cover the table. Picking up the Everstone profile and looking at it, the enchanting woman took out a communicator and sent a message to an unknown number. Soon, the enchanting woman received a reply, and after a glance, the enchanting woman smiled at Xing. "Guest, you are very lucky. Another guest is also in the base. Please take a rest inside first." After the voice fell, another door in the room opened, revealing a lounge. After checking with the system, Xing walked into the room, took out a human face mask, and put it on. After a while, another figure walked into the room, wearing a black robe and a mask, and even covered his hands with gloves. Without speaking, the other figure took out a box and put it on the table. Opening the box, what Xing saw was an unchanging stone full of cracks. Obviously, this unchanging stone had suppressed too many evolutions, and its energy was almost exhausted, and it was already on the verge of collapse. Looking at this almost scrapped invariant stone, Xing nodded in satisfaction. For the current Venipede, it only takes 3 days to grow to the limit, and almost only needs to suppress 1 evolution. Picking up the box and shaking it, Xing said that he wanted this unchanging stone, and what was the price of the goods. The other party stretched out 4 fingers, 400 points. Some people may think it is too expensive, but this price is actually very normal. One is that suppressing evolution can cultivate Pokémon to the extreme at one stage, and the other is that the production of constant stones is too scarce. Frowning in dissatisfaction, Xing felt that the guy on the opposite side didn't know what to do. Even a half-destroyed constant stone was not worth the price, let alone this constant stone that was on the verge of collapse. As if sensing Xing's dissatisfaction, the other party hesitated for a moment, then took out a slightly better eternal stone and placed it on the table in front of him. After thinking about it for a while, Xing still took out the points cards that he had prepared earlier, each of which stored 100 points, and took out 4 cards and handed them to the transaction partner in front of him. After receiving the 4-point cards, the man in black quickly walked out of the room, as if he was in a hurry to do something, ignoring the other party, and Xing put away the 2 immutable stones with satisfaction. While putting away the unchanging stone, Xing said silently, "System, call up the scanning information." But the moment the image appeared, Xing's hand movement stopped, and his face became extremely solemn in an instant. How is it possible? Why is this one in the Rockets? Xing didn't expect it, but he turned on the system's functions under vigilance, only to discover such a remarkable thing. Kanto Region Elite 4, Ice Element Elite Lorelei. Looking at the image in front of him, Xing couldn't help but began to think quickly. This person appeared in Rocket Hideout. It must not be as simple as trading the constant stone. Although Lorelei seems a little immature in terms of influence, Xing dare not have any idea of underestimating Lorelei. Looking at the purple qualified elite Lapras and the other 3 elite Pokémon, Xing couldn't help but start to have a headache with that series of luxurious skill panels with advanced skills and priceless props. It's not because of how difficult it is to fight against Lorelei, but because Lorelei has such strength today, coupled with her background, her status in Alliance is definitely not low. The mission that will appear in Rocket Hideout today will never be simple, and it may be to take down this base. It doesn't matter if the base is finished, but if the data in the base is taken away by the Alliance, his identity will definitely be exposed. Before breaking through to the elite level, he really can only hide as much as possible. After all, after participating in the new star selection, Xing is going to start joining the Alliance, so he must ascertain the Alliance's plan and protect his identity. The space bracelet that Giovanni threw to Xing did not contain any resources, but a set of identity information, ranging from human face masks to Alliance Pokédex. After seeing the contents inside, Xing understood that Giovanni wanted to lurk into the Alliance like Sabrina, Koga, and others. Fortunately, I just wore a mask. Gently stroking the human face mask on his face, Xing thought bitterly that if the real face was discovered by Lorelei, he would not have to think so much. Now is not the time to think about this. Let's go back first. After putting the 2 immutable stones into the system's purification system, Xing walked out of the wooden house and returned to the soldiers' dormitory all the way. Well, this one has to be taken away. This one. After returning to the dormitory, Xing quickly packed up all kinds of things under the curious eyes of the 4 little guys on the sofa. Run away. The activities held by 5 quasi-executives should have a lot of resources. 5 quasi-executives? Thinking of a certain detail, Xing's hand stopped. He quickly sat down in front of the computer and opened the internal system of the rockets to check the host of the new star selection, and held a communicator in his hand to check the recent major events of the Alliance. Is that so? Looking at the news displayed on the communicator that Kanto and Kanto Region are separated, and their strength is suspected to be greatly reduced, and looking at the latest information about the recent troubles of the 5 prospective executives in the new star selection, Xing fell into deep thought. Leaning back on the chair, Xing closed his eyes and thought about it. It seems that the 2 regions have separated recently, and a group of people took advantage of the opportunity to make trouble, and the Kanto region is going to make an example of others. Take advantage of the opportunity to go to the island away from the city, and send 5 quasi-executives and a group of low-level personnel to die. This can serve as a warning, but it will not cause a war with the rockets. So, for the time being, you don't have to worry about your identity information being leaked. Resting his chin, Xing's frown slowly eased. But this time the new star must start lurking immediately after the selection. Even though he guessed Alliance's dangerous plan, Xing still intends to participate in the selection of new stars. After all, there are 5 guys alive, and he is not at ease. In addition, the 3 young guys are about to enter the growth stage, which requires a lot of resources. After entering the Alliance, it means cultivating new Pokémon, which also requires resources. Thinking about it, Xing frowned again and began to look at the resources in the space bracelet. Suddenly, there was an extra space backpack in Xing's hand, which was the one of Jamuling. Looking at it, Xing's eyes lit up, not because of the resources inside, but a choice of path. Bounty Hunter, why did you forget before? In this way, the resource problem may be solved. He smiled lightly, and finally had a solution to the problem that had plagued Xing for a long time. Putting away the space backpack, Xing continued to tidy up the room. Since it was decided to enter the Alliance after the selection of new stars, no traces could be left behind. After a long time, looking at the clean room, Xing sat on the sofa and enjoyed Audino's massage. The Audino that was born up to his knees has now grown to his thighs. Xing has no requirements for Audino's body shape, because Audino's development direction is Team Doctor and Fort Substitute. In this case, a normal body shape is better. The 2 Vulpix were playing around, chasing each other's tails on the ground, while Venipede avoided moving as much as possible, laying in Xing's arms, accepting the conditioning of the Nether Force. While regulating the energy in Venipede's body with the power of the ghost, Xing picked up the communicator to open the internal system of the rockets, and spent 1,000 points to sign up for the new star selection. After signing up, Xing was not in a hurry to log out of the system. Instead, he opened the exchange system and began to quickly select items, and his points were also being consumed rapidly. Just exchanging 3 items, Xing spent 1,500 points, and all the points for the task of picking Bayua and the second blackmail of the small group were spent. Putting down Venipede in his arms and Audino hanging on his body, Xing walked out of the room and went to the logistics resource department. After arriving, Xing took out the machine with his ID card on the counter and scanned it, and saw 3 boxes were taken out by the machine and placed in front of him. After scanning with the system, Xing received the 3 items into the space bracelet, quickly returned to the dormitory, and called the 4 Pokémon to him. Take out the purified invariant stone from the system and hand it to Venipede. After that, Venipede can exercise to his heart's content. The current invariant stone can suppress 5 evolutions, which is enough. Taking out a skill disc from each of the 3 boxes, Xing called the system. Open the skill system and load 3 skill discs. One of the functions of the system is that the skill disc can be used directly to Pokémon without using a special machine, but it is similar to the settings of the Pokémon games that Xing played in his previous life. Aqua Ring, dig, start loading. The system's voice began to sound. The value of Aqua Ring was 1,300 points, and the value of the 2 dig skills was 100 points. Just by taking a look at the 2 Vulpix, Xing knew that the 2 children were studying very well. Immediately afterwards, Xing focused most of his attention on Audino, who had a troubled expression on his face. After all, the Aqua Ring skill is not on Audino's list of learnable skills, and Xing just tried it with the idea that this is a real world. The next morning, Xing walked to the big square. At this time, the square was already full of people, including a group of 5 staring at Xing with cold hatred. Ignoring those 5 guys, Xing quickly scanned the other figures in the crowd. Until he saw a figure in the image of an indifferent teenager, Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is in the appearance of a teenager, the system panel in front of Xing shows the figure of Bing Elite Lorelei. Obviously, Lorelei is in disguise. Now that they appear here, it proves that Xing's guess is correct. These 5 quasi-executives hesitated to take the opportunity of the separation of the 2 regions to make trouble, so they were targeted by the Alliance, intending to make an example of them. And because of the non-stop troubles, the staff of the 5 quasi-executives suffered a lot. So this time the new star selection was undertaken, and the Alliance also used this to attack them. In conclusion, these 5 quasi-executives jumped in front of Alliance, and finally handed the knife to Alliance 5 idiots. Xing sighed sincerely. No wonder these 5 guys have been mixed for so many years, but they are still only quasi-executives. Even Sabrina and Koga, who joined the Rockets later than them, could be promoted to executives. And according to Xing's guess, these 5 quasi-executives usually have a lot of enemies in the Rockets. Part of the reason why the Alliance can get the information should be that they were betrayed. Suddenly, Xing frowned, and he saw something strange. Why are there so many psychic beacons distributed on so many people? During the system scan, many people in the venue has a psychic beacon. Suddenly, Xing felt a psychic rushing towards him, wrapped the psychic with the power of ghost without any trace, and Xing began to look around. Soon, the real image of a cheerful teenager appeared on the system light curtain in front of Xing again. Looking at the image in front of him, Xing frowned slightly. Will the future super elite of Kanto region? Psychic was released from the Pokeball on Will's waist and slowly marked every member of Team Rocket in the field. Looking around, Xing kept finding members of the Alliance. Although they couldn't be seen from the outside, they could be judged from their eyes. They looked at the Rocket soldiers around them with disdain, rage, and even compassion, the kind of pity that the rich feel for the poor. Soon, 5 flying-type Pokémon descended from the sky, and the 5 quasi-executives nodded in satisfaction as they looked at the square full of people on the backs of the Pokémon. And then each took out a communicator to send a message to everyone present. Device. After registration, the applicant's Rocket's internal number information will be sent to 5 prospective executives. This place is... Looking at the address information on the communicator in his hand, Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it a mysterious island? It seems that the first assessment is to see if you can arrive at the assessment site within the specified time. Looking at the 72 hours that had already started counting down, Xing turned around to catch up with the large troops that had already started to move. Looking at the leaving soldiers, the bald man among the 5 quasi-executives said, "Is it okay? We will be in a very dangerous situation like this." Among them, a woman with short hair and a beautiful face said, "People from the Alliance have already targeted us. If we don't take this opportunity to break through to the elite level, we can only wait for death." Following the woman's words, one of the middle-aged men who looked quite elegant said, "With what we have done, it is impossible for Giovanni to reuse us, so he can only work hard. If we don't fight, we can only wait to die. Just like this time, he knows everything, but in the face of Alliance's plan, he might even wish we were killed by Alliance earlier." The remaining 2 nodded silently, and the 5 looked at each other. After a while of silence, they left the base with determined expressions. And under the square, a Jengar with a sinister and sly smile swallowed a black glass crystal ball into its stomach and sneaked away. On the other side, Xing didn't rush to the train station to get on the train leading to the sea, but instead entered a hidden street in Tokiwa City. Walking into an alley, Xing squatted down and knocked on a manhole cover on the ground, and then saw a Keclean push the manhole cover and climb out. Watching the other party making several gestures, Keclean and Xing nodded at the same time, and each took out an item. "The payment is successful." With a gentle and clear voice, Xing withdrew the bank card in his hand, while Keclean swallowed the credit card machine on his tongue. Nodding in satisfaction, Keclean went to the wall in the alley and tapped a few times, only to see a Baltoy emerge from the wall. After the 2 Pokémon exchanged a few words, a khaki light appeared on Baltoy's body, and a passage appeared on the earth wall in front of him, just enough for Xing to pass through. Is the fusion of ancient power and earth power used? It seems that the boss behind it is not simple. Looking at the data of Baltoy displayed in the system, Xing thought silently. After waiting for the passage to form, Xing walked over immediately, and Baltoy, who saw Xing passing through the passage, appeared light again, closing the passage. Then Baltoy returned to the wall, and Keclean also hid in the sewer, and the alley regained its calm, as if nothing had happened. At this time, Xing, who entered the wall, has changed his image again. With Blue's hair, calm expression, and gentle temperament, no matter who looks at it, he will think it is a water trainer. And Xing is also doing things in line with his image and temperament, stopping and asking questions at booths selling water-type resources and water-type Pokémon. Standing up again and leaving a booth, Xing was a little helpless. He wanted to buy a Pokémon that could travel on the sea, but the qualification here was either too low or it was just a Pokémon egg. Just as he passed by a stall, Xing glanced slightly, but stopped suddenly. What made him stop was a Ditto, a 68 light blue qualification, which seemed to be nothing special, but Xing aroused a lot of interest. Pokémon Ditto. Ability, soft. Qualification evaluation, light blue. Obviously, it's a very common Ditto. Why is it so strange? Interested, Xing asked the stall owner, "What's the price of this Pokémon?" Between the words, Xing released the power of you without a trace and went towards the stall owner, quietly affecting the stall owner's thinking. Unknowingly affected by the power of you, the stall owner's original plan to cheat Xing gradually faded. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and offered a price that is considered conscience in the black market, 2 million. Pretending to be slightly hesitant, Xing took out his bank card and made a transaction with the stall owner. The payment is successful. As the voice sounded, Xing harvested another Pokémon. Holding Ditto's Pokeball, Xing did not continue to look for water-type Pokémon. After all, Ditto is already in his hand. Arriving at the train station, Xing didn't intend to go to the seaside, but instead planned to go to Cerulean City first, one for Ditto, but there was a ship leading to Vermilion City. Vermilion City, one of the largest harbors in the Kanto region, has ships to all over the world. At 7 p.m., Xing finally arrived in Cerulean City after driving for almost 12 hours. Without thinking about resting, Xing first booked a ticket for a performance at the Cerulean Gymnasium 2 hours later and an evening ticket on the internet. S ticket to Vermilion City at 10 o'clock. Afterwards, Xing found a hotel and opened a suite, checked with the system that there were no video recorders or the like in the room, and Xing took out Ditto's Pokeball. Did not summon the other 4 little guys. After all, if Ditto becomes them, it will cause trouble for himself. Pressed the poke ball lightly, and Ditto appeared in front of Xing when the white light flashed. We're the only ones here, so there's no need to continue pretending. Looking at Ditto, who was still continuing to pretend except for a slight body shake, Xing continued with a smile. Since I can see it, it means your disguise has failed. Hearing Xing's words, Ditto finally stopped pretending. His small eyes became sharper, and his figure began to change, gradually changing from pale purple to pale blue. Seeing Ditto with a fierce face in front of him, who seemed ready to attack him at any time, Xing smiled slightly, linked himself with Ditto's Protoss with the power of ghosts, and let go of his heart directly to Ditto. As if sensing Xing's pure emotion for Pokémon, as well as the gentle healing feeling that has been coming from the power of the ghost, Ditto's expression began to soothe and slowly became cute and cute. Looking at the smiling Xing, Ditto hesitated for a while, then slowly moved to Xing's hair and changed into a black hat, expressing that he had recognized Xing. With a slight smile, Xing closed the link with Ditto and began to check the update display in the system. Pokémon Ditto Flash. Ability: Transformer, Flash ability. Unlimited Transform. Qualification: Deep Purple. So, it's because the first time I saw shiny Pokémon, I didn't have relevant data before, so I couldn't scan it out. Seeing the new data in the system, Xing suddenly realized. But other than that, Ditto's talent is really strong. Normal Ditto's transform ability can only record 3 to 5 Pokémon, while my own Ditto seems to have Flash ability, which can record Pokémon without limit. With a slight smile, Xing patted Ditto's transformed black hat again. ? Reverting back to Pokémon form, Ditto looked at Xing suspiciously. Let me introduce you to my future family. With a slight smile, Xing took out the Pokeball and released Venipede, Audino, and 2 Vulpix, introducing each other to the little ones. 40 minutes later, Xing took back a few of the little guys who had already mingled together and headed to the Cerulean Gym wearing Ditto's hat. Holding a promotional poster, pointing to Dugong, Gyarados, Blastoise, and other Pokémon on it, Xing whispered, "Ditto, record these Pokémon later." Immediately afterwards, Xing felt Ditto slightly flick. Ditto can transform into other Pokémon, but the premise is that you must see it with your own eyes and observe it closely. It is very difficult to transform successfully with only one image or a few photos. And even if the transform is successful, it will only have a shape, there is no similarity in it, and even the skills cannot be used. Smiling slightly, Xing was quite satisfied, because the curator of the Cerulean Gymnasium at this time was the mother of the 3 sisters and Misty. Although she was also a performer, she was a real master of the water system. All Pokémon perform the art of using water skills, not like the 3 sisters, who are useless except for their appearance, and they have to put the burden of the gym on Misty. Soon, after arriving at the Cerulean Gymnasium, the performance began. Xing sat alone in the first row, and there were no audience until the 4th row. There is no way, because the power of the elite-level Pokémon is too terrifying, coupled with the terrifying distance that almost passes by, apart from Xing, even those who are also trainers dare not sit in front 4 rows. In the field, a huge aqua ring surrounds Blastoise. One after another water pulse rushes to Xing, but every time a water pulse is about to hit Xing, it will be scattered by the next water pulse. The distance kept getting closer, and when the last water pulse was about to hit Xing, a ray of ice blue light shot out, turning the water pulse into a huge and beautiful ice flower. It seems that because Xing dared to sit in the first row, several Pokémon performing the show started to pass by Xing using various skills that were both beautiful and terrifying. Taking back the Pokeball from Ditto, who fainted from fright just after recording the Gyarados information, Xing felt the terrifying aura passing by and couldn't help showing an expression of excitement on his face. Perhaps because of experiencing a death and traveling to the Pokémon world, Xing was not only affected by his personality, but even his nerves. From the previous battle against Salamence against the three dragons, it can be seen from this performance that Xing's thinking will be more agility and faster in the more tense environment. Soon, the performance ended, and Xing stood up and applauded happily, while the people sitting in the back rows looked at Xing, who was applauding with the eyes of a madman. With an expression of satisfaction and a trace of regret, Xing walked towards the exit passage. I don't know what it will be next time. Huh? When he got to the exit, Xing was stopped. The one who stopped him was Blastoise, one of the many Pokémon performing just now, with an extremely powerful aura around him. Blastoise, with an admiring face, waved his hand to Xing very politely and pointed to a direction where a figure was waiting quietly. Okay, then take me there. Looking at the figure on the opposite side of the stage, Xing said with a slight smile. It seems that he admires Xing very much. This Blastoise, who just used the most skills against Xing on the stage, kept making various movements towards Xing along the way, expressing his appreciation for Xing. Walking in front of the figure, Blastoise finally patted Xing's shoulder with his big hand, and then gave a thumbs up before leaving the performance hall. Young man, your Ditto is good. Looking at Xing, the pretty woman praised with a smile. Xing smiled helplessly and nodded. There was no other way. Ditto directly changed back to the Pokémon form after being stunned. Naturally, he would be discovered. Seeing Xing with a helpless smile, the beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled, and then said, Of course, you are even better. Even Blastoise admires you very much. You know, there is no one in the entire Cerulean gym that can let you go. He boasted. The beautiful woman could not conceal her admiration in her eyes, and then she took out a book and handed it to Xing, on which were written Book of Cerulean in big characters. Why did you give it to me? After receiving the book, Xing, who saw the name of the book, was not surprised. Instead, he asked the beautiful woman with a solemn expression, You don't get paid for nothing, although this thing is priceless, but accepting it means that you owe a big favor, and if you don't have a reason, you will never accept this booklet. Smiling slightly, the beautiful woman did not explain directly, but instead shouted to a small figure hiding behind the gate of the performance hall. Misty, come here. After the voice fell, an orange-haired Stephanie ran over, hugged the beautiful woman's waist, and said charm. Mom, I want to play with Gyarados, just let me go. Gently stroking Misty's hair, the beautiful woman was ready to say yes. It seems that Misty has no psychological shadows towards Gyarados at this time. No, it may be this time that he has psychological shadows. With his mind turning, Xing interrupted aloud. My lord, you haven't said you need me yet. Doing. Dazed for a moment, the beautiful woman stopped what she was going to say to Misty and said again, I don't have much time. Misty is very talented as a trainer. I hope you can help her on the trainer road in the future. Bundle. To tell you the truth, besides you, I also invested in many people, and I also asked many people in Alliance. You only need to show up when Misty needs you. There is no concealment. The beautiful woman has said a lot. It is meaningless to conceal these things. It is better to tell the whole story to gain favor and trust. Besides, Blastoise possesses the power of Waveguide. If you only have talent and don't have the heart that he can recognize, I won't choose you. Looking at Xing, who was still hesitating about the contest condition, the beautiful woman smiled and spoke again. Hearing this, Xing also understood why the beautiful woman chose to invest in herself after meeting him for the first time. After some final thought, Xing put away the book in his hand, and the light of the moon, white on his body, began to bloom, gradually condensing together, forming a symbol of a full moon and slowly falling on Misty's forehead. At this time, Misty and the beautiful woman saw that all the camouflage was destroyed due to the full force of the ghost, and the eyes of Xing, who revealed their true colors, showed a different brilliance. The handsome appearance looked like a Pokémon under the light of the moonlight. Xing squatted down, stretched out his fingers, and tapped the full moon mark on Misty's forehead, and once again stimulated the little ghost power left in his body. The power of you covered Misty's forehead and slowly covered the full moon mark. When the last trace was covered, Xing fell back and sat on the ground with a tired expression. Looking at Misty and the beautiful woman, Xing said slowly, "I developed Misty's spiritual power and left my superpower imprint. If you need me, just use my spiritual power to activate the imprint and encounter other psychic. Those who do may use my mark as a warning. Only quasi-elite level human psychics can leave the superpower imprint. If it weren't for the special effect of Xing's Yoji power, it would be difficult to leave it, but the consumption is huge." And Xing also developed Misty's spiritual power. As long as he is trained, Misty may even become a low-level psychic. Theoretically speaking, as long as common people have psychic people who are willing to help them develop their spiritual power, it is also possible to become psychic people. But in fact, almost no psychic will do this because not only is it a waste of energy, but it may even cause damage to his super talent. But a good talent means that you can do whatever you want. For Sabrina and Xing, a psychic with extraordinary talents, it is not difficult to develop a person's super talent. It's just that the talent of the person being developed is the most critical influencing factor. If they can't be cultivated, then they have nothing to do. The beautiful woman also knew the price of Xing's tricks, so after being shocked, she watched Xing sitting cross-legged on the ground with a softer expression, and gently waved towards Lapras, who had been hiding in the swimming pool under the performance stage. Originally, Lapras was here just to prevent Blastoise's waveguide induction from going wrong, and to attack Xing at any time, but he didn't expect to have other tasks at this time. Soon, Xing recovered a certain amount of secluded power and stood up. Xing was just about to leave, but unexpectedly, the beautiful woman handed over a thin book. Book of Cerulean, Core Edition. What is it? Looking at the beautiful woman, Xing asked suspiciously. Looking at Xing with strange eyes, the beautiful woman explained, "The Book of Inheritance in our gymnasium must be kept well." The previous Book of Cerulean can be said to be an abridged version of the Pokémon training manual. But now this book in the hands of Xing should be the core content of the development of the beautiful woman. Not long after, Xing said goodbye to the beautiful woman and Misty and walked on the road to harbor, recalling the strange eyes of the beautiful woman before. At this time, in the performance hall of the Cerulean Gymnasium, only Misty, who looked at the water surface of the swimming pool, gently stroking his forehead and smirking, and a beautiful woman who looked at Misty with a gentle expression were left. Beside the harbor where the sea breeze was blowing, Xing had already arrived at the harbor and was about to board the ship. After passing through the ticket gate and following the prompts, Xing quickly arrived at his cabin. As usual, he used the system's scanning function to check the entire room, and after confirming that there was no problem, Xing took out the previously purchased sea area map from the space bracelet. Taking out the Pokeball and releasing the 5 little ones, and letting them start exploring around the room, Xing began to check the map. Gently sketching on the map with a pen, comparing the island address on the communicator from time to time, Xing smiled on his face. "It seems that there is no need to change boats. Just go here." Xing circled with a pen. A cross is delineated on the map. System, enter it, and turn on the reminder function. After recording the map with the system, Xing took out 2 books obtained from the beautiful woman. According to the habit, Xing first read the book carefully, and then let the system record it with an irrepressible happy smile. System, arrange the Lapras training methods in Book of Hail and Book of Cerulean. Xing commanded while taking out the notebook from the space bracelet. While looking at the content on the system panel, Xing was thinking and recording. The water system can reach the quasi-elite level, but the ice system can only be cultivated at the elite level. Looking at the final summary on the notebook, Xing frowned. I frowned. Ding. The information collection is complete. Do you want to start the integration and classification? Suddenly, the system's lively voice sounded. Wait a minute. I'll sort out myself. It seemed that Xing had already known about this function of the system. Xing was not surprised, said plainly, and then took out a beautiful box. Venipede, come over for dinner. Hearing Xing's call, Venipede turned his head suspiciously. After seeing the big box in Xing's hand, his big eyes lit up and he ran over quickly. Enjoying Xing's feeding, feeling the delicious taste in his mouth, and the energy flowing in his body, Venipede's big eyes narrowed into happy arcs. Gently stroking Venipede's big head, Xing continued to use the system to check the physical data obtained by Venipede, until a certain moment, Xing activated the power of darkness, linking himself with Venipede's mind. Are you ready? Xing asked Venipede in his mind, during which Venipede nodded lightly, and a clear voice sounded like a bell. Ah, Xing, I'm ready. Looking at Venipede with a smile, Xing took off the Everstone on Venipede's neck, and the next moment, the dazzling light of evolution enveloped Venipede's body. And several other little guys in the room also gathered around, watching the evolving Venipede nervously and worriedly. Venipede's body was constantly changing in the light, until a certain moment when it was about to stop, Xing took out the container containing the poison gas, split the poison gas in half, and slowly sent it to Venipede. After absorbing this group of quasi-elite level poison gas, the huge power of ghost and evolution began to wash over Venipede's body, and the body that had stopped growing began to grow rapidly again. Time passed slowly, and the moon on the soaring in the sky had come to the middle. Finally, as the light weakened, a figure with a height of nearly 3 meters, shaped like a wheel, and bright red circles on each part of the body appeared in the room. Looking at the evolved Whirlipede in front of him, Xing had both joy and helplessness on his face. He was happy that his Venipede was bigger than most Scolopedes when he was just a Whirlipede, but he was helpless because he couldn't hold it in the future. Whirlipede it. Looking at the information in the system, Xing smiled happily. Pokémon, Whirlipede. Ability, acceleration. Qualification evaluation, purple. Leaving aside the new skills learned and the super standard body shape, it is enough to be happy just to have increased a lot of aptitude. You must know that today's Whirlipede only needs 2 more stages of growth to set foot in the field of gold aptitude up. Looking into Whirlipede's big eyes, Xing said with a smile, Our efforts have not been in vain, and we will continue to work hard in the future. After a little thought, Xing canceled all other plans and decided to accompany Whirlipede quietly tonight. As his first Pokémon, Xing always has a preference for Whirlipede, but it's normal, even heart is on one side. So how can people not be partial? On the ship under the moonlight, there is a cabin that looks very strange. A handsome boy and a terrifying monster are nestled together, which would be said to be the male version of Beauty and the Beast in another world. In the early morning of the second day, Xing, smelling salts, came over, stretched his waist that was a little numb after sleeping on Whirlipede all night, and then woke up the little guys with strange, sleeping faces and took them back into the Pokeball. After walking out of the room, Xing went to the dining room and quickly finished all the food. Xing ordered meals for about 10 people again, but when he was about to return to the cabin, he found that many people were heading to the deck of the ship. Out of curiosity, Xing grabbed a middle-aged man one by one, and before the other party could get rid of him impatiently, he directly activated the power of the ghost to hypnotize him to obtain the information he wanted. After a while, Xing walked onto the deck, and in the cabin downstairs stood a middle-aged man who scratched his hair and rummaged through his pockets with a confused face. "Hello, is this your ring?" Holding a gemstone ring, Xing asked with a polite smile, looking at a noble girl in luxurious clothes. It's mine, thank you." With an anxious expression on her face, the girl kept looking around at the plywood deck and looked at Xing, who had changed her disguise. At this time, it was the image of a red-haired sunny boy. She took the ring in his hand and thanked him softly. It's okay, what happened here? Xing asked with a slight smile as he handed over the gemstone ring and looked at the noble girl. Seeing Xing smile, she froze for a moment, and the noble girl replied seriously. There is a gentleman who held a Pokémon competition, and everyone came to participate or watch the game. Looking around, Xing did see a battlefield where two trainers were fighting. With a glance, the information of the two Pokémon appeared in front of Xing, Geodude with level 18 white qualification and Psyduck with level 14 white qualification. Looking at the Pokémon level on the field, Xing thought, maybe we can let Little Flame go up there to try. In order to distinguish the two Vulpix, Xing specially named them. Fire Vulpix is called Little Flame, and Alola Vulpix is called Little Iceris. The two little Vulpix have also grown up a lot recently, but they haven't experienced battles yet, so they can consider trying to accumulate some experience here. With a smile on her face, the noble girl looked at Xing and asked politely, "What's your name, please?" After thinking for a while, Xing said warmly, "Just call me Fidu." That's right, he was blackmailing a certain flying champion. Hearing Xing's words, the noble girl had a strange look on her face. She always felt that this name seemed to contain an inexplicable malice and ridicule. It seems to be targeting someone normal, which is full of malice. After talking for a while, the noble girl returned to the cabin, while Xing continued to watch the battle in front of him, thinking about something. I don't know what level the dodo is at now, so it shouldn't be too weak. After all, Lorelei's current strength is not too low, and I don't know when I can catch up with him. Forget it. Let's deal with the matter in front of us first. Putting his messy thoughts behind him, Xing focused his eyes on the field again. After thinking for a while, Xing gave up the competition, and the prize was just a low-level grass stone. Even though he spent a lot of money buying various resources before, he still has 4 million in his bank card, so it's not worth taking a risk for a grass stone. The small flame is still juvenile, and Whirlipede is best left unexposed. Moving his eyes slightly, Xing looked at a place on the deck with a sunny smile on his face. As he walked over, he took out a wallet from the ring on his hand. Spatial rings are neither practical nor expensive, but their luxurious features are in line with the aesthetics of most rich people. They were also found from middle-aged men. I don't know how many people have been murdered by this guy, but this guy is a bit smart. He knew how to pick those common people, but he didn't attack Trainer, otherwise he might be in the sea by now. Taking out $1,000 from the wallet and putting it on the big iron table, Xing smiled and said, "Press that Geodude to win." Here is a handicap. Psyduck wins 1:3, Geodude wins 110. The few people around the gaming table all looked at Xing with smiles, looking at the big money. After all, they were dressed luxuriously, had innocent faces, and were nervously looking forward to gambling for the first time. At this time, Xing really looked like a big fool. Payment. However, a few of the gamblers directly dismissed the idea of betting money, perhaps because they were cheated by Xing, who seemed silly and sweet, but actually had a dark heart. From the perspective of those who are still betting at this time, Geodude attribute is not dominant, and has been beaten by Psyduck, but in the eyes of Xing, this battle is actually over. In the arena, Geodude's trainer commanded, Defense Curl. This is the third time the trainer has used the Defense Curl move in this battle. Psyduck's trainer seemed to be commanding impatiently, Fury Swipes. In the previous battle, due to Geodude's Super Dodge, Psyduck's Water Energy and Super Energy have been exhausted. Seeing Psyduck approaching, Geodude's training face showed joy, and then commanded, Invide. A powerful force erupted from Geodude's hand instantly, and Psyduck was directly blasted out. It should have been planned in advance. When I went on the field, I used the Bide move directly without commanding, avoided all the Water-type skills, deliberately received a few Super-type moves, and then waited until Psyduck got close, and finally won the victory with the last blow. Although he didn't watch the entire battle, Xing still easily deduced the complete battle process. Turning his head again, he saw a large group of gamblers looking at him with complicated eyes. Smiling slightly, Xing did not accept the prize money he had won, but pushed it out and said with a sunny smile, I want to ask a few questions, and this little money is just like throwing stones to ask for directions. You are welcome. Hearing Xing's words, several gamblers happily got their money back, then looked at Xing and said with satisfaction, "What do you want to ask, tell me? I don't know if you have heard wonderful singing at sea." Xing asked, locking his eyes on a sailor among the gamblers. No, I haven't heard of it." Voices of denial sounded one after another, and even the sailor whom Xing had expected hadn't heard. Although disappointed, Xing still smiled and waved goodbye to the group of gamblers in order not to be noticed. Although Pokémon like Lapras has no evolved form, it is still loved by various trainers because of its outstanding skills and talents and powerful species strength. But its number is not only rare, but its living area is concentrated on the sea, which is rarely seen in the inland. The main reason is that Xing is addicted to the beauty of Lapras and cannot extricate himself. Among the Pokémon, except for the elegant Suicune, his favorite Pokémon is Lapras. Ding! It is estimated to arrive at the marked location at 7 o'clock tonight. The host, please get ready. Suddenly, Xing returned to the side of the battlefield in desperation and continued to observe the battle, hearing the system's prompt. Silently exiting the crowd, Xing returned to the cabin and began to clean up the traces left by him, not even leaving traces of common life. "Adino, please." Press the Pokeball on his waist, and after the white light flashes, Adino's figure appears in the room. Hearing Xing's voice, Adino nodded slightly, then closed his eyes and folded his palms together. But this time the life dew was transparent without any color. Soon, wisps of breath floated out of the room into the life dew, turning it colorful. Taking out a glass bottle to put away the water drops, Xing rubbed Adino's cute little head with satisfaction. The bug type left by Whirlipede, the poison energy, and the fire energy and ice energy left by the two Vulpix have been completely removed. After tidying up the room at last, Xing took Adino back the Pokeball, took out Ditto's Pokeball, said a few words softly, and then pointed the Pokeball outside the window and gently pressed it. After the white light, Xing jumped out of the window and fell towards the sea, but a huge blue dragon caught Xing and did not let Xing fall into the ocean. Gently closing the window, Xing, who had removed the last trace, patted the forehead of Gyarados, transformed by Ditto, and Ditto took Xing into the ocean. Under the moonlight, the ship was quiet and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Only a lovely noble girl was tossing and turning in one room. The girl didn't expect that she just participated in a competition instead of her aristocratic friend, and she didn't expect to be attracted by a boy. The boy's appearance is not important. What really attracts the girl is the moon-like, normal, gentle, peaceful aura on his body. Thinking of the attractive aura on the boy, the girl who finally calmed down began to roll again. Gradually, an identity card fell from the girl's pocket to ground while tumbling, and the name was written Kennen. In the ocean, surrounded by the power of you, Xing is a little annoyed. The Pokemon of Ditto transform is Gyarados in the Cerulean Gymnasium, but unfortunately, this Gyarados does not have the dive skill. Dive and dive skills are two different things. Dive is a water system Pokemon can do it, even people can do it, but dive skills can create an aerobic space to carry trainer to swim in the water. But this can't be helped. Ditto only included Gyarados information before, and was scared and fainted by Blastoise's water pulse that almost rushed to his face. System, turn on the long-term scanning function, and you can settle the required resources from the available resources I have stored in you. As I said before, the system is very powerful, but it cannot be created out of nothing, and energy is needed. Xing deliberately took out a part of his available resources and stored them in the system. Of course, Xing kept extremely secretive collections of mega props, such as the God's Ice Stone. Soon, Ditto's physical strength was a little insufficient, and he surfaced the sea. Xing summoned Adino. Adino, use the Aqua Ring. A drop of water, similar to life, dew floated on the surface of the sea, and finally slowly gathered into a hollow-the-water ring around Gyarados. That's right, the Rockets used the Aqua Ring skill disc for Adino before, perhaps because of his outstanding qualifications, Audino learned successfully. Of course, it is mainly because of Audino's extraordinary talent. Under his whimsy, he successfully developed the form of a cyst life due to create Aqua Ring. For this reason, Audino's Aqua Ring can not only be used by itself, but also by other Pokémon, just like it is now. Xing has to sigh. This is a real world. Many things have become unreasonable, but they are quite reasonable when you think about it. It's like two little Vulpix, obviously from Cape Tianya, one in the forest and the other on the snowy mountain, but because of a bounty hunter group and various accidents, they have now become a pair of good sisters. Up to now, the two little Vulpix don't know that they are not related by blood. They thought they were sisters with different looks and attributes. Out of some evil intentions, Xing also concealed this matter and didn't tell the two little Vulpix guy. Soon, Xing took back Audino and dived into the sea again with Ditto, and as time went by, Ditto began to slowly control the body of Gyarados. Although Ditto can theoretically turn into various Pokémon, few strong players choose to use Ditto in battle. Because although Ditto can become a different Pokémon, it is definitely impossible to match the original owner in terms of body control and attribute energy control. The most important point is that the truly strong will develop a set of skills for their own Pokémon. For example, Mr. Nate, the Sandstorm champion who once appeared in the history of the Pokémon world, his most powerful Pokémon is a Pokémon that masters the Sandstorm Plastic Flow technique, the quasi-god Banjira. Therefore, although Ditto is powerful and can record the number of Pokémon without limit, the development route Xing made for him only needs to record 7 or 8 Pokémon, and most of the time Ditto can help him hide his identity. A day later, Xing took Ditto to an island with his body wet. After all, Ditto was only level 25. Even with Audino assisting in recovering his physical strength, Ditto's spirit had reached its limit. Finally, at the last distance from the island, Xing returned to its original shape, and Xing's ghost power had already reached its limit, so he could only take Ditto back into the Pokeball and swim over by himself. System, turn off the scanning function. Along the way, if there were no systematic reminders, Xing and Ditto would have been torn to pieces by the passing sea, powerhouses, and groups many times. Especially when he encountered Wylord, Xing immediately understood why no trainer would choose to subdue this Pokémon. Even the extremely gigantic Pokémon of the Galar region is extremely small compared to Wylord, let alone whether it can be subdued. Even if it is subdued, it is impossible to use it for battle. There is no venue to accommodate this Pokémon. Xing thought that his training of Whirlipede could be called a behemoth, but the appearance of this Wylord shattered Xing's slight complacency and sent him back to smelling salts. While thinking, Xing normal stepped into the island and came to a big tree. Xing took out 2 Pokeballs for Vulpix. Little Flame, Little Icarus used secret power together. After the white light flickered, Xing pointed to the big tree in front of him and directed the 2 Vulpix. Secret power can open up special spaces in some places, and fortunately, both of Xing's Vulpix have inherited this skill. After the light, Xing carried the 2 Vulpix into the entrance that appeared on the tree, and when Xing entered the space, the 2 Vulpix flashed with light, and the entrance began to close. Soon, the entire forest returned to tranquility again, except for some undried watermarks in front of the big tree. Everything was as usual. And in a 6x6x6 square space made of wood, after Xing released all the Pokémon, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, and the only remaining ghost power in his body began to circulate slowly. As time passed, Xing opened his eyes again, the fatigue dissipated, and his eyes became quiet and deep again. He stood up, and Xing massaged his children to relieve fatigue. Soon, the nether power was withdrawn from Whirlipede, and all of Xing's Pokémon regained their spirits and became radiant. Checking the time, Xing found that it was already night. Today is the 2nd day, and the selection of new stars will start tomorrow. Without going out again, Xing directly took out some daily necessities and began to decorate the space. Audino's small bed, 2 Vulpix hammocks, and Whirlipede's bed need to be placed vertically against the wall, which is a bit difficult, but fortunately, Xing ordered a window with a height of 6 meters before, which just fit the wall height of the space, 3 meters taller than Venipede. Soon, after setting up the sleeping equipment for the 5 Pokémon, Xing took out a tent and lay down in it, turned off the lights, and fell asleep. Beep beep. In the early morning, Xing, smelling salts, came over when the system's alarm sounded, scratched his hair lightly, and Xing walked out of the tent. After taking out the pure water stored in the space bracelet and washing up, Xing woke up a few Pokémon of his own, and then carried out the usual disguise and changed to a new image again. After the camouflage was completed, Xing walked out of the space. After walking out of the tree whole space and putting away the 2 Vulpix, Xing went to the destination. Soon, Xing arrived at the destination, but with a glance, although the expression on the face was still calm, Xing's heart became extremely dignified. There were only a few people before, but now there are so many people who have become Alliance members. It seems that Alliance's actions along the way are also very intense. Under the system scan, almost a quarter of the people present were trainers with Usangia and Pokédex. How to judge the members of the direct lineage of the Alliance is easy to judge. First, there are the 3 royal families of the Alliance, and the second is the Pokédex of the Alliance. As long as these 2 things are complete, except for undercover agents of evil forces, they are basically members of the direct lineage of the Alliance. After confirming that the number of people is complete, the 5 prospective executives took out their communicators and sent another message to everyone's communicators. The message was very simple: just collect resources, subdue Pokémon. Looking at the crowd in the arena, the 5 quasi-executives who were still riding the flying-type Pokémon ordered at the same time: start the selection and gather here in 7 days. After the words fell, all the figures in the field began to scatter and scattered towards the forest on the island. After a while, the enchanting woman in the quasi-executive said in a cold tone, "The people from the Alliance seem to have made up their minds to bury us on the island, so there are so many people here." The handsome middle-aged man said calmly, "The more you come, the better. We've been acting for so long, just for this moment. As long as you can get that kind of thing, all the risks are worth it." A quasi-executive with long hair and a feminine face said. The tolerant man smiled slightly, and then said, "Let's go, it's time for us to perform the last scene." 5 figures soared into the sky, patrolling the island, killing all life that dared to approach the island, and whenever someone tried to evacuate from the island, they would be killed mercilessly. In the forest, Xing didn't look around in a hurry, but took out the communicator and started to check the rules of the game again, frowning. Is the number of Pokémon conquered? It should be meaningless to those 5 people. What is it for? For the 5 quasi-elite, there is no need to go to this kind of island to cultivate new Pokémon. With their status, they can easily get blue and even purple qualified Pokémon. What's more, the moment Xing landed on the island yesterday, he had already scanned it with the system. Except for a few critical points on the island, most of them were Pokémon with white and blue qualifications. If it is for resources, there is no need to sell the Pokémon on the island at all. If you pick up a high-level task in the rockets, the final harvest will be higher than the total value of the Pokémon on the island. System, turn on the scan and mark the resource points. While thinking about it, Xing turned on the system again, looked at the dazzling light on the white mark point, and smiled. It really is. Xing looked up at the 5 figures who were patrolling the entire island. His eyes flickered. I really misjudged you before. The image of 5 reckless men disappeared from Xing's mind, replaced by the image of 5 extremely dangerous smart people. Of course, these 5 guys are more than dangerous, but they are not smart enough. After all, when the power was handed over from Giovanni's mother to Giovanni's hands, they actually tried to participate in it. It is an accident that they can survive to this day. Using my own life as a bait to lure people from Alliance to come here. Is it for this kind of thing? Xing became very interested in the resources that could attract 5 quasi-elite. Forget it, let's collect some resources first. After 7 days, you could try to fake your death. As long as your identity dies on the island, your safety when lurking in the Alliance can be greatly improved. Putting away the address book in his hand, Xing intends to conquer a Pokémon that can be used on the island first. After all, his giant Whirlipede, Audino, and 2 Vulpix are too recognizable. Walking among the mountains and forests, Xing casually killed a few predators hiding in the jungle and staring at him. Xing began to choose some Pokémon that could be used. Looking at the light blue qualification displayed on the system, Xing frowned slightly, stunned a Pinsir directly in the grass, and then walked over. Pushing aside the bushes, seeing Pinsir fainted, Xing made an ecstatic expression and threw the Pokeball, and then subdued Pinsir logically. Level 23, it's enough. Putting away Pinsir's Pokeball, Xing thought slightly with satisfaction that he was lucky to subdue a timely combat force so quickly, and the power of the ghost must not be exposed. On the edge of the harbor in a city far away from the island, a noble girl waited quietly beside the ship, but she was not seen until the last moment. Did he leave early? The girl's expression darkened slightly, but then immediately became firm. As a rock trainer, it is only natural to have a firm quality. I will find you. The girl thought firmly, then turned and left. Achoo! Stroking his forehead, Xing hesitated. Have you caught a cold? Shaking his head, Xing continued to walk, to find the 5 guys first and send them to see Giratina. It is more reassuring to do this kind of thing by yourself. At the same time, Xing released the power of you to talk to Pinsir, who came from Pokeball smelling salts. Serve me for 7 days, or die. You choose. If there is no good choice, it is impossible for Xing to use the island's Pokemon. And Pinsir, who was about to break through the Pokeball and tear Xing apart with scarlet eyes, suddenly stopped. This terrifying force was exactly the same as the one that stunned him before. After receiving Xing's message, Pinsir showed fear on his face and then bowed his head to express his submission, and the Pokeball constantly shaking around Xing's waist also stopped. With a slight smile, the coldness in Xing's eyes dissipated. Looking at Ekans, who appeared in front of him, he pressed Pinsir's Pokeball, Focus Energy, then Vice Grip. The first moment Pinsir appeared, he blocked Ekans, who was already approaching Xing, and then started Focus Energy, but there was a gap with Xing's expectations, and the speed of Pinsir Focus Energy was extremely slow. In desperation, Xing changed the instruction: give up Focus Energy, go directly to Bug Bite, and then use Double Hit. The energy accumulated on his body dissipated, and Pinsir approached Ekans directly, trying to use the Vice Grip on his head to grip the Arbor Snake. But snakes are good at moving. Coupled with extremely high reflexes, Ekans will be 2 levels higher than himself. If he succeeds, Pinsir played around. Ekans gradually approached Xing, but Pinsir was still unable to inflict effective damage on him. But the surrounding trees and forests suffered and became dilapidated. Frowning more and more, Xing gradually understood why most trainers would not take high-level Pokémon from the wild as their main combat power. The Pokémon cultivated by oneself from a low level is like one's own arm, like an arm, and the Pokémon taken from the wild is like an artificial prosthesis, which is lifelike but cannot be manipulated freely. Pinsir has been fighting in this forest for a long time and has already developed a set of fighting methods of his own. Although he obeys Xing's command, he has different ideas from Xing in some aspects, resulting in the current situation. Ekans was about to rush to Xing's neck, but Pinsir still couldn't catch him. With a cold look in his eyes, Xing used his power to send a message to Pinsir: if you don't work harder, you will die in front of this Ekans. A look of panic appeared on his face. Pinsir accelerated instantly and used the corner pliers Vice Grip to force Ekans crazily. Under the force, Ekans Purple's body was almost broken. Frowning, Xing threw the Pokeball and hit Ekans. A red light flashed. Ekans was put into the Pokeball, and with a few shakes, he was successfully subdued. Reaching out to take the Pokeball that Pinsir handed over, Xing looked at Pinsir with a flattering expression on his face, but the corner pliers kept tightening and said flatly, if there is another time, you will die. After the words fell, Xing strode forward, not caring that his back was exposed to Pinsir, and Pinsir looked at Xing's back with a fierce expression on his face, But after hesitating, Pinsir hurried to Xing and made a gesture. Guard action. These Pokémon grown in blood are already difficult to be tamed by the trainer. Because the island is too small, and the ancestors of these Pokémon have never been tamed by the trainer, these Pokémon are very difficult to be tamed. Just like the stray cats in Xing's previous life. Once it exceeds 3 generations, it will be difficult for stray cats to get close to humans. Pokémon has a similar reason. Today's Xing is able to control Pinsir, but it is only the power of Assist's own ghost power, controlling the weak from the perspective of the strong, and has not gained Pinsir's allegiance at all. After walking for a while, Xing found a safer place and released Ekans to tame him. The newly released Ekans repeatedly wanted to attack Xing, but after being taught a few times by Pinsir, he obediently surrendered. Immediately afterwards, with the help of Ekans and Pinsir, Xing subdued 2 Pokémon one after another, Vileplume and Pidgeot, 2 milder Pokémon. Xing's available teams today are as follows: Light Blue Pinsir, White Ekans, Light Blue Vileplume, White Pidgeotto, basically all mid-tier common tier Pokémon. Among them, Vileplume with 3 powder skills is the most difficult to subdue, but Xing deliberately subdued a Pidgeotto with Gust skill to target Vileplume. Holding 2 grass stones in his hands, Xing smiled. In addition, Vileplume's 3 powder skills are also quite sharp skills. It can be said that a grass-type Pokémon can survive on this island until now. This is the skill. There is also secret power. It seems that I can rest well tonight. Looking at the secret power on Vileplume's genetic skills, Xing stretched. It can be said that if this Vileplume's qualifications are not too low, and it has evolved to the final form, losing all opportunity for growth potential, Xing may even take Vileplume out of the island as his own real Pokémon. Vileplume, use Sleep Powder and Stun Spore. Pidgeotto, use Gust, go to the direction of 8 o'clock. Suddenly, Xing frowned slightly, looked in one direction, and gave an order. The next moment, yellow and pink powder were mixed together, riding the wind from the Pidgeotto dual wing beat and flying towards a certain patch of grass. Damn it, dodge quickly. An exasperated voice sounded, and the 5 figures immediately fled in different directions. Seeing that the person closest to him, Xing, took out a dagger and walked toward that person, he said, "You 4 fight on your own." After the words fell, the 4 Pokémon chose 2 rivals to meet them. 4 versus 8 seems unfair, but Xing's Pokémon has the upper hand. One is because the opponent has more or less double powder on his body, and the other is because they have grown up in blood and have combat experience. Naturally, they're not comparable to each other. No nonsense. Xing walked directly in front of the person who collapsed on the ground because of the Stun Spore skill, ignoring the other person's eyes, and ignoring the 2 Pokémon who broke through the Pidgeotto offensive beat-up. He took out 2 Pokeballs from the opponent's waist, 2 red lights flashed, and the 2 Pokémon were collected into the Pokeballs. Pidgeotto hesitated for a moment and chose to go to help Vileplume. Turning the Pokeball into lock-on mode and throwing it aside, Xing used the dagger to kill the opponent directly, without any struggle, and the opponent lost his life. It's not safe to poke the heart. If it grows on the other side, it's safe to poke the head. It's impossible for the head to grow on the butt. Xing sighed as he took out a toilet paper and wiped his bloody fingers. Pidgeotto, Gust, then Quick Attack, Vileplume, Stun Spore. Looking at the 2 Pokémon Xing, who quickly completed the battle after accepting the order and killed 1 person, he smiled slightly. At this time, Ekans took advantage of Pinsir's opportunity to fight 2 Pokémon and directly attacked a trainer to complete the battle, and the 4 Pokémon began to beat up the little boss. Smiling and watching the battle in front of him, Xing waved at the little leader who was struggling. Looking at Xing's smile, the little leader rage roared. "Even if you kill us, you will die sooner or later. Alliance will not let you leave this island alive." Frowning slightly, Xing was a little surprised. He didn't expect this little leader, who didn't look very smart, to be able to see the Alliance's plan. "Tell me, what's going on?" Without making the 4 Pokémon stop, Xing said calmly with his hands behind his back. Suppressing the joy on his face, he took out a space backpack, and the little leader quickly said, "I killed an Alliance trainer, and I can give you the news I got from him, as well as his resources." "Pidgeotto, bring it here." After scanning with the system and confirming that there is no problem, Xing asked Pidgeotto to take the space backpack. "Stop!" The three Pokémon stopped immediately when they heard the order, and the little leader, who was given a chance to breathe, had a look of fear on his face after being pleasantly surprised. In his opinion, there is no way to subdue the Pokémon on this island, but now that Xing can make them stop them, how strong is Xing? It's not that the little leader's group didn't think about conquering the Pokémon on the island as a combat force, but it was useless at all, and even lost one of their own Pokémon. After putting away Mytina and Galbut, the little leader walked to the corpses of his original subordinates and began to gather their resources together. After a while, the little leader walked up to Xing, knelt down abruptly, raised the space backpack in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "I wish to be loyal. Please save me, sir." Judging from Xing's flat reaction after getting the news of the Alliance, and the fact that he was able to tame the bloody Pokémon on the island, the little leader felt that Xing could save himself. Even if you can't save yourself, it's nothing to surrender now. Anyway, everyone will go to see Giratina soon. And looking at it from another angle, even if Xing couldn't save him, he would still die here in 7 days, and it doesn't matter if he surrenders now. This is what the little leader thinks. "Name?" Xing asked with a slight smile. The little leader was overjoyed and hurriedly raised his head and said, "Caesar, my lord, my name is—" The moment he raised his head, before he finished speaking, the little leader felt a dawn ball mixed with moon white and gold floating in his soul middle. Super Bomb, a technique in the gold combine method, given to Xing by Sabrina, is used to control subordinates, which is one of the reasons why no one resists her, even though Hina is almost ruthless towards her tribe. And unlike the Psychic Mark, this trick only requires the level of an advanced psychic to use successfully. Burying the super bomb into Caesar's mind, Xing smiled and took out a new dagger and stabbed it into Caesar's abdomen. With a light push, Caesar fell to the ground with a look of despair. The whole process looks like Caesar's allegiance to outsiders, but Xing killed Caesar. Xing smiled lightly and turned to leave. After a while, Eradicate entered the forest destroyed by the battle, biting Caesar's ankle, and seemed to be planning to drag Caesar to a safe place before eating. And when Caesar was dragged into a dark cave, Eradicate resisted the desire to eat Caesar and sat aside, staring at Caesar's body with the eyes of food. Until a certain moment, the light of moon white emerged from the dagger inserted in Caesar's abdomen, covering Caesar's wound. Under the light, the sand mouth slowly healed, and Caesar's face, which had become pale due to excessive blood loss, returned to blood. Sitting up abruptly, Caesar panted heavily with horror on his face, looked at the dagger that fell beside him, suppressed his fear, and put it into the space equipment. Then he took the poke ball handed over by Eradicate of the wet poke ball and couldn't hide his disappointment after seeing Caesar wake up. Putting Eradicate into the poke ball, Caesar disguised himself according to the information in his mind, and gradually an ordinary black-haired boy appeared in the cave. On the other hand, Xing continued to walk to collect resources along the way, and killed a few people or Pokémon who plotted against him. I didn't expect that hiding Eradicate would be useful, Xing thought, while taking out a Pokeball to put away a sand shrew. When Xing subdued Eradicate before, he used a hidden technique, stunned Eradicate with the power of the ghost, and then quietly threw the Pokeball, using the power of the ghost to intimidate and lure, without leaving a trace during the whole process. It's just that the fake death method that Xing designed for himself was used by Caesar, and it seems to work well. The next step is to collect resources and let Caesar kill him. As the sky gradually darkened, Xing released Vileplume to create a space with secret power and walked in. Vileplume's qualifications are far inferior to those of 2 Vulpix, and what it creates is only a 2x2x2 space. In desperation, Xing released 2 Vulpix and used secret power to expand the space again. Otherwise, Whirlipede's 3-meter height would not be released at all. Pinsir, Ekans, Pidgeotto, and Vileplume, who originally disdained the two Vulpix, began to tremble crazily the moment they saw Whirlipede and entered the preparation mode. The fear of a flying insect seeing a spider spread wildly on the four Pokémon. Seeing the effect achieved, Xing smiled and waved his hand, and Whirlipede withdrew his breath. Today's Whirlipede can scare most Pokémon without intimidating ability. As usual, after preparing Pokémon food, having a Pokémon massage, taking out a notebook to make plans, and entering the virtual space of the system to learn knowledge, Xing fell into a deep sleep. And the four who rubbed Whirlipede's light, the four guys who enjoyed the special Pokémon food for the first time in their life, were amazed that there are such delicious things in this world. But today's special food is just a layer of scraps sprinkled on the common food bought outside the store. The real special food can only be officially started after the Pokémon reaches the advanced level. On the second day, Xing walked out of the tree space and began to walk in the forest again. Today, he needed to go a little deeper because the resources outside were still too few. After a whole day, the biggest harvest is just a low-level grass stone worth 200,000. System, open the resource point to scan and filter the danger level. Soon, the light curtain of the system was displayed in front of Xing. In fact, the system is not needed at this time. The four Pokémon surrounding Xing didn't dare to take a step at all. They were so timid today, as they were fierce the day before. Ignoring the warnings of the four guys, Xing walked directly into the depths of the forest. After a while, Xing started the first battle. For Pokémon fought by a level 30 blue qualification, Scyther couldn't hold their heads up. If it weren't for Xing's command, these four guys would have been decapitated. Vileplume, don't worry about the three of them. Just push the three fans with all your strength. Xing commanded Vileplume, watching Scyther attacking four Pokémon while taunting himself with interest. This should be one of the few blue qualification Pokémon in this forest, and it is a Pokémon like Scyther. Xing has indeed aroused a lot of interest. After all, Scyther's evolutionary Scyther could be integrated into the Hail team. But after all, it was not cultivated from a young age, and its qualifications are not top-notch, so Xing is still hesitant. It seems that Vileplume did not expect that Vileplume released 3 powders regardless of his teammates. Scyther was unable to avoid Poison Powder and Stun Spore, and his body began to slow down. Fortunately, the toxin had little effect. Moreover, except for the high-flying Pidgeotto on Xing's side, Ekans and Pinsir-only Pokémon were also contaminated with a lot of powder, and their combat power dropped rapidly, so the pressure on Scyther did not increase but decreased. Vileplume, use Absorb on Pinsir and Ekans, and then urge the 3 powders with all your strength again. Pinsir, Ekans, don't resist. Seeing Scyther flapping his wings and preparing to escape, Xing frowned and commanded again, Pidgeotto, entangle him. Don't let him escape. Using Pinsir and Ekans as physical resources, Pidgeotto entangled Scyther, and Vileplume used 3 powders in a row. Finally, under this shameless tactics, Scyther fell unwillingly. Throwing the Pokeball directly to subdue Scyther, Xing no longer considers subduing this guy. Scyther, who was defeated by this kind of siege and shameless tactics, cannot admit himself. After Pokeball lock-on, Xing released Scyther and said to Scyther, serve me for 6 days, and then go or stay with you. After hesitating for a moment, Scyther nodded. After all, he lost the battle. Although it is impossible to admit Xing as a trainer, it is acceptable to work for him for 6 days. Nodding slightly, Xing took out the cherry fruit, chesto berry, pecha berry, and began to mash. Finally took out a worm leaf and put it in to start squeezing the juice, and finally poured the juice into Scyther's mouth gently. The 3 fruits were learned by Xing from the game in his previous life. They have the effects of curing paralysis, sleep, and poisoning respectively. The worm leaf is another product of this world, which can help bug-type Pokémon speed up the digestion of food. Soon, the numbness and drowsiness on Scyther slowly receded, and the toxins spreading on her body were also removed. Scyther would also like to thank Vileplume for being a wild Pokémon. When Trainer cultivates poisonous Pokémon, he will develop special toxins for his own Pokémon, and only Trainer has the corresponding antidote. Pecha Berry alone can only detoxify some wild poisonous Pokémon. When the body recovered, Scyther stood up, took the initiative to guard Xing without giving orders, and looked around vigilantly. Smiling slightly, Xing remembered that in the introductions of Scyther in the major regions, the word ninja appeared quite frequently. Walking slowly, Xing continued to go deep into the forest, and the other four guys didn't dare to take a step. In desperation, Xing could only take them back to the Pokeball, leaving only Scyther to guard his side. Suddenly, Xing frowned. The moonlight in his eyes lit up and disappeared with Scyther's figure. Boom! And the moment Xing's body disappeared, an Excadrill rushed out from the ground under Xing's feet. After coming out of the burrow, Excadrill pulled a person out of the burrow. It was a black-haired boy with a proud face. He threw away the mud-stained clothes and changed into a suit that looked extremely expensive. Looking around, the black-haired boy took out the Pokeball and released two Pokémon, Vibrava, the second form of Flygon, and a Druddigon. Dragon Trainer? Standing on a hidden tree with Scyther, Xing thought silently, never expecting to be targeted by such a guy. Charizard does not have a dragon system, but can master a series of dragon skills, such as Dragon Claw. Similarly, there is Gyarados, which has no dragon system, but can master a series of dragon skills, and its overall shape is closer to dragons. It's not something mysterious, it's just influenced by the egg group. Their father may be some kind of dragon Pokémon, from which they inherited the excellent dragon gene. After all, it is a real world, and the role of genetics still exists, and Pokémon's genetic skills are enough to face this point. Vibrava. Launch Supersonic to detect. Looking around, the black-haired boy didn't find Xing, and instead of being nervous, the boy smiled dismissively and directed to Vibrava. Smiling slightly, Xing put away the glimmer in his eyes, and a pair of waning moons rose up, replacing Xing's original pupils, looking strange and beautiful. The power of the ghost. When Xing reaches the advanced level of Psychic, Xing can virtualize his body like most ghost-type Pokémon. An invisible force enveloped Xing and Scyther, and their figures began to blur. When Supersonic arrived here, they didn't detect Xing and Scyther at all. After the scouting was over, Vibrava looked at the black-haired boy and shook his head, expressing that he hadn't gained anything. This time, the black-haired boy put away his disdainful smile. His face became serious, and he pressed a Pokeball on his waist, and a figure appeared in the field in white light. Alakazam, I'm sorry to trouble you. Looking at the figure, the black-haired boy said sincerely, as if this Pokemon was not his normal. And the fact is that Super Pokemon Normal are extremely picky. Except for those with Super Talent or Psychic, they will not choose Common Trainer as trainer at all. Therefore, many trainers will choose Psychic as the sub-attribute, or they can learn Psychic's Pokemon as their own assistant. This Alakazam is a Pokemon borrowed by the black-haired boy from the Pokemon Leasing Hall. In order to make as many contributions as possible in this campaign against the Rockets and obtain more resources to cultivate Pokemon. Dragon Pokemon is the most resource-hungry Pokemon among all attributes, bar none. A certain Professor Oak, who did not want to be named, once found that the resources to cultivate one elite-level dragon Pokemon can simultaneously cultivate 3 bug-type elite-level Pokemon. Nodding his head, the spoon in Alakazam's hand began to light up, and one after another superpower turned into a circle of light and flew out, detecting everything in the forest. Shaking his head helplessly, Xing has no intention of continuing to hide. Who knows if this black-haired boy has other means besides Alakazam? He picked up a Pokeball and threw into the grass. The waning moon fell in the eyes, and a faint light resurfaced, leading Scyther to use the teleport to move away before the super energy aperture detected here. As if sensing something, Alakazam's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared at the place where Xing had just disappeared. His eyes were shining brightly, and he saw Xing's lingering ghost power aura. Hesitating for a moment, Alakazam dispersed the wisp of ghost power. At this point, the traces of Xing disappeared completely. Back to the black-haired boy, Alakazam shook his head and said that he found nothing. The black-haired boy was only in employment relationship with him, and it was extremely stupid for Alakazam, a super smart man, to kill a super genius for him. Psychic Pokémon and Psychic are extremely rare in the entire Pokémon world. In terms of rare, even Dragon Pokémon cannot compare with them. Therefore, when Psychic and Psychic find each other, they will always be the same choice to protect each other. It is precisely because of knowing this that Xing will use Teleport in front of this level 36 Alakazam. After receiving Alakazam's message, the black-haired boy's face became a little ugly. From the moment Excadrill used Dig to sneak attack on the opponent, the feud had already been forged, and if the opponent could avoid Alakazam's detection, his own safety became a problem. Looking up at the 5 flying-type Pokémon that were still patrolling the sky, the black-haired boy began to relax as he clenched a Pokeball around his waist. Rage kicked the big tree beside him, and the black-haired boy said aggrievedly, "If it weren't for those 5 guys, my Charizard could directly burn this forest down. I'll see how that guy hides." Charizard, one of the Kanto royal family, the final evolution of Charmander, at least has advanced strength. As a powerful fire-type Pokémon, it naturally has the ability to burn forests. On the other side, Xing has already changed the direction and headed for the depths of the forest, taking in some Pokémon along the way, and becoming a bounty hunter when the time comes. These are all resources. In addition, Caesar's surrender also gave Xing the idea of forming a small force. Although he doesn't like to use these established Pokémon, he can hand them over to his subordinates. Scyther used laser focus to perform Screech, then double hit, tilting his head to avoid an energy ball flying towards him. Xing gave Scyther a new command. I saw Scyther put the 2 knives together for polishing, and at the same time made an ear-piercing and unpleasant sound. After being hit by Screech, Heraclo showed a distressed expression, covered his ears tightly, and stagnated for a moment. Seeing this scene, Scyther's eyes lit up, and she rushed over quickly, and the 2 swords hit Heracross together, knocking him into the air. Using the Pokeball to subdue the unconscious Heracross, Xing smiled and patted the shoulder of Scyther, who was deep in thought with his 2 knives, and walked forward. Seeing Xing's steps, Scyther stopped thinking and followed closely behind Xing. In this world, the use of skills by Pokémon is no longer as rigid as in previous games. So one trainer after another has developed various clever collocation and used methods of skills with their whimsy. And Laser Focus Plus Screech is a small trick designed by Xing for Scyther. Faced with Pokémon that has sound insulation ability or has done specific training for sound skills, it will be directly scrapped. As an excellent melee player, Scyther can quickly gain the upper hand when facing Pokémon, who is also an attacker with excellent combat talent and extremely high speed. However, when facing turrets and long-range attackers, Scyther needs to consider it is how to get close quickly. Especially when evolving into Scyther, Scyther's speed species strength will decrease, and the sum of species strength will not change, which is still 500. Therefore, many trainers will choose not to evolve. But thinking of the flash Metagross of a steel trainer, Xing has some other ideas about the cultivation of Scyther. Moving forward, Xing continued to explore the forest, and Scyther slowly changed her fighting method after each battle and began to follow Xing's command to win one after another. As it becomes stronger, looking at Scyther's data, Xing was quite satisfied. As expected of Scyther with extremely high talent, he could not only quickly adapt to his command, but also improve successively in the process. With the transfer of the region, the trees gradually become rough, and the branches and leaves overlap together, forming a spectacle that blocks out the sky and blocks out the sun. And Xing also stopped moving forward, practicing in this area. It seems that because of the existence of those 2, there are no elite-level Pokémon on the island, and the highest level Pokémon is no more than advanced. low-level Pokémon, mid-level Pokémon, and high-level Pokémon. Every time a Pokémon reaches the elite level on this island, it will be killed by those two hidden, powerful Pokémon. Staying outside the danger zone, Xing waited for that moment to come. 3 days later, a huge pillar of fire shot out from the forest, burning the trees in the forest, while a figure kept moving around. Roar! The red-headed and green-bodied Druddigan frantically chased after that figure, and whenever the terrifying Dragon Claw was about to tear the figure in front of him, he would be dodged again. And a Charizard followed closely behind. Unable to exert its full strength due to the obstacles of many trees, it could only continuously attack with flames. As the chase continues, the entire forest is set on fire, and the raging fire forces many Pokémon out, and the smoke continues to rise, soaring in the sky. But no one cares at this time. Battles took place on the entire island, and so did Soaring in the Sky, where 5 quasi-executives fought with 3 Pokémon. The terrifying aura drives away all creatures that dare to approach the island, and the aftermath of the battle creates terrifying waves. Under the bombardment of each aftermath, an area on the island will turn into nothingness, and the Soaring in the Sky seems to be torn apart. A quasi-elite level battle can already change the sky. Xing was shocked while watching the battle on Soaring in the Sky while avoiding the pursuit of the 2 Pokémon behind him. At this moment, Xing once had a deep understanding of why so many people choose to cultivate Pokémon despite the advanced technology in the Pokémon world. At the same time, I also understood why the Alliance hated such evil forces as the Rockets, but never launched a war. Maybe Alliance has the power to wipe out the Rockets, but the damage caused by the battle is something Alliance cannot afford. Boom! A huge pillar of fire shot towards Xing again, and a stern figure also appeared in front of Xing, followed by Vibrava. Smiling slightly, with a faint light in his eyes, Xing's figure disappeared again. Seeing Xing's figure disappear again, the black-haired boy roared in a low voice. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* teleport. With a flash of light in his eyes, Alakazam disappeared with the black-haired boy and caught up with Xing. Not caring about the black-haired boy who continued to chase after him, Xing looked at the space backpack in his hand with a happy expression on his face. The Pokémon egg of the single-headed dragon. I don't know where this guy came from. Xing deliberately dropped Ditto's Pokeball when escaping before, and the black-haired boy picked it up. After pretending for 3 days, he finally took advantage of the outbreak of the war this morning and stole the black-haired boy's space backpack in one fell swoop. This is one of the reasons why the other party is chasing Xing so hard. As a member of the Dragon Clan, the black-haired boy was not recognized by the Dragonite clan after he got the opportunity to enter the Dragon's Denver. Instead, he passed the test to the Hydreigon clan by luck, so he got this Pokémon egg. Putting away the space backpack in his hand, Xing smiled slightly, then stopped his galloping body, took out the Pokeball, and took back Ditto and Scyther who were following him. The black-haired boy also followed Xing under Alakazam's help, and said the first moment he appeared, "Hand over the things, and I'll leave you a whole body." Although Alakazam didn't want Xing to die, the black-haired boy was his employer as a Pokémon in the rental hall. He couldn't keep disobeying his employer's orders, and if he couldn't catch up with Xing, he might be the next to die. Smiling and shaking his head, the gleam in Xing's eyes disappeared, and 2 full moons rose above his pupils instead of pupils, looking strange and inexplicable. All the power of you from his body surged out, suppressing the fire in this area to stop spreading. Looking at the black-haired boy, Xing smiled softly and said, "I'm sorry, I took your things, and I also want to take your life." Suddenly, Xing seemed to remember something, looked at the black-haired boy, and said thoughtfully, "You seem to have planned to sneak attack and kill me before." After the words fell, Xing looked at the black-haired boy and said with a joking smile, "Now I have one more reason to kill you." After saying that, a dazzling white light burst out from Xing's body. The terrifying breath pressed down on the black-haired boy and V Brava, and an inexplicable sense of fear surged in their hearts. Vibrava immediately sent a supersonic to inform the other two companions to come here. Quietly watching Vibrava make moves, Xing did not stop. The black-haired boy suppressed the inexplicable fear in his heart and ordered, "Sand Tomb, Dragon Tail." The body turned into a phantom, and Xing's body quickly disappeared, appearing beside Vibrava. The arm covered with ghost power blocked Vibrava's body, and the other arm pressed towards Vibrava's head. The wings flapped, and Vibrava's body flew away from Xing's side rapidly, leaving only afterimages. The two fought frantically, but what no one noticed was that the battlefield was gradually approaching the black-haired boy. There was another collision, and the terrifying aftermath hit the surrounding trees and flames. Even the black-haired boy was affected, but Vibrava looked at Xing from rage's disdain to a hint of appreciation. Dragon Pokémon have always appreciated the strong, and Xing, who can fight head-on with Vibrava, is undoubtedly called the strong in its eyes. Buzz. Looking at Xing, Vibrava issued a growl, roughly meaning to hand over something, so that he could persuade Trainer to spare Xing's life. Slightly shaking his head, Xing showed an inexplicable smile, and his figure disappeared again. Vibrava hurriedly made a defensive posture, but he did not receive Xing's attack for a long time. As if thinking of something, Vibrava turned around quickly, but what he saw was that Xing punched Alakazam into the air, and then grabbed the black-haired boy's neck and lifted him up. Hurrying over, Vibrava was greeted by a water attack from Scyther and Gyarados. In an instant, Supersonic lost the ability to fight and fainted on the ground. At this time, Charizard and Druddigan had also arrived, but they were greeted by two red lights from Pokeball. The last thing they saw before being taken to the Pokeball was a boy with a month of white hair bathed in light, holding a boy with black hair, standing in the forest burning with raging fire. In the strange eyes against the backdrop of his eyes, he looked like a devil. "Let it go. I swear I won't chase you down." Holding Xing's arm, the black-haired boy managed to utter a sentence. Hearing the other party's words, Xing smiled helplessly and lightly relaxed his hands. Before the other party could show his joy, he broke the other party's neck the next moment. Throwing the black-haired boy into the forest fire, Xing began to pack up the scattered Pokeballs on the ground, then turned around and left the area. Soon, Xing's figure appeared on the edge of the island. Standing on the edge of the island, Xing watched the battle and soaring in the sky, not caring about the aftermath that might tear him apart at any time, but watched the battle and soaring in the sky with incomparable concentration. Bah! His expression suddenly changed, and he tried to dodge, but when the white light flashed across, Xing still had a horrific injury on his body. Looking at Scyther in pain, Xing clutched his bloody abdomen and slowly fell backwards on the beach. Above, Flying Mantis gave Xing a cold look, then turned around and fled quickly into the forest. Several hidden figures in the forest watched the seriously injured Xing ready to move, but no one did it for a long time. Just when everyone was about to make a move, but they were afraid of other people and did not dare to act rashly. A figure suddenly ran out of the jungle, picked up the space backpack on Xing's body, moved his body closer to the ocean again unconsciously, then turned around and entered the forest again. The body was swept by the huge tide, and Xing was slowly dragged into the ocean. And all of this was seen by many people in the forest, and many people were afraid for a while. The Pokémon in this forest are unfamiliar wolves, and they deserve to be backlashed. Damn it! If I had been earlier, his resources would have been mine. Fortunately, I didn't use the Pokémon in this forest as combat power, otherwise I'm afraid it would be the same result. At this time, Xing, who was swept into the sea by the tide and sank to a certain height, suddenly opened his eyes. The power of the ghost enveloped his whole body. The wound healed quickly, and a Pokeball at his waist glowed white. Then a Gyarados appeared in the ocean. Seeing Ditto transformed into Gyarados, Xing directly hid in Gyarados' mouth. With a continuous surge, Gyarados gradually approached a wall composed of many water system Pokémon. Sure enough, the ocean has also been set in an ambush. Xing, who was hiding in Gerudo's mouth and observed the outside with the power of darkness, thought, "The encirclement of the Alliance is really tight." Suddenly, the pensive Xing suddenly shouted, "Ditto, retreat." Hearing the order, Ditto didn't hesitate, flicked Gerudo's body and tail, and retreated quickly. The next moment, a terrorist attack from the sky pierced through the surrounding area. "Ditto, rush out now." Although puzzled, Xing did not let go of this opportunity and directed Ditto to quickly rush through the collapsed encirclement. As for a figure standing in the soaring in the sky, her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the sea, and she nodded slightly after seeing Xing pass through the encirclement. After waiting for Gerudos to swim out of this wall, Xing's psychic power surged wildly and began to build a portal pattern in front of him. But soon, Xing's psychic was somewhat insufficient. "Fire, Icarus, help me." After pressing 2 Vulpix Pokeballs, Xing said immediately after they appeared, quickly lay down in Xing's arms, and the 2 psychic of Vulpix connected with Xing, and the portal pattern in front of Xing, which had been stopped due to insufficient psychic, began to be perfected again. Finally, when Xing and the 2 psychic of Vulpix began to dim, the portal was constructed, and 2 figures fell out of it covered in blood. "My lord, your Pokémon and resources." Regardless of the blood on his body, Scyther took out 3 Pokeballs that shrunk down the contest condition in one hand and handed out a space backpack in the other. Obviously, the figure on the shore was Scyther, and another figure leaned over and looked at Xing's abdomen nervously, asking, "Cha?" Gently flicking Scyther's little head, Xing smiled and comforted, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Although the pain of being pierced in the abdomen still lingered on Xing at this time, he didn't want Scyther to worry. The red and white Pokeball used by Crush Grip on the island before, Xing took out a new luxury ball and handed it to Scyther, asking, "Would you like to be my Pokemon, Scyther?" Without hesitation, Scyther put the sickle on the Pokeball. A red light flashed without shaking. Xing succeeded in subduing it directly, and Scyther's data appeared in front of Xing. Pokemon, Scyther. Attribute, Bug Type. Ability, Technical Master. Qualification Evaluation, Blue. Now that he has decided to subdue Scyther, the next step is to train it well. Xing took out his notebook and started to make an exercise plan. Agility and quick attack must be strengthened. When Xing was on the island before, he discovered that because Scyther is fast enough and Rival on the island is not a long-range attacker, most of the skills for this speed are neglected. Putting away the notebook in his hand, Xing looked at the several Pokeballs and the space backpack in Scyther's hand and said, "Take it. It was originally prepared for you." With a happy face, Scyther put away the Pokeball containing Pidgeotto, Pinsir, Raticate, and Vileplume, put the space backpack on his back, and then took out a tablet-style electronic device again and said, "According to your instructions, I will things are buried." After taking over the electronic device, Xing clicked on it a few times, and one picture after another appeared on the screen, mainly fixed on the scene of soaring in the sky on the island. This is exactly what Xing had done before Scyther had suspended his death, planting some monitors on the island so that he could monitor the situation on the island. Looking at the picture on the screen, Xing kept clicking, and every time a finger fell, a small monitor on the island would blow up. Soon, Xing stopped, and there were only 5 split screens left on the screen, showing the scene on the island. The members of Team Rocket were almost killed, and the members of Alliance began to gather. And above, soaring in the sky, the 5 quasi-executives seemed to be pushed to the limit. After their Pokémon forcibly suffered a blow, they made a final attack toward a certain place on the island, and then fell down. It seemed that he was awakened by the sound of continuous battles, coupled with 5 quasi-elite level attacks. 2 figures exuding a terrifying aura flew up, and the terrifying coercion could be felt even by Xing, who was separated by a screen. 2 elite-level Tropius. Seeing the 2 Pokémon exuding astonishing power in every move, Xing thought with a serious face. Fortunately, there is no attention to hit the things they guard. But in the face of the 24 Pokémon with 4 quasi-elite peak Pokémon as the core in a lineup match, the two Tropius can barely hold on. Soon, the two Tropius were on the verge of defeat. They glanced at each other and nodded, and saw one of them took out a white feather from the green leaves under its neck. The energy of the flying system kept pouring in, and a powerful light burst out from between. Even Xing thought that the battle was about to end like this, when a quasi-elite level bird suddenly appeared beside the feathers. Seeing Bai Jiao, the two Tropius attacked directly. At this time, there was no time to dodge, and Bai Jiao didn't even think about dodging. He knocked down the feathers towards the ground, and then forcibly ate 2 elite-level attacks. His whole body bloody falls to the ground. A red light came, and the bird was retracted, and 5 quasi-executives stood on the ground with crazy smiles, tore White's feather into 5 parts, and directly fed them to the Pokémon beside him. Seeing their own Pokémon soaring wildly and directly stepping through the elite-level Pokémon, the 5 quasi-executives laughed and looked at the 2 Tropius and 4 teams of soaring in the sky with mocking smiles. The middle-aged man, who was originally quite generous, said, "As expected of the feather of Lugia, the sea god, it can actually make 5 quasi-elites promoted to the elite level, and the energy is so sufficient." The enchanting woman's face showed an uncontrollable joy. It's worth taking such a big risk. It's really worth it. From then on, the sky is high. Although the remaining 3 executives didn't speak, they also couldn't hide the joy on their faces and the madness of suffering. Riding on their own Pokémon, the 5 quasi-executives did not intend to fight, but galloped in 5 different directions. But at the next moment, a Gengar appeared in each of the 5 directions, showing a cold smile, and attacked the 5 executives. Shadow Ball of 10,000 Ghosts. A cold and old voice sounded, and an incalculable Gengar appeared behind the 5 Gengars, and each Gengar released a Shadow Ball, and finally slowly merged into 5 terrifying Shadow Balls. And go. Bai Jiao escape. Skarmory, Wings of Steel. Honchkrow, Shadow Ball. The responses of the 5 quasi-executives were different, but in front of the 5 terrifying Shadow Balls, all the coping methods seemed a bit weak. Although promoted to the elite level, it was obvious that the 5 Gengars were more powerful, and soon subdued the Pokémon of the 5 quasi-executives, and the 5 quasi-executives were also captured. A blonde old woman with a cane appeared on the island, followed by a Gengar, and when she saw this figure, Xing immediately clicked on the screen and blew up all the monitors. Even if Xing was not too excited by the previous crazy flip, he just lamented the deep scheming of Alliance and the 5 quasi-executives who can act and dance. Class Tropius now. The strongest person in the Kanto Elite Four who is closest to the champion is the Ghost-type Elite Agatha. Xing's originally calm face became extremely ugly at this moment. Judging from the situation just now, Agatha seems to have an army of ghosts. Although it is impossible to have as many as 10,000, it is probably no problem to have dozens or hundreds. This means that everything that happens on the island may be monitored by Agatha, and all the cover-ups he does are meaningless. Ditto, speed up and leave. Now Xing can only pray that Agatha is not so free, dignified as an elite to monitor a group of juniors. Roar. Rage turned towards a figure in front of him and used the big move of destroying the Deathlight. The 2 Tropius rage at this time is indescribable. The island he lives on is destroyed, but even Lugia's feathers lost. The 2 of them are just the shallow, blue qualifications of common, and there are no valuable resources on this island at all, which means that their future path is completely cut off. Gengar, Protect, Shadow Ball, Phantom Force. Facing the one-touch death skill, Agatha remained expressionless, Solation's commander said. And with the use of 3 perfect links, the moment Protect ended, Normal's terrifying Shadow Ball, like a black hole, smashed towards the body of a Tropius. The Tropius, who fell with the hit, attracted the attention of another Tropius for a split second, and at that split second, Gengar's Phantom Force stockpile finished attacking, and the other Tropius was hit. Roar. With the last unwilling roar, The two Tropius lost their fighting power. Okay, the task has been completed, and I will leave the finishing touches to you. Looking at Sheba, standing beside her, Agatha said lightly. Patting himself on the chest, the very young Sheba smiled heartily and said, "Don't worry, just leave the rest to me." Afterwards, Sheba took over the communicator that his deputy found from the 5 quasi-executives, took out a transparent card, and inserted it in. After a bunch of garbled characters, the protection of the communicator was cracked. After sending the information in it to the communicator present, Sheba said, "Go, start checking." "Yes." Chi-Chi greeted them, and all the Alliance trainers scattered away to inspect the corpses on the island. Nodding, Agatha turned and left in the direction Xing left. After leaving the island, above, soaring in the sky, Jengar beside Agatha took out a crystal ball and handed it to Agatha. Looking at the image in the crystal ball, Agatha was like stagnant water. A smile appeared on Normal's calm face, as if he had seen something extremely happy. Gently stroking the face of the figure in the crystal ball, he showed a satisfied smile and said, "Little guy, you did a good job, much better than your mother." And the figure of the crystal ball is Xing, whose true colors are exposed because of the power of you fully mobilized, with moon white hair and handsome face, which is extremely eye-catching. Jengar, who understood Agatha's thoughts very well, specially adjusted the scene to Xing's most powerful battle in the past few days, which was the battle with the dragon trainer. Xing of the crystal ball stood in the forest burning with raging fire, with a calm face on his face, with his hands pinching the neck of the black-haired boy and Pokémon lying beside him, which was quite impactful. 3 hours later, Xing was still swimming on the bottom of the sea. After such a long time, Xing's heart calmed down. With Agatha's strength, there was no Jengar to catch him at this time, which meant that there should be no problem. That's right, Tang Elite. If you have nothing to do to monitor a group of middle and low-level trainers, it shouldn't be possible. Reassuring himself so much, Xing slowly regained his composure. A day later, in a restaurant on a luxury cruise ship, Xing, disguised as a black-haired teenager, chatted happily with a silver-haired aristocratic grandmother. Just when Xing was about to ask some more questions, a green-haired boy came over and said, Master wants to talk to you." Frowning slightly, Xing asked the old woman to leave with a smile. "Sorry, Master, I still have something to do here. Come back to me later." With a slight wave of her hand, the old woman picked up the teacup in front of her and drank tea. "My lord, I found it. The other party should be in Rustboro City in the Hoen region. This is the specific location." Back in the cabin, Caesar, disguised as a green-haired boy, handed a communicator to Xing. Looking at the blue-haired boy on the screen, Xing smiled lightly, then waved Caesar back. "Steven, you are really easy to find." That's right, the real Steven that Xing is eyeing as the son of the Zvaki family, plus a flash quasi-god, a powerful trainer talent, and a handsome face. Steven's popularity is quite high, and it's still quite difficult to find his location information. Easy. What Xing is eyeing is Steven's flash beldam. To be precise, Steven Beldam's carry-on, metal coat, Scyther's evolutionary props. Xing has reason to believe that a flash beldam's innate carry must be extraordinary. According to research by an unknown Professor Oak, when many wild Pokémon are exercising, some of the overflowing energy will naturally form carrying props after a long period of time. This is why some Pokémon are obviously wild and have never been tamed by the trainer, but they carry props other than berries, and most of the items carried by the same Pokémon are the same. As for how to exchange the metal coat from Steven, this is a problem. After all, Steven is a steel trainer, so there is no reason to give up the metal coat that can lead Scyther to evolve into Scyther. In this regard, Xing already has an idea. After all, according to the information collected in the previous life, Steven neither cultivated Scyther nor Steelix, so the metal coat should not be used. So for that metal coat, as long as you take out something that Steven is interested in, you might not be able to exchange it. If it doesn't work, I can only go to that place to have a look, but it's not safe. Suddenly, Xing had a flash of inspiration and thought of a certain place, but then shook his head, thinking that this plan was not safe. If you switch to Metal Coat from Steven, you can go to that place to have a look. He took out a notebook and wrote a few words on it. After taking out 2 face masks, an identity card, an Alliance Pokédex, and a thick stack of materials from the Bing Blue bracelet, Xing began to make detailed plans with a notebook. Name, by Ruoxing. Age, 15 years old. Place of birth, Hoen. Family situation. Xing recorded in his notebook while checking the ID card information and looking up the thick stack of information. In addition, there is also a set of identity information for members of the Rockets, and this identity will be used later in the Rockets. It is equivalent to the members of the direct line directly under Giovanni, and Sabrina, Koga, and others are basically at the same level. Finally, looking at the detailed settings on the notebook, Xing took out a brand new communicator. After editing a message and sending it, Xing took out an ice blue space bracelet, taking off the black and white bracelets hidden under the clothes on his wrists and hiding them, and putting on the ice blue space bracelet. Xing is ready to sneak into the Alliance. This identity is eligible to receive a Usangia, which is considered an investment by Giovanni, and receiving a Usangia is not bad for Xing at this time. At this time, in a certain mega lab filled with various advanced computers, a 3D dragon raised its forehead as if it was receiving some information normal, and soon, the 3D dragon body swayed and appeared in front of a computer in the corner and began to operate the mega computer in front of him. Among the Rockets, apart from Giovanni and the 3D dragon, only a few reliable people know about the Lurkers because apart from the Alliance, there are also many Rockets in dark organizations such as the Fire Rock team and the Plasma Corps Undercover, stealing a lot of information for the Rockets. Once these undercover agents are exposed, let alone the loss of the Rockets, the joint beat-up of many forces alone will not seriously injure the Rockets. But it will also make the Rockets not small at any time, so the identities of these undercover agents are kept strictly confidential of. Put away everything, opened the cabinet, and once again used hypnosis to make the middle-aged man inside continue to sleep. Xing adjusted his mood, showed a gentle smile, stepped out of the door, and went to the restaurant and the old woman again meet. Nodding, Agatha turned and left in the direction Xing left. After leaving the island, above, soaring in the sky, Jengar beside Agatha took out a crystal ball and handed it to Agatha. Looking at the image in the crystal ball, Agatha was like stagnant water. A smile appeared on Normal's calm face, as if he had seen something extremely happy. Gently stroking the face of the figure in the crystal ball, he showed a satisfied smile and said, "Little guy, you did a good job, much better than your mother." And the figure of the crystal ball is Xing, whose true colors are exposed because of the power of you fully mobilized, with moon white hair and handsome face, which is extremely eye-catching. Jengar, who understood Agatha's thoughts very well, specially adjusted the scene to Xing's most powerful battle in the past few days, which was the battle with the dragon trainer. Xing of the crystal ball stood in the forest burning with raging fire, with a calm face on his face, with his hands pinching the neck of the black-haired boy and Pokémon lying beside him, which was quite impactful. 3 hours later, Xing was still swimming on the bottom of the sea. After such a long time, Xing's heart calmed down. With Agatha's strength, there was no Jengar to catch him at this time, which meant that there should be no problem. That's right, Tang Elite, if you have nothing to do to monitor a group of middle and low-level trainers, it shouldn't be possible. Reassuring himself so much, Xing slowly regained his composure. A day later, in a restaurant on a luxury cruise ship, Xing, disguised as a black-haired teenager, chatted happily with a silver-haired aristocratic grandmother. Just when Xing was about to ask some more questions, a green-haired boy came over and said, Master wants to talk to you." Frowning slightly, Xing asked the old woman to leave with a smile. "Sorry, Master, I still have something to do here. Come back to me later." With a slight wave of her hand, the old woman picked up the teacup in front of her and drank tea. "My lord, I found it. The other party should be in Rustboro City in the Hoen region. This is the specific location." Back in the cabin, Caesar, disguised as a green-haired boy, handed a communicator to Xing. Looking at the blue-haired boy on the screen, Xing smiled lightly, then waved Caesar back. "Stephen, you are really easy to find." That's right, the real Stephen that Xing is eyeing, as the son of the Zvaki family, plus a flash quasi-god, a powerful trainer talent, and a handsome face. Stephen's popularity is quite high, and it's still quite difficult to find his location information. Easy. What Xing is eyeing is Stephen's flash beldam. To be precise, Stephen Beldam's carry-on, metal coat, Scyther's evolutionary props. Xing has reason to believe that a flash beldam's innate carry must be extraordinary. According to research by an unknown Professor Oak, when many wild Pokémon are exercising, some of the overflowing energy will naturally form carrying props after a long period of time. This is why some Pokémon are obviously wild and have never been tamed by the trainer, but they carry props other than berries, and most of the items carried by the same Pokémon are the same. As for how to exchange the metal coat from Stephen, this is a problem. After all, Stephen is a steel trainer, so there is no reason to give up the metal coat that can lead Scyther to evolve into Scyther. In this regard, Xing already has an idea. After all, according to the information collected in the previous life, Stephen neither cultivated Scyther nor Steelix, so the metal coat should not be used. So for that metal coat, as long as you take out something that Stephen is interested in, you might not be able to exchange it. If it doesn't work, I can only go to that place to have a look, but it's not safe. Suddenly, Xing had a flash of inspiration and thought of a certain place, but then shook his head, thinking that this plan was not safe. If you switch to metal coat from Stephen, you can go to that place to have a look. He took out a notebook and wrote a few words on it. After taking out 2 face masks, an identity card, an Alliance Pokédex, and a thick stack of materials from the Bing Blue bracelet, Xing began to make detailed plans with a notebook. Name, by Roashing. Age, 15 years old. Place of birth, Hoen. Family situation. Xing recorded in his notebook while checking the ID card information and looking up the thick stack of information. In addition, there's also a set of identity information for members of the Rockets, and this identity will be used later in the Rockets. It is equivalent to the members of the direct line directly under Giovanni, and Sabrina, Koga, and others are basically at the same level. Finally, looking at the detailed settings on the notebook, Xing took out a brand new communicator. After editing a message and sending it, Xing took out an ice blue space bracelet, taking off the black and white bracelets hidden under the clothes on his wrists and hiding them, and putting on the ice blue space bracelet. Xing is ready to sneak into the Alliance. This identity is eligible to receive a Usangia, which is considered an investment by Giovanni, and receiving Usangia is not bad for Xing at this time. At this time, in a certain mega lab filled with various advanced computers, a 3D dragon raised its forehead as if it was receiving some information normal, and soon, the 3D dragon body swayed and appeared in front of a computer in the corner and began to operate the mega computer in front of him. Among the Rockets, apart from Giovanni and the 3D dragon, only a few reliable people know about the Lurkers because apart from the Alliance, there are also many Rockets in dark organizations such as the Fire Rock Team and the Plasma Corps Undercover, stealing a lot of information for the Rockets. Once these undercover agents are exposed, let alone the loss of the Rockets, the joint beat-up of many forces alone will not destroy the Rockets, but it will also cause a lot of losses to the Rockets, so the identities of these undercover agents are strictly controlled. Confidential. Put away everything, open the cabinet, and once again use hypnosis to make the middle-aged man inside continue to sleep. Xing adjusted his mood, showed a gentle smile, stepped out of the door, and went to the restaurant and the old woman again meet. Encountering this passing ship last night, Xing and Caesar directly sneaked into a cabin, and after using a hypnosis to get some information, Xing and Caesar disguised themselves and boarded the ship. Shipped to Cerulean City. In the restaurant, after seeing Xing coming, the elegant old lady put down the teacup in her hand and waved to Xing with a smile. Sorry, there are some things in the family that have delayed some time. Xing's ability to open his eyes and tell lies is at its peak. Smiling softly, the elegant old lady said, "It's okay. Besides Scyther, Is there anything else you want to ask? As a middle-level breeder, I, an old lady, can still give you some advice. Lowering his head and thinking for a while, Xing raised his head again, with a different light in his eyes, and asked, "Do you know how to make ghost of Pokémon?" Slightly stunned, the old woman took a sip from the teacup on the table under Xing's gaze, then smiled lightly and said, "How did you find out? Don't you think you were a little deliberate? And I have this." With a helpless smile, Xing looked at the real face of the old woman on the system panel in front of him and smiled helplessly, with a faint light in his eyes, showing his ghost power. It's normal to faint, but the problem is that as an intermediate-level breeder, not to mention Pokémon cultivation, there must be a way to take care of the body, and when he faints, he specifically chooses a place where only Xing is there. The old woman nodded in satisfaction. A Jengar suddenly emerged from the ground, and a strange light fluctuated and scattered away, hitting everyone in the restaurant. Only the old woman and Xing were still smelling salts, and the rest seemed to be swept away by time. Normal stopped, motionless, looking at the scene in the restaurant. Xing's expression was both amazed and dignified. Is the combination of hypnosis and strange light techniques able to construct such a large illusion? Super power skills hypnosis, ghost skills singular light. Common Pokémon, let alone used to this point. Even combining the two skills is probably impossible. But in the hands of this Jengar, not only can it be perfectly combined, but it can even create a lost illusion. I don't know why you found me. Although his face was solemn, Xing was not too nervous. He was an elite ghost, and he was able to act with him for so long, probably not to have fun before he died. At this time, the old woman who had removed all her disguise revealed her true colors. It was Ghost Elite Agatha, and she looked at Xing with admiration, satisfaction, and a hint of nostalgia. "This belongs to you." Taking out a booklet and handing it to Xing, Agatha picked up the teacup and continued to drink. After taking the booklet, Xing flipped through it. It contained some methods of cultivating ghost-type Pokémon. It stands to reason that Xing should be surprised by this. After all, if he wants to cultivate ghost-type Pokémon in the future, he has no experience except his own ghost power. But as the book was flipped, Xing's expression became confused instead. After hesitating for a while, Xing took out a book from the space bracelet and began to compare the handwriting of the two books. As he flipped through the pages, Xing's face couldn't help becoming surprised. This is Mother's handwriting. Putting away the book of Bugstar in his hand for comparison, Xing began to feel surprised. Even when he got a single dragon Pokemon egg, he was not as surprised as he is now. Frowning and clenching the book in his hand, Xing looked warily at Agatha opposite and asked slowly, "What's the relationship between you and my mother?" "I saved a little Stephanie on an alliance mission, and I lost my relationship with some guy who was like a log. To ease my mood, I adopted her, and that little Stephanie is your mother. Everything was fine at first, until one day, your mother suddenly disappeared, leaving only this book and a letter behind." After the words fell, Agatha took out a letter from her body and handed it to Xing. Took it and opened it. Xing confirmed that it was the mother's note, which explained many things. Among them is that Xing's mother is an undercover agent for the Rockets and was adopted by Agatha as an orphan in order to steal Alliance information. It's quite an old-fashioned plot, but Xing didn't expect that the Rockets would dare to calculate even the mighty Ghost Series Elite. Taking out a communicator from her body again, Agatha handed it to Xing and said, "If you need me, dial the number inside. I won't hinder your way, but if you want to quit Team Rocket, I will help you." "You." Then he stood up and walked out. At the last second, when she was about to walk out of the restaurant, Agatha turned to look at Xing and said, "Although your mother is an undercover agent, I have no children in my life. For me, she is already my biological daughter." When Agatha's figure completely disappeared, the stationary people in the restaurant resumed their actions and took the next step naturally, as if they didn't realize that they had just been frozen in the illusion of normal. Only a few waiters looked suspiciously at the tea spilled on the table, and the chef in the kitchen massaged his sore arms suspiciously. Some tiny details could prove what happened just now. Picking up the communicator on the table, Xing walked out of the dining room and headed to the deck, with the bitter sea breeze blowing, looking at the communicator in his hand boredly. The rockets are quite interesting. Why quit? With a smile on his face, Xing thought with great interest, fighting wits and courage with others is quite fun. 2 days later, Cerulean City. In a hidden dark alley, Xing said to Caesar beside him, "You start to enter the black market, go to the Hunters Guild to set up a bounty group. As the captain, set me up as a member, slowly accept tasks, and wait for me the command." Nodding slightly, Caesar turned and left, heading to the black market hidden in Cerulean City. Unlike Xing, who was going to lurk Alliance next, he was already a dead person in the eyes of Alliance and the Rockets, and it would be more appropriate for him to handle many things. Watching Caesar leave, Xing's eyes flickered white, and then his figure flashed and disappeared into the alley. In the Cerulean Gymnasium, an orange-haired Stephanie is lying on the side of the pool looking at the majestic Gyarados. However, the ground was soaked in water. Stephanie slipped and fell off the high platform. Just when Stephanie showed fear and was about to fall into Gyarados' mouth, a figure caught Stephanie, and the figure appeared on the shore in a flash. The figure was Xing, who had returned to Cerulean City, and Stephanie was Misty. It seemed that because of the astonish just now, Misty fainted at this time. Looking at Gyarados, who was looking at Misty worriedly, Xing pointed to himself with a smile, saying that he would just come and comfort him. Gyarados also wanted to catch Misty, who was about to fall into the pool just now, but the method was a bit scary. Holding the unconscious Misty in his arms, Xing pointed at Misty's forehead. The power of Ghost began to circulate, and the full moon mark began to emerge. Misty gradually came over and opened his eyes in confusion. Looking at Xing, who was so close in front of her eyes, feeling the warm embrace, Misty stood up with a blushing face, but said happily, "Xing, big brother, you are back. Wait a minute, I'll call Mom over." As soon as the words fell, Misty ran out of the performance hall with a cute little red face. After a while, Misty came in with a pale and beautiful woman. Looking at the pale face, Xing frowned slightly, but in a week his mental contest condition has deteriorated so much. What kind of disease is it? "Senior, can you let me see? Maybe I can help you." Xing's quiet power has a healing effect, and it has been proved in the experiments on the island that it may be able to heal the opponent's body. Dazed for a moment, the beautiful woman nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, you don't have to call me Senior anymore. I'm Narcissus. You can just call me Auntie." Immediately afterwards, Narcissus took Xing and Misty out of the performance hall and went to the residence behind the gymnasium. Xing thought it would be a luxurious residence, but he didn't expect it to be a very simple Japanese-style residence. After twists and turns along the way, the three of them walked into a rather warmly furnished room, took out 3 cushions, and Xing sat opposite Narcissus. Gently nodding his head, Xing closed his eyes, and the power of seclusion gushed out like a tide of normal, pouring in from Narcissus' forehead, and began to investigate the problems of his body. "Auntie, you should be aware of your situation, right?" Xing gradually frowned as Nether Force probed. "Is your life force exhausted? It's troublesome now. Although the healing properties of the Nether power are also the use of vitality, it has little effect on this rooted lack of vitality and can only play a role in relieving it." Under the power of his mind, Xing dispersed the ghost power in Narcissus' body and filled it with the missing vitality, and Narcissus' pale face gradually returned to rosy. Misty, who was sitting next to the two, looked at her mother, whose face had returned to rosy. The nervous expression on her little face dissipated, and a happy smile emerged. Narcissus and Xing opened their eyes at the same time, looked at Xing's dignified eyes and nodded, then turned to look at Misty and said softly, "Misty, go and call Sakura and the others." "Okay, Mom. Wait a minute. Xing, big brother. Let me introduce you to my sisters." After saying a few words cheerfully, Misty stood up and ran out of the room. After looking at Misty's figure and running away completely, Xing looked at Narcissus with a gentle expression like water and hesitated. Senior, what's going on with your situation? Can you tell me? There's nothing bad to say. Sighing, Narcissus didn't hide anything and began to explain her situation. A few years ago, when I was performing the mission of the Alliance, something happened. Since then, my life force has been passing away quickly. I've tried to find a solution, but I can't find a solution, so I've been preparing for these years, hoping that after my death, Misty and her 4 children can support the Cerulean gym. Frowning slightly, Xing guessed, "Is it Yveltal?" Hearing this name, Narcissus became a little surprised, looked at Xing and said, "Yes, my mission is to repair a large-scale forest destruction caused by Yveltal energy. But what I didn't expect was that I encountered a battle between Yveltal and Xerneas. Although I escaped by chance, only Blastoise and Lapras remained among my partners. The other Pokémon you see are all newly trained by me in the past 2 years of. Although I survived, I was unfortunately injured by Yveltal's energy, so my vitality continued to drain. Today, my time is running out." Although she has been telling her own story, Narcissus has no rage expression on her face. Only when she mentions her sacrifice partners, she has a sad expression. Listening to Narcissus' story, Xing sighed, but then he looked up at Narcissus and said, "What about Misty? Does she know about your situation?" The child didn't know, and thought I was too tired to cause it, but I didn't expect that your psychic actually has the effect of replenishing vitality. Looking at Xing, Narcissus's eyes have a completely different brilliance from before. Although Narcissus was gentle but gradually showed death in his eyes, now he is full of anti-life covet. Xing did not tell Narcissus the test results of the system. Although his ghost power can replenish vitality, due to insufficient level, the speed of replenishment cannot keep up with the loss of Narcissus' vitality. Ding! The test is complete. The solution is 2. Plan 1. Use elite-level ghost power to heal and replenish the vitality once a year before that to keep the opponent alive. Scheme 2. Use the power of the same person as Yveltal to kill it, start data retrieval, and screen available items. Just when Xing was getting a little tangled, the voice of the system came. Seeing the 2 solutions of the system, Xing breathed a sigh of relief. There were at least 2 solutions. Looking at Narcissus, Xing coughed lightly and said, "Auntie, I have a general understanding of your condition. It takes a long time to heal, and it will take about 3 to 5 years. The treatment is performed once a year." With a beautiful smile on her face, Narcissus looked at Xing and said softly, "I see. You gave me new hope. That's enough. Now, I just hope to protect Misty and the others." Obviously, at this time, Narcissus doesn't think Xing has the ability to cure her, but with Xing's help, she can at least maintain her life. Turning his head to look at the 4 figures running towards here in the distance, Narcissus showed a loving expression on his face. After looking at the 4 figures outside, Xing also laughed. Then, Xing turned his head to look at Narcissus, handed out 2 things, and said, "Auntie, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first, please. Say to Misty for me." Looking at Xing, whose figure was gradually disappearing with a glimmer of light in his eyes, Narcissus nodded lightly and took the item that Xing handed over. The next moment, Xing's figure disappeared directly into the Cerulean gymnasium. "Mom, sisters are here. Hey, where's Xing's big brother?" Misty, who opened the door, said excitedly at first, then glanced at the room with only one person and asked Narcissus suspiciously. But before Narcissus could speak, the girls behind Misty couldn't help but speak. "Misty, what is Xing big brother?" "No hurry, let's see Mom first. Mom, how do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Before Narcissus could answer Misty's question, her 3 older sisters rushed to urge Misty or asked about Narcissus's physical condition, very worried about her mother's health. Gently stroking the little heads of the 3 daughters, Narcissus handed Misty what Xing left just now and said with a smile, "That child gave it to you." It was a gemstone that looked quite beautiful, constantly exuding a soft moon-white light, which was a special container made by Xing through the purification function of the system. It contains a huge power of darkness. When the vitality of a Narcissus is insufficient again, the energy in it can be stimulated through the super imprint left by Xing to Misty, so as to achieve the effect of hanging the life, waiting for Xing to come here. The other thing is a Milotic crystal necklace, which looks exquisite and is made by Xing himself, which can protect Misty's safety in case of danger. Taking the gem, carefully putting it away, and putting on the necklace with a blushing face, Misty threw herself into the arms of Narcissus and competed with the three sisters for Narcissus's gentle embrace. On the other side, Xing's figure appeared at the ticket office of the train station, and his next destination was the distant Hoen region. On the train at this time, a handsome young man with blue hair, a stern face, and plain clothes propped his chin up and watched the scenery flashing by outside the window. This person was Xing in disguise. Sitting on the train and looking at the scenery outside the window, Xing fell into deep thought. His disguised identity is 15 years old. Yes, but there is still 1 month before the time when the Hoen region distributes Usangia every year. What do you do during this time? Okay. Suddenly, as if he saw something, Xing's eyes lit up, and he took out a leaflet from the magazine bag in the seat in front of him. The cheerful club announces the official competition arena. With a slight smile, Xing put the flyer back, and when he arrived in Hoen, he used a fake identity to find a few battle rings to play, and took this opportunity to hone Whirlipede. Whirlipede's evolution level is level 30, while Xing's Whirlipede is now level 27. As long as it increases by 3 levels, it will meet the evolution requirements. Hello, are you interested in a battle? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Xing's thinking. Looking up, Xing saw a pair of young men and women, and it was Xing who sent the invitation to the battle. A black-haired boy with a fire-type Vulpix in his arms. Turning his head to look at the Alola Vulpix on the head of the female trainer, Xing was full of question marks. Are there so many Vulpix these days? Shaking his head and dispelling distracting thoughts, Xing responded to the other party's request. Let's go. After that, the three of them went to the battle compartment together. Glancing at the opponent's Vulpix profile, Xing remained calm on the surface, but the doubts in his heart deepened. Watching the opponent contest, throwing the Vulpix beautifully, Xing just pressed the Pokeball on his waist in a normal way. White light flashed, and a white-haired, delicate, and cute white Vulpix appeared on the field. It was Xing's Ice Vulpix. Under the system's detection, the 2 Vulpix of the 2 trainers are the same as the flames of their own Icerus, both of which have just left the juvenile stage and can enter the contest condition of the battle. This is what puzzles Xing. The 2 trainers on the opposite side were slightly surprised when they saw Xing's Vulpix, and then showed interesting expressions. With a hint of disdain on his face, the male trainer said, "Using the ice element against the fire element, civilians are civilians, and they don't even understand the basics." Ignoring the opponent's verbal offensive, Xing frowned and glanced at the weather energy condensed by Vulpix in the carriage and hurriedly commanded, "Icerus, control the energy, or we will lose money." Hearing Xing's words, Bing Vulpix's eyes lit up with a super light. The ice energy on his body began to condense, and the hail weather that had been increasing rapidly began to weaken, and only a small Icerus floated in the carriage. And as the Icerus descended, the temperature in the battle compartment began to drop rapidly, and the fire Vulpix on the opposite side had just passed its infancy, so it couldn't cope with such an occasion at all, and its body began to shiver. Seeing the performance of Vulpix, the male trainer frowned slightly, and the next moment, the other party immediately ordered, "Vulpix, Ember." Small flowers made of flames slowly floated towards the ice Vulpix. Icerus dodged disable. Without much nonsense, Xing carried out the taciturn characteristics of ice trainers. Boring, he slapped Yawn, and Bing Vulpix slowly moved his small paw to avoid the floating fireworks, and then stretched out his small paw to point at the opposite side. A pink light quickly flew out and hit the opponent. Although the 2 Vulpix have just passed the juvenile period, the difference is that Icerus followed Xing into the sky and earth when he was still in the egg, running around the world, and even was born in an extremely dangerous cold pool. Watching the horrific battle on the island together with Xing, he felt completely different about energy training and fighting. While the opponent's Fire Vulpix was a flower grown in a greenhouse, and it collapsed when the wind blew. Shaking his head speechlessly, Xing pressed the Pokeball on his waist and directly took Icyrus back. Fighting against this kind of rival will only lower the level of little Icyrus. Without even looking at the male trainer with an ugly face, Xing turned around and walked out of the fighting compartment, leaving behind the male trainer with gritted teeth and the female trainer with a different face. "Hello, my name is Lingy, and his name is Kimura. Nice to meet you." When Xing returned to the carriage and sat down, the female trainer pulled the man with an ugly face to sit next to Xing and stretched out her hand while smiling. Gently shaking the other party's outstretched hand, Xing said flatly, "Bye, Ruashing." After shaking hands, the female trainer named Lingy smiled even wider, looked at Xing indistinctly, and said, "Mr. Bai, my fiancée was a little rude just now. I will take her to apologize to you." As he said that, Lingy handed out a snow shiraishi hair, exuding cold air. Looking at the ice stone in the opponent's hand, Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes flashed with interest. He looked at the Lingy in front of him and said, "No, my question, you also have a Lola Vulpix. Let's share our cultivation experience just fine." Slightly stunned, the smile on Lingy's face became brighter and brighter, and the two began to communicate, while Kimura looked at the two talking with increasingly dark expressions, but remained silent. Until 2 hours later, at the train gate, Lingy looked at Xing and said softly, "Nice to meet you. You can come to our family as a guest when you are free." Without speaking, Xing waved his hand as he turned to leave. At this time, Kimura, who had been looking long, instantly became extremely dull. Looking at Xing's back, he asked Lingy beside him, "How is it? How did you win?" Touching the hair on his shoulders, Lingy said helplessly, "No, I'm too cautious. There are too few excellent trainers in the past few years. It's hard to meet one by chance, and it's so difficult to win over. Try to win over as many as possible. The revival of the family needs their strength." After the last sentence, Kimura threw a Pokeball, white light shone, and a Fiero appeared at the station. Looking at Kimura, who was marked with Fiero and disappeared without a trace, Lingy took out a communicator, opened a form, and crossed out a name. By Ruashing, and there were many other names written besides his name. After looking carefully, you'll find these are the people who have received the quota of Usangia in each major region this year. Flipping the form, Lingy circled a new name again and said with a soft smile, "Zemuling, you'll be the next one." Then Lingy also called out a Fiero and wrote on it. On the other side, Xing, who was walking on the road, looked at the Vulpix information of the two people displayed on the system panel in front of him, frowning and thinking. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Xing's mind. "So that's it. Are they members of the same faction?" Taking out a space backpack, Xing took out a communicator from it. This spatial backpack was exactly the resource backpack Zhimu Ling used to make amends when he was in Snow Mountain, and the communicator inside also stored their contact information. "Hi, this is Orriki Ling. Who are you?" After the call was connected, a cold voice came from the communicator. Before Xing could speak, Zhimu Ling's voice sounded again. "Charmander, use Fury Swipes to end the battle." After the voice, there were several collision sounds, and the referee announced the end of the battle. With a slight smile, Xing said, "Shui Tianshan, 2 Vulpix, remember? It's you, where are you? Fight with me." Hearing Xing's voice, the girl's emotions immediately became agitated, and even her cold voice became eager. "Don't worry, you answer my 2 questions first." "Okay, tell me, what was the name of the person who issued the Order Vulpix mission to your bounty group?" "I don't know his real name. I only know the names of the 2 people beside him. One is called Lingy, and the other. I'm at the Cheerful Club in Gold City right now. If you want to call me, come within 3 hours." Hearing Orriki Suzu's answer, Xing said something quickly and hung up the communication. Xing, who already understood his relationship with those two people, stroked the two pokeballs on his waist, with a helpless face on his face. This world is not small. Why do I always meet people who are related to me? Walking into the cheerful club, he took out his ID card to register, and Xing was placed in a low-level arena, opposite a young man with a fierce face. Seeing Xing on the stage, the vicious boy threw a pokeball forcefully and hit the ground. Xing frowned at the ferocious action. Aren't you afraid of smashing it with such force? While thinking, Xing pressed the pokeball on his waist lightly and didn't even take it off. Two white lights flashed, and the Ice Vulpix appeared on the field, while the opposite Pokémon was a Pinsir. Seeing the two Pokémon confronting each other, the audience in the stands below started talking in low voices. I've never seen a Pokémon. It looks like Vulpix. Could it be Flash? It looks like you can't fight, and you will lose. Pinsir's gonna tear that little one apart, poor thing. Hearing the discussion in the auditorium below, the vicious boy nodded in satisfaction, looked at Xing, and said disdainfully, "You heard me. Give up quickly, lest that little thing get hurt." Ignoring the fierce young man who didn't even know Alola Vulpix on the opposite side, Xing looked at Vulpix and commanded, "Don't control it. You don't need to pay for breaking it here." The moment the order was issued, the gleam in Vulpix's eyes dissipated, and Hail instantly appeared in the field, smashing Pinsir and scurrying around. Seeing this scene, the vicious young man's expression changed instantly, and he hastily ordered to Pinsir, "Harden, hurry up and use Harden." Although the vicious boy hurriedly ordered, Pinsir on the opposite side obviously couldn't use Harden smoothly while in motion. Every time he stopped, he would start moving again the next moment, and Harden interrupted. In this world, many enhanced skills need to be used in special ways, such as focus energy. Harden needs to stop using his body shape. But as long as he undergoes strict training, Pokémon can use such skills during exercise. Obviously, the fierce young Pinsir was not among them, and he was smashed and lost his fighting ability after a while, leaving only Xing and Little Eye Cirrus with a confused face on the opposite side. Scratching his head, Xing was full of doubts. At least it's a 10th level Pinsir, and it was killed by the Little Eye Cirrus. Damn it, go Butterfree, get rid of that guy, and use Confusion for protection. The vicious boy gritted his teeth, threw the Pokeball again, and released a Butterfree. Pokemon Butterfree. Qualification, White. Looking at the information of the opposite Pokémon, Xing began to understand why the opponent was so weak. Icirrus, Disable. A ray of pink light flew out of Vulpix's claw and hit Butterfree, and the psychic protection on his body was broken. Under Hail's attack, Butterfree lost his fighting ability after a while. Withdrawing the wounded Butterfree, he looked up at the bored Xing and Bing Vulpix on the opposite side. The vicious boy gave up using the third Pokémon, turned around, and walked off the field directly. Is he really a bug catcher? Without a teacher to teach him, without a training book, he is so weak. Seeing the last Beedrill on the other party's body scanned by the system, Xing already understood why the other party was so weak. But in fact, the reason why Xing wins so easily is not that the opponent is too weak, but that most trainers will only encounter weather tactics when they reach a certain level. And most of the time it is sunny and rainy teams. There are not many weather teams like Snowstorm and Sandstorm that can cause damage. After all, using weather hands as the core is easy for trainers in this world to crash if they are not careful. The vicious boy is also because the attribute does not take advantage. As long as there is an Ice type, Fire type, and Steel type Pokemon, it will not be targeted so hard. The battle continued, and won a few games soon. Ice Vulpix also rose 2 levels, reaching level 7. While Xing was checking the data of Ice Vulpix, a figure stepped onto the ring. Looking at the figure opposite, Xing was a little surprised, and said with a slight smile, "It's so fast, let's start." Press the Pokeball in the same way as Xing. When a small figure appeared, Orriki Suzu quickly ordered, "Charmander dig." Enduring the pain of Hail's falling body, Charmander quickly dug a tunnel on the ground, jumped in. Xing didn't panic, and also commanded, "Icirus, dig." With a mischievous smile, little Icirus also used the dig skill and got into the ground. Xing didn't expect that the skill he learned for Vulpix and the rockets before the time has come. Glancing coldly at Xing, Jemuling said, "Jump out and use the smokescreen skill into the opponent's hole." Not in a hurry. Xing silently waited until the moment when Charmander started to use his skills before speaking. Teleport to the back of Charmander, extrasensory at close range. As the order arrived, Orriki Suzu had no time to respond, and could only watch the figure of Bing Vulpix appear behind Charmander for a moment, and then the huge mental power blasted Charmander away. Pressing the Pokeball together to take back the Pokémon, Orriki Ling looked at the smiling Xing with a cold face. The two did not summon the next Pokémon, but walked off the ring and walked out of the confused eyes of the audience. "Club, what's the situation? Don't fight now. These two know each other." The two quickly walked out of the Gold City together and entered the forest outside the city. Standing in the forest and looking at each other, the two pressed the Pokeball on their waists at the same time. White light radiated wildly and illuminated the forest. White light overflowed wildly from the Pokeball, and two figures exuding a strong Hideki aura appeared in the forest. One was a 3-meter-high terrifying monster shaped like a wheel, and a hellhound with firstborn demon horns. The black figure confronted with flames overflowing between breaths. Whirlipede, rollout, continuous acceleration. Houndoom, nasty plot, Firefang. There was no trace of politeness, and the two came up with a set of attacks. Whirlipede, whose body was crazily rolling out, had the first collision with Houndoom, whose pupils became black and his teeth were attached to flames because of the use of nasty plot. Frowning slightly, the two looked at the two Pokémon who were comparable and started the second round of command. A swirling flame spit up from the mouth of Cerberus, but it hit the light curtain in front of Whirlipede. His face changed suddenly. Jemuling opened his mouth to command, but Houndoom had already been knocked out by Whirlipede, who was crazily rolling out. Bang! Houndoom hit the tree and fell to the ground. Resisting the pain on his body, Houndoom stood up again. Looking at the strong Houndoom, Xing's eyes flashed with admiration, but then he commanded coldly, "Whirlipede, don't show mercy. Continue with rollout." Facing Whirlipede's rollout, which has become extremely terrifying after 3 superpositions, Orriki Suzu's complexion changed drastically, and he looked at Houndoom and hurriedly said, "Houndoom, use." But at this moment, Houndoom turned his head and glanced at Orriki Suzu, his eyes full of firmness. Seeing Houndoom's eyes, Orriki Suzu hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, "Use Destiny Bond." "No, Whirlipede, turn." Hearing Orriki Suzu's command, Xing's expression of winning the game changed quickly, but Whirlipede couldn't stop at this time. Finally, at the moment it hit Houndoom, a black halo flew out of Houndoom and hit Whirlipede. Bang! The ground was kicked up with huge dust, and Xing and Jemuling rushed into the dust without hesitation to check the injuries of their Pokémon. The two each took out a medicine and smeared it on their own Pokémon, but the difference was that whenever Xing's hand brushed Whirlipede's body, a ghost power sneaked in quietly. Soon, the two stood up again, tapped the Pokeball on their waists, and the two Pokémon were taken back one after another. 10 minutes later, 2 teenagers and girls stood in the Pokémon Center, receiving a reprimand from a pink-haired girl. "You two, how could you hurt Pokémon like this?" Orriki Suzu turned her head arrogantly, while Xing kept nodding with a wry smile. "Sister Joey, we were wrong." Who could refuse the instruction of a lovely, gentle, and kind Joey? "Hey, sister or something, well, I'll forgive you this time." Hearing Xing's address, a cute smile appeared on Joey's face, and then Joey put away the smile on his face and regained his majesty again, said with a full expression, "This Joey is a new pink rookie this year, and she has always been a younger sister at home, so the name Xing is quite lethal to her, and it is also because of Rookie that this Joey will discipline the two of them. Over time, the Joey girl will understand how common this injury is to Pokémon." Taking Jemuling to the side of the sofa and sitting down, Xing smiled and asked, "How did you recognize me?" At this time, Xing was the image of Bai Ruoxing with Bing blue hair and a stern face. "Cheerful club, you're the only one who uses ice Vulpix." Closing her eyes and not looking at Xing, Orriki Suzu said coldly, "To be honest, her character is more like an ice trainer than Xing's disguised image, completely not like a fire trainer." Before Xing could speak, Xing spoke again. Her tone was no longer cold, but said with some grievances, "Because of you, I have to start traveling, and I cannot inherit Dad's bounty group." Xing, who was shaken by Xing, heard her words and asked suspiciously, "Dad, the bounty group?" Still closing his eyes without even looking at Xing, Xing continued with his eyes closed. "Under Shuitian Mountain, the man with the scar on his face." After recalling it carefully, Xing looked at Xing in shock without a trace of concealment, and couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "How beautiful is your mother! Her genes are too strong." Xing looked at Orriki Suzu and said seriously, "I plan to start a team of bounty hunters. Do you want to join?" In Xing's view, if such a talented trainer can be included in the pocket, it is obviously worth taking some risks. Caesar's trainer talent is too poor. Just like Orriki Suzu's father, it is impossible to support an excellent reward gold group. If he can get Orriki Suzu under his command, he doesn't need to come forward in person. He can directly command Orriki Suzu to control the bounty group from a distance, and his own safety can be guaranteed one more layer. Hearing Xing's words, Xing turned her head and stared at Xing earnestly, until a certain moment, with the sound of sniffling, the silence was broken. With a blushing face, Orriki Ling turned her head away, and the mist that had been gathering in her eyes dissipated, and she instinctively sucked the tears down her nose. As a result, the girl's shame exploded instantly. With a slight smile, Xing looked at Xing and asked again, "Do you want to join?" The short four words are full of captivating power for Xing. Unlike her father, who had no choice but to embark on the path of a bounty hunter, Orriki Suzu grew up in a bounty regiment since she was a child, so she is full of affection for the bounty regiment, but has no feeling for the travel that most people yearn for. Xing can fully understand this point. In his previous life, he had done research on the influence of the native environment on a person's choice of life path, so he can understand Orriki Suzu's feelings. Gently rubbing her cheeks, Zhimu Ling's face became cold again. She turned her head to look at Xing and said, "Okay." The voice was so fast that it seemed that she was afraid that Xing would go back on normal. The two looked at each other for a long time, and time seemed to stand still, until a pink-haired girl came over, looked at the two, and said with a smile, "Okay, go home and take a look. Your Pokémon has recovered." Saying that, Ms. Joey handed over 2 Pokeballs. After taking the Pokeball from Joey, Xing walked out of the Pokémon Center with Zhimu Ling. While walking, Xing took out a communicator and sent a few messages. On the other side, a common man who was eating beef noodles at the noodle stall suddenly took out the communicator. After seeing the information on it, he quickly finished the beef noodles in the bowl in 2 bites, dropped the money, turned, and left. Walking on the road, Xing looked at the communicator in his hand and couldn't help but smile, while Zhimuling, who was following behind him, looked at him like a scumbag. Just now, Xing coaxed that pink and tender Joey very happily with one mouthful of Sister Joey. Through this, Xing successfully learned the real name of the other party and obtained the other party's communication number and friend location of various software. Looking at the 3 words Joey on the communicator, Xing couldn't help showing a happy smile again. And looking at Xing, who was smiling more and more happily, Orriki Ling couldn't help saying, "Scumbag, king of the sea." Ahem, I'm doing it for our own good. With this Sister Joey's contact information, we are all VIPs in Pokémon centers around the world. After coughing twice, Xing put away his smile and explained solemnly, and this was indeed his true thought. Ignoring Xing, Orriki Suzu stepped forward, heading towards the train station. Their next destination was Vermilion City, where there was a direct ferry to Hoen region. Looking at the back of Zhimuling in front of him, Xing smiled and followed him. An hour later, Xing was sitting on the seat of the train, taking advantage of the time when Jamuling went to the dining car to eat. He took out his notebook and began to write and draw. Now that Orriki Suzu has joined in, plus Caesar, his plan needs to be slightly modified. Seeing the looming figure of Jamuling, Xing quickly wrote down the last few words, put the notebook into the space bracelet, and took out a booklet with the same color as the notebook. Here, your meal. After walking over and sitting down, Jamuling handed the sandwich in his hand to Xing, looked at the booklet in his hand, and asked, "What is that?" He opened the booklet in his hand and put it in front of Jamuling, and there were 3 petite figures in red, green, and blue. Looking at the 3 figures, Orriki Suzu whispered, Torchic, Mudkip, Trico, and Hoen Sanjia. Which one do you plan to choose? What Xing looked at was Hoen Sanjia's roster, and he was considering the choice afterward. Among the investments given by Giovanni, there was an opportunity for Sanjia to choose. Looking at Orriki Suzu, who was eating his sandwich, Xing smiled and said, "Do you have any suggestions?" He has some difficulty in choosing now. These 3 Pokémon have their own characteristics in some aspects, and they all meet his requirements. I don't know the situation, but if it's a dragon trainer, you can choose Trico. Maybe it's the dragon's blood. Lowering her head for a moment, Orriki Ling said, "If it is targeted for prevention, I actually already have a small flame." As if thinking of something, Xing checked some data in the system, and the light curtain in front of him flipped rapidly, until at a certain moment, Xing stopped flipping and smiled when he saw the information on it. Suddenly, Xing felt darkness in front of his eyes. A pair of soft little hands covered his eyes through the light curtain of the system, and pushed the little hands away from his eyes. Xing asked with black lines all over his head, "What are you doing?" Turning her head away from Xing, Jamuling said coldly, "Your eyes are so strange, like an idiot." Shaking his head helplessly, a familiar figure appeared in Xing's corner of the eye, unobtrusively activated the power of you, linking Jamuling with his own mind. "Wait a minute, don't talk by yourself. Follow what I gave you." Words. "Hey, Mr. Bai, you're here too. Do you know Miss Orriki?" At this time, the figure also saw Xing and walked over happily, and when he arrived here and saw Jamuling, his face became more joyful, and he asked softly. Turning her head to look at the other party, Jamuling communicated with Xing in her mind and said, "Miss Lingy, hello, we meet again. Miss Lingy, long time no see. We are travel partners." During the short conversation, Xing and Jamuling confirmed the tone of the conversation with Lingy. His face froze slightly. Lingy quickly recovered his smile and silently thought, "It's one step too late, and there is one less person to win over." Seeing the stiff-faced Lingy, Orriki Suzu pursued the victory and continued, "My father's mission failed last time. I wonder if Ms. Orriki got her favorite Pokémon." "Ah, I got it. Thank you, Miss Orriki, for your concern." Hearing Orriki Ling directly reveal the conflict between the two, the smile on Lingy's pretty face became more rigid. It's normal for the bounty mission to fail, but the problem is that Lingy's family directly entrusted them to their rival after the mission of Orriki Suzu's father failed, so this contradiction arose. Before Jamuling could speak again, Lingy said first, "I still have something to do, so I won't bother you two." After saying that, Lingy got up and left with a forced smile. After walking out of the line of sight of the two, Lingy's face immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth and thought, "Those old guys in the family offended the wooing target without investigating clearly, and they dared to include the other party in the wooing list." Previously, Lingy's family directly offended their family when they failed to find out that Jamuling was the trainer of a Yuzin family, and in the end they had the audacity to let Lingy win him over. Although the number of traveling trainers is extremely large every year, the number of trainers who receive Sanjia is only a very small part, but in the end, the trainers who can climb to the top of the alliance and have a certain status are almost all of them. This part of the number is extremely rare Sanjia trainer. Taking out the communicator and crossing out Jamuling's name, Lingy thought viciously, "When I get the real power, I must abolish you old guys." Slowly breathing a sigh of relief, Ling Yi's face returned to a bright smile, and she decided to go back and make friends with Qi Xing and Zhimu Ling as much as possible. Not for the family, but only for herself. Sitting on the seat, Qi Xing looked at Zhimu Ling with an interested smile on his face. He admitted that he wanted to take back the address of the other party's silly girl. In a conversation just now, Zhimu Ling almost drove away the spirit clothes by himself. Crack! Raising his hand, Qi Xing slapped Zhimu Ling's hand that was about to cover his eyes again with black lines all over his head. At this time, the figure of Ling Yi appeared in front again, and Qi Xing made a hint. Miss Orriki, I'm really sorry. I can't control the family's decision, but I still hope to gain your friendship. Turning around and walking back, Ling Yi took out a wooden box from the space bracelet and handed it to Zhimu, saying with a sincere apology. On the way, Zhimu opened the wooden box given to her by the spirit clothes, took out the contents, and handed them to Qi Xing beside her. That's right, charcoal props. The energy utilization rate is about 30%, which is not bad for low-level charcoal. Qi Xing, who took over the charcoal, first checked it by himself, and then compared the system's detection results. He nodded in satisfaction, and then handed charcoal back to Zhimu Ling. The price of this piece of charcoal is roughly between 300,000 and 500,000, which shows that the spirit clothes are still very generous, and the sincerity is quite sufficient. The pink lips made a beautiful arc, and then immediately returned to the coldness. Zhimu Ling took charcoal and put it back in the wooden box. With a flip of his hand, he put it back into the fire-red space bracelet on his wrist. Afterwards, Zhimu Ling looked at Qi Xing and asked, "As a dragon trainer, what are you going to do?" With a light smile, 5 Pokeballs with reduced contest condition appeared in Qi Xing's hand. Vibrava, Charizard, Excadrill, Druddigan, and the figure of Alakazam was sleeping in it. These 5 Pokeballs are the Pokemon of the black-haired boy who was defeated by Qi Xing on the island. Except for Vibrava, the other 3 Dragon-type Pokemon Qi Xing are going to exchange for resources. Not because of Vibrava and Charizard, but after Qi Xing used Hypnosis on the weakest Excadrill, he learned that except for Vibrava, the rest of the Dragon Pokemon were tamed by the teenagers in the wild. Unfortunately, Vibrava is only the second form, and it still has the value of continuing to cultivate, and he is also the last to be accepted by the black-haired boy. The black-haired boy has not really been recognized by Vibrava. Every member of the Yulong family can enter the Dragon's Den once at the age of 10, but the black-haired boy was delayed until he was 15 due to some unexpected reasons. But this is an advantage instead. After 5 years of experience outside, he has a certain strength, so he can subdue Vibrava in Dragon's Den and pass the assessment of the Hydreigon family to obtain a quasi-god Pokemon egg. As for Alakazam, he is a Pokemon in the Pokemon Rental Hall, and Qi Xing intends to let him go back because according to the rules of the rental hall, they will not ask the identity of the renter, nor will they ask about the rental task. Once, an heir of a quasi-elite peak-level powerhouse was killed, and the Pokemon Rental Hall was found. The quasi-elite just started to exert pressure, and the Pokemon Rental Hall directly came to beat him. In addition, once the Pokemon in the Pokemon Rental Hall is overdue, it will be approached by it, so Qi Xing will choose to let Alakazam go back. With a flash of thought, Qi Xing took back the Pokeball in his hand that was shrinking the contest condition, looked at Orriki Suzu, and said with a smile, "The S ticket we bought is 2 hours later. Let's go to the black market first and register as a hunter wait until Hoen." Suddenly, Qi Xing looked at a place, then looked at Zhimu who was beside him, and said, "Let's introduce someone to you first." After saying that, without waiting for Zhimuling's reaction, Qi Xing walked towards a small alley, but Zhimuling hesitated for a moment, then turned and followed Qi Xing's pace. As soon as he walked into the alley, he saw a man with a common face kneeling in front of Qi Xing, and said respectfully, "My lord." It was Caesar who came here after receiving orders from Qi Xing, and Zhimu looked at him suspiciously, looking at everything in front of you. Soon, Qi Xing and Zhimu walked out of the alley. The two of them continued to Hoen, while Caesar was stationed in Cerulean City to collect resources and collect intelligence. If there is an accident in the Cerulean gymnasium, immediately notify Xing so that he can rush back to rescue Misty and Cerulean Gym. The two walked into a roadside restaurant. The business of this restaurant seemed to be quite poor. There were no customers. Looking at the waiter, Orriki said, "If you want grilled fish, can you pick it yourself?" The expression on his face changed immediately. Looking at Xing and Orriki, the waiter said with a polite smile, "Please come here. Guests, please choose by yourself." After speaking, the waiter walked in front to lead the way. Follow the waiter through a door. There's indeed a large fish tank inside, with some common fish for food, but as the waiter pressed a button, the fish tank began to turn to the right against the wall, revealing a dark passage. Xing and Orriki Suzu stepped in. There was no cow. They each put on a black robe and a mask. After a long time, they passed through an exit, and their eyes lit up. Alliance also knows the existence of the black market, but it can only acquiesce in its existence. Although it is unwilling to admit it, this place is also a part of the Alliance economic system, and a large amount of funds circulate here every year. Even many high-ranking members of the Alliance have their own forces here. Not only those shady trainers are supported here, but also batches of civilian trainers. The purpose of disguising the identity here is just for peace of mind, because if someone really wants to check, the identity cannot be hidden at all. Walking around, Xing and Jemuling began to look for something interesting. Suddenly, Xing's eyes lit up and they walked to a booth. In this booth, there are all kinds of evolutionary stones. Of course, there are all kinds of evolutionary stones with various defects or even about to break. If this kind of evolutionary stones are really used on Pokémon, even if it is a purple qualification, all Pokémon can become white. But for Xing, such stones are actually useful to him, not for purification, but for deceiving a certain stone lover. According to calculations, the system needs 11 grass stones to extract Vincent's intermediate grass stones, 10 for the purified product, and 1 for the energy used by the system. But the minimum price of a low-level grass stone is 200,000, and the minimum price of a mid-level grass stone is 1 million. So the significance of this function of a system for Xing is that it is valuable to invest in a large amount of resources and purify it. Wusher's top evolutionary stone. Although it consumes a lot of resources, this function is a miracle. Therefore, it is best for Xing to directly collect high-quality resources for purification, so as to minimize resource consumption. In this world, not to mention the natural output, it is estimated that only those beasts are not able to purify a large amount of energy. Of course, Xing took a fancy to these defective products on the carpet, not for purification, but for dealing with a certain champion who has a special fondness for stones. The building function of the system can create the props that Xing needs as long as the drawings are given and a certain amount of resources are provided. It can be said that as long as the resources are sufficient, it is not impossible to create the stone slabs of Arceus. How much is it? All the things on your stall. Too lazy to bargain, Xing said directly. If you dare to ask for a price, I will leave immediately. Hearing Xing's words, the stall owner, who was planning to cheat a wave of fat sheep, smiled coyly, rubbed his hands and said, 10 defective stones and 1 broken dragon scale. How about 100,000 for you? Nodding in satisfaction, Xing took out the bank card, and the stall owner's eyes lit up when he saw the bank card, and quickly took out the card reader and handed it to Xing respectfully. The payment is successful. A beautiful, crisp voice sounded, and the stall owner laughed and quickly packed up the things on the stall and handed it to Xing. He has set up the stall here for half a month, and no one is looking at it. Of these defective products, Xing is the first. After Xing put away his things, he stood up and continued to look around. Orriki, who was following him without looking at him, suddenly said, "Who did you buy those things to deceive?" That's right, in Orriki, in Ling Yan's eyes, Xing was undoubtedly a smart person, and he was able to buy these things to deceive others. Xing had to admit that he bought these things to deceive people, but he said calmly, for research, not to deceive people. It has to be said that this reason successfully deceived Orriki Suzu. It seems that the nonsense skills acquired by Xing in his previous life in the process of starting a business are not unfamiliar. Suddenly, Xing looked at a Pokémon egg on a booth. His eyes lit up. He looked back at Jamuling and asked softly, "Lin, are you interested in Growlithe?" Hearing Xing's name, Jamuling was slightly stunned, but the next second, her attention was once again attracted by the Pokémon name Xing said, and she whispered softly, "Growlithe?" Growlithe, a fire-type Pokémon, eventually evolves into Arcanine with a species strength of 555 and can learn two powerful skills, extreme speed and outrage. In this world, extreme speed skills are not only attack skills, but also X-speed-like skills. And this Growlithe's information also appeared in Xing's eyes. Pokémon, Growlithe. Contest condition, unincubated. Ability, Flash Fire. Qualification evaluation, light blue. It can be said that the qualifications of this Growlithe are quite good. Even Xing was a little moved, but after careful consideration, Xing decided to let Orriki Suzu train him. When you enter the pit, you must always benefit others. He already has a Hua Vulpix, and his aptitude is much higher than this Growlithe. For him, this Growlithe has no need to tame it at all. If it is a Growlithe with purple aptitude, he may still be interested. Stepping to the front of the booth, Xing asked, "Old man, please wake up. What are the prices of these Pokémon eggs?" As I said before, because in this world, even the same kind of Pokémon eggs have amazing patterns. So it's hard to tell the type of Pokémon egg. The stall owner, who had his eyes closed, frowned and opened his eyes and looked up at Xing, who had a rather young voice. Just as the old vendor was about to release his aura of oppression, he felt a terrifying, murderous intent pouring out of Xing and overwhelmed him. Grabbing the stall owner by the neck and dragging him towards him, Xing smiled lightly. "I want to overwhelm me with arrogance, and I don't even know what you are, so I'll ask you again. What's the price?" Immediately afterwards, he let go of his hand, pushed the opponent back. The old street vendor who was trapped and out of breath was freed, and just about to yell at him, he saw Xing's malicious eyes, and great fear surged into his heart again. Rubbing his neck, the vendor looked at Xing and said as calmly as possible, "The first row, 10,000 pieces, and each subsequent row, the price plus 100,000. In just a moment, Xing understood that the other party didn't know that this Growlithe Pokémon egg was mixed in. It was very simple, because even a white qualified Growlithe Pokémon egg was worth more than 10 million. Looking at the knowledgeable vendors, Xing smiled with satisfaction, and directly picked up Growlithe's Pokémon eggs from the third row, and then picked up a Pokémon egg from the second row and the first row, and said with a smile, "A total of 30,000, may I?" "You, don't go too far." The old street vendor was furious, but then he looked around again and said rage in a low voice. "No nonsense." Xing took out a bank card, chuckled, and said, 100,000, you can either swipe the card, or I will kill you. Choose yourself. Although Xing's face could not be seen, but hearing those creepy words, the old vendor felt a chill all over his body, suppressed his anger, took out a card reader from his body, and tapped it a few times, and handed it to Xing. A few minutes later, the two walked side by side. Jamuling put away the Pokémon egg in his hand, looked at Xing hesitantly, and said, "Isn't it too radical?" Shaking his head helplessly, Xing looked at the two broken dragon scales in his hand and said lightly, "I'm very polite. If it wasn't for this Pokémon egg, I would have sent him to see Giratina." Although he was quite cruel to the old street vendors, he was very gentle towards Jamuling Xing. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Jamuling's little head, and Xing walked in front. Putting aside the miscellaneous thoughts, Orriki Suzu followed Xing and continued to be in the black market. The two continued to buy some special resources of the Kanto region. After getting the Hoen region, it would be quite suitable for use or resale. "Hey, boy, do you want to see my golden Magikarp? This is a gold-producing Magikarp." Suddenly, Xing, who was negotiating with the boss at a booth, heard an interesting voice. Hearing this voice, Xing, who was negotiating with a vendor owner, stopped talking and looked at the place where the voice came from with great interest. Seeing the owner of that voice, Xing put down the shattered dragon scale in his hand and was about to get up to go over, but in the next second, someone grabbed his sleeve. "Hey, don't go. I can't sell you cheap. 3,000 is 3,000. The vendor who was tugging on Xing's sleeve said quickly, as if he was afraid that Xing would run away from normal. Dazed for a moment, Xing smiled and took out his bank card. He didn't expect that the other party would do him a big favor the first moment he appeared. Putting away the shattered dragon scales in his hand, Xing walked towards the other party, but at this time the young man who was held back by the boss selling gold Magikarp said with a look of disdain, "You fool! Who would buy it?" "Ah." In fact, what the young man said is not quite right. In a short time, 3 idiots will buy this thing. Throwing off the boss's hand, the young man walked away, while the boss sat helplessly on a chair beside him and began to sigh. When he saw Xing walking over, he sold Xing with a smile on his face. Before the other party could speak, Xing said directly, "Take out the real gold Magikarp. The one in the water has already started to fade." Looking at the faded tail that Xing pointed at, the boss smiled awkwardly, looked at Xing and said, "Boss has good eyesight, but I really don't have this gold Magikarp. Why don't you buy this common one?" Looking at the man's data scanned by the system, Xing smiled with interest and said, 1 million, buy your gold Magikarp. Before the other party could speak, Xing spoke again. "You should understand that other people who know that you have gold Magikarp will not pay this price. What they use to buy Magikarp is your life, is a threat." "You're joking. I'm serious." The boss was about to grit his teeth and not tell the truth, but when he saw Xing's half-smile eyes, what he was about to say suddenly stopped. Gently tapping on the glass of this common Magikarp, Xing said slowly, "If you haven't seen it, how can you make the correct color?" Between words, Xing's eyes lock on the boss's neck. It looks like a walnut necklace. The two stalemate for a long time, and the boss felt that the eyes of the people around him gradually focused on the two of them, but in fact this was the focus effect, and no one paid attention to them, and everyone was still doing their own things. Soon, the boss's nerves are at their limit, and he removes the walnut necklace from his neck, then picks up the Pokeball to retrieve the Magikarp in the water tank. Without a trace, he hid the walnut necklace under the common Pokeball, picked up a card reader from the booth, tapped it a few times, and handed the 3 items to Xing. Seeing the cautious look of the boss, Xing nodded slightly. With such caution, it's no wonder that he can live a good life running around the world in the future. After taking the Pokeball and swiping the card on the card reader, Xing turned around and left. Although he was happy in his heart, he was more vigilant. Without strength, the treasure is a reminder. If the boss has elite strength, let alone a Flash Magikarp, even a Flash Gyarados can protect him, why bother to accept Xing's conditions? Looking at Xing's back, the boss gritted his teeth and said secretly, "I must get the lost money back from other people." From this day on, the boss began to travel around the world, looking for all kinds of fools to cheat him. Money, and the 3 idiots were the most ruthless. This can be regarded as fate. Xing became attached to those 3 idiots in advance from another aspect. Wrapping the walnut necklace around his wrist, Xing called up the data of Magikarp scanned just now. Pokémon, Magikarp, Flash, undeveloped. Ability, timid. Carrying props, none. Qualification evaluation, light purple. Level skill, water splash. Special skills, none. Looking at the data on the system panel, Xing's face under the mask showed a satisfied smile. His aptitude has directly reached light purple, and it is also Rare's hidden ability. After evolution, he can change into an overconfident Flash Gyarados who has always been overconfident. Think about it, just stimulate. Although the skill panel is a bit rudimentary, this is actually one of the reasons why the boss will sell this Flash Magikarp for 1 million. This world does not have such a balance-breaking prop like EXP share. Just imagine, an elite-level Pokemon leads a low-level Pokemon to level up, and the other Pokemon are just not as good as each other for a battle from morning training to night. Therefore, to cultivate a Magikarp that can only splash and jump to evolution, the resources and energy consumed are not at all what the boss, a common person, can do. In the Alliance, most of the trainers' Gyarados are actually tamed directly from the wild, and not many are cultivated by themselves. Magikarp in the wild do not evolve through combat. They seem to have many special evolution methods, such as the leaping dragon gate that Xing saw in the anime in his previous life. Every year in a fixed season, a large number of Magikarp will gather in various places around the world. Go upstream in this kind of water flow, walk on waterfall. In addition, there are many methods without giving examples one by one. At this time, Orriki Ling looked at Xing with strange eyes. She found that Xing seemed to be polite, but he was actually a very cruel person who threatened the vendor owner twice. Let's go, it's time to go out. Half an hour later, Xing walked out of the black market with Cerulean, and they had almost enough supplies. Passing through the long and narrow dark passage, the two reappeared in the small restaurant. All the disguises on their bodies had been removed, and their original appearance was restored. Of course, Xing was still by Ruoxing's disguised image. Seeing the two people coming out, the waiter brought out a plate of grilled fish from the kitchen behind him with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Both of you, your fish is ready." The payment is successful. Taking out the bank card and swiping it through the card reader on the counter, Orriki Ling said coldly, "Help me eat this fish." Seeing the backs of Cerulean and Xing turning away, the waiter picked up the chopsticks and began to eat the fish on the plate, feeling a little troubled in his heart. Why can't every customer order something light? After lightly stroking his hot buttocks, the waiter continued to eat the fish. After paying the money, he must have professional qualities. On the other hand, Xing and Cerulean arrived at harbor and found a seat to sit down and enjoy the refreshing sea breeze. Both of them were in a very happy mood because they both got their favorite Pokémon in the black market. Gently flipping his hands, Xing pinched the walnut necklace on his wrist in his hand, exerted a sudden force, and the walnut shell instantly shattered, revealing the Pokeball that shrinks the contest condition inside. The power of the ghost covered the eyes, and Xing directly saw the gold Magikarp swimming freely in the water in the Pokeball. His eyes were full of agility, which was very different from other Magikarp. Pokémon can also see the outside world from the Pokeball. As if feeling Xing's gaze, Magikarp raised his head and met him for the first time. For a moment, Magikarp's eyes were full of arrogance, disdain, and strong fighting spirit. Xing was familiar with such eyes, and they were exactly the same as the eyes of the black-haired trainer's dragon Pokémon on the island. With a slight smile, Xing put down Magikarp's Pokeball and pressed it on the Pokémon belt around his waist. One of the parents of this Magikarp should be a powerful dragon Pokémon, and this Magikarp also has a very pure dragon blood. Let's go, our boat is coming. Gently waking Cerulean, who was sleeping on his shoulder, Xing took out an S ticket and put it in the girl's hand. It seemed that because she fell asleep leaning on Xing's shoulder, the girl's already cold face became even colder, and she exuded an aura that no stranger should enter. She reached out and took the S ticket from Xing and walked directly in front. "Hey, what's wrong with this child? It's hard for young people nowadays to understand." Seeing Orriki Suzu's attitude, Xing suddenly fell into doubt and followed the girl's pace with emotion. Perhaps because of too many experiences, when Xing treats the people around him or Pokémon, he always unconsciously thinks from the perspective of an old father. In short, I regard you as a friend, but you want to be my dad. Passing through the ticket gate, the two of them first entered the cabin and checked it out. Due to safety issues, Xing did not stop Cerulean and went directly to her room to scan it with the system. After confirming that it was safe, she took a satisfied look. Back to his cabin. Walking into his room, Xing went straight to the bathroom. After filling the bathtub with water, he took off Magikarp's Pokeball and pressed it lightly. White light flashed, and Magikarp's gold body appeared in the water tank. Looking at the proud gold Magikarp, Xing didn't talk nonsense. A dazzling white light bloomed from his body, and the aura of a senior psychic directly overwhelmed Magikarp. Feeling the pressure on his body, Magikarp didn't panic, but put away his haughty expression, looking at Xing shrouded in light like a moon god. His big eyes gradually glowed with worship. Dragon Pokémon recognizes the strong, either with strong will or strong enough strength. The previous doll owner's will and strength were not up to the standard, so he couldn't get Magikarp's approval at all, which is one of the reasons why he gave up Flash Magikarp. In Magikarp's cognition, human beings are weak and can only rely on Pokémon, and now a Xing suddenly appears and has the strength of a high-level Pokémon, just like a towering ancient tree suddenly popping up in a garden. Very shocking. Looking at Magikarp with adoration in his eyes, Xing smiled slightly and hung his palm above Magikarp without hesitation. When he saw Xing's movement, the carp warmly jumped into Gold's body instantly, and his saffron-colored little head hit Xing's palm. When the body fell into the water, Magikarp swam happily, and only the trainer they approved could touch their heads. The Dragon Pokémon has 2 points that must not be touched, the head and the outrage. Anyone who dares to touch these 2 points without permission will be directly killed by the furious Dragon Clan. Looking at the happy Magikarp, Xing also chuckled and pressed the Pokeball on his waist one after another. White lights flashed one after another, and except for Whirlipede, who was a bit taller than the standard, other children appeared in the room one by one. This is Audino. This is Icarus. This is Magikarp, our new. After introducing the little ones to each other, Xing sat on the edge of the bath, watching the little ones who greeted them with a slight smile. Suddenly, Audino looked at his body standing on the ground, and then at Magikarp's body swimming in the water, and yelled a few times with a cute expression on his face. Hearing Audino's voice, Magikarp also responded a few times, and Audino had a lovely smile on his face when he heard Magikarp's answer. Immediately afterwards, Audino closed his eyes, folded his palms together, and a drop of blue water droplets appeared in the bathroom. Soon, the water droplets converged into a flowing water ring and gently landed next to Magikarp Gold's body. Encircling Magikarp, Aqua Ring took Magikarp to fly in the bathroom under the control of Audino, while Magikarp showed a novel expression and looked around curiously. The unprecedented experience made her extremely happy. Soon, Audino showed a tired expression, waved his little hand lightly, and after putting Magikarp back into the fish tank, the Aqua Ring dissipated directly. Audino has just passed the infancy period at this time, and his physical strength is not long-lasting. It is already unexpected to be able to fly with Magikarp for so long. Turning around and running towards Xing, Audino rushed into Xing's arms, showing a cute expression begging for a hug. Xing, who was holding Audino, was breathless. During this time, Audino grew up rapidly. From a small doll at the beginning, it has now grown to his waist. The power of the ghost flowed out and walked on Audino, relieving Audino's fatigue, and several other little guys who saw this scene also rushed over to beg for hugs. Even Scyther, who was always aloof at ordinary times, quietly moved over and moved closer to Xing's side. After comforting the little ones one by one, Xing massaged her and said softly, "During this time, your task is to take a good rest, get rid of all the habits on the island, and then repair your body." Scyther may have good qualifications and strength, but her fighting habits on the island need to be corrected, and the malnutrition caused by not having enough resources must also be repaired. After all, Xing arranged a new path for her not long after. Finally, the first experience massage was Magikarp. Gold's body shook happily, and after comforting the little ones one by one, Xing walked out of the bathroom. Taking out a Pokeball and whispering a few words, Xing pressed the Pokeball, and Whirlipede's body fell sideways on the bed in the room. There was no way, given Whirlipede's height, this was the only way to go. Not long after, Xing pressed his waist and walked out of the cabin while leaning on the wall. Whirlipede's massage was the longest and most exhausting, not to mention dealing with several other little guys in front of him. Stretching his body lightly, Xing took out his notebook and wrote a few words with a wry smile. Practice fighting. Although the power of the ghost is strong, it strengthens the mental power. If you want to improve your physical fitness, it is best to practice fighting to exercise your body. Taking out the communicator and sending a message, Xing went directly to the restaurant and ordered 2 meals. Just as he found a place to sit down, Xing saw Orriki Ling's figure walking into the restaurant. Xing smiled and waved, and Zhimu Ling saw this side, and then walked over, sat in front of Xing, and said coldly, "We didn't call me here just for dinner, did you?" After handing over the food for Zhimu Ling, Xing took out the communicator and clicked a few times, then showed an inexplicable smile and said, "After arriving at Hoen, shall we go find someone first?" "Who?" Swallowing the food in his mouth, Zhimu Ling looked at Xing and asked suspiciously. Flipping the communicator over to Zhimu Ling, Xing said flatly, "Grand Duke's son-in-law of the Zvoki family, supernova of the Hoen region, Stephen." Glancing at Stephen's picture, Orriki Suzu frowned and said, "You, have you taken a fancy to him?" Cough, cough. Hearing Zhimu Ling's words, the water in Xing's mouth almost spit up. Coughing a few times, Xing suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his throat and looked at Zhimu Ling in disbelief. At this time, Orriki Ling seemed to be aware of what she said and lowered her head to eat, but the pink on her ears could not be concealed. Have you been watching something strange recently?" Xing took a sip of water to soothe his mood and asked softly while looking at Orriki Ling. After all, this world also has that kind of literature. With a light shake of his hand, Zhimu Ling didn't return and still lowered his head to eat. But Xing, who saw Zhimu Ling's reaction, already understood the situation. Shaking his head, Xing said softly, "Okay, let's talk about business. Talk about this, Stephen. Everyone has their own hobbies. As long as they don't hurt others, they shouldn't be despised." Looking up at Xing suspiciously, Zhimu Ling found that Xing's expression was quite gentle, and she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Her tense little face returned to coolness again and said softly, "Okay." And Xing, who was shaken by the nervous and cute expression on Zhimu Ling's face, heard the cold answer, took back the communicator, and said slowly, "He has something I need. Let's see if we can exchange it." After some conversation, Xing returned to the cabin, took out his notebook and turned to a clean page, and couldn't help but draw Orriki Suzu's nervous little expression. With short, fiery red hair, Baija's pink skin, and a cool expression mixed with tension, he is quite cute. Looking at this sketch with a smile, Xing closed the notebook and made a new plan. Going to the window and looking at the sunset glow of gold, the sea mixed with gold and the azure blue, and the water Pokémon jumping out of the sea from time to time, Xing whispered, "When you get to the shore, buy a sketchbook. There are countless darkness in the Pokémon world, but there are also many good things on the bright side." Recording can also ensure that Xing's heart will not be polluted to a certain extent. In the early morning of the second day, Xing and Zhimu Ling stood on the deck and engaged in abusive cooking. They respectively commanded Bing Vulpix, Charmander, and a trainer to fight. For the 2 people whose actual levels are intermediate trainers, bullying 2 rookies is meaningless. If it is not for tempering their own Pokémon, they will not agree to the other party's invitation to fight at all. The level of the trainer is evaluated according to the level of the Pokémon in the team. Both of them have 1 or 2 Pokémon who are about to enter the advanced level, but the other Pokémon levels are not enough, so the 2 can only be counted as intermediate trainers. To evaluate the level of a trainer, you only need to look at the level of Pokémon, because even a common person can get an elite-level Pokémon. He can't command either. Only the trainer can command the corresponding Pokémon. Icirus, Final Blow, Ice Shard. Charmander, Fury Swipes. As the 2 figures fell to the ground, the battle ended without any suspense. Xing and Zhimu Ling took $1,000 from each other and walked downstairs to the restaurant together. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a black suit stopped the 2 of them and said with a smile, "I wonder if the 2 of you know the Chris family?" Xing nodded. He had heard of this family before, and it was one of the Hoen region families that he discovered while collecting Stephen's information. Looking at Xing, who seemed to be the person in charge, the middle-aged man smiled even wider and asked, "Are you two interested in accepting investment from our family?" Hearing the other party's words, Xing already understood that the other party, like the previous Ling Yi, traveled around the world to attract potential rookie trainers for the family. With a slight smile, Xing looked at the other party and said, "What is the specific method? Let's go to the restaurant to eat and talk." Although the restaurant is open, there are separate boxes on this cruise ship. Half an hour later, Xing put down the contract in his hand and looked at the man in the suit with a mocking smile. "This is how you, the Chris family, invest. There are many hidden clauses in the contract. If it is a common rookie trainer, it will definitely not be seen. But in the face of Xing, an entrepreneur in his previous life, this small trick is quite ridiculous." Looking at Xing, the man in the suit didn't panic at his words. Instead, he showed a smile, took the contract and shredded it, and handed a new contract to Xing. Without speaking, Xing took over the new contract, pressed the hands of Orriki Ling under the table next to him, signaling to wait a little longer. Flipping through the contract quickly, Xing showed a smile on his face. The contract was indeed full of sincerity, and without hesitation, Xing directly signed his name on it. "Haha, Mr. Bai, happy cooperation. This is the first stage of resources for you." Smiling, he took the contract, looked at the 3 characters by Ruoxing on it, and the man in the suit took out a space backpack and handed it to Xing. Then the man in the suit looked at Orriki Ling with a burning gaze and asked, "Ms. Orriki, do you really think about it again? Our sincerity is very high." From the man's point of view, being able to be with someone like Xing for travel, Orriki Suzu, is definitely not normal. Ignoring the man in the suit, Orriki Ling walked out directly, while Xing looked at the man in the suit and said with a smile, "My children are rather cold. Please don't mind." Finally, he shook hands with the middle-aged man in the suit. Xing went out. The middle-aged man in the suit looked at Xing's back, took out a communicator from his body, and typed in with a satisfied smile, "Hoen by Ruoxing, you have successfully recruited." After sending the message, the middle-aged man in the suit returned to the box with a smile and began to order. Walking side by side with Xing, Orriki Suzu said coldly, "Why did you refuse the spirit clothes before, but today you agreed to this guy?" The doubt in her tone could not be concealed. Without speaking directly, Xing took out the communicator, clicked on Jamuling's chat interface, sent a link and a folder there, and said softly, "Tap to open it." Taking out the communicator, Orriki Suzu clicked on the first link, which was a Pokémon news, and the content was roughly, "The elite level master has fallen. Riddy Elite, who is good at cultivating steel-type Pokémon." Frowning in doubt, Jamuling clicked on the second folder and began to browse until he saw a certain name. Jamuling looked up at Xing and said, "This Riddy Elite is from the Chris family?" Looking at Jamuling, Xing nodded and said with a smile, "The only elite master in the family has fallen, and the Chris family is still trying to win over rookie trainer, which shows that they don't have an outstanding trainer internally, and they urgently need to cultivate a new strong one." Flipping through the contract in his hand, Xing continued to whisper, "The investment plan they designed is quite short and has multiple stages. It is not difficult to infer that they are screening. One stage at a time, the talented people are first selected, and then the people who know how to repay their kindness are selected. I accept their investment, and I will get some resources. Secondly, if I want to exit, I only need to perform an assessment at a certain stage, and that's enough." Flipping through the information, Xing has some guesses about the purpose of the Chris family, but some details are definitely not so simple. How could a big family be so stupid? After all, there are definitely not a few trainers who could see this. They may have some deep-seated means to detect trainers, or they may have other purposes. But the Chris family is currently the most suitable family for Xing. It does not have a strong trainer like other families, but it is also a family that has produced elites. Elite fell and lost control of investing in trainer, but it can provide many resources. Glancing at Xing with the eyes of an old fox, Zhimu Ling suddenly distanced himself from him. Watching Zhimu Ling's movements, Qi Xing smiled helplessly and walked towards the deck. In the process of walking, Orriki Suzu's body still approached Qi Xing unconsciously, like a small follower. Half a month later, Qi Xing and Zhimu Ling set foot on the land of the Hoen region. The two of them took a deep breath at the same time. They changed boats in Vermilion City, and they almost never set foot on land again. Let's go. Go to Rustboro City. Stephen should be there to attend a Stone Appreciation Conference. Looking at this strange name, the corners of Qi Xing's mouth twitched. Soon, in Rustboro City, 3 people sat in a box, 2 handsome teenagers and a cold girl. Seeing Stephen with shining eyes, wearing gloves, and carefully examining the stone in front of him with a magnifying glass, Qi Xing took a sip from his teacup and waited silently. This stone was created by Qi Xing using the building function of the system. It is a fusion of various broken evolutionary stones. As long as the attribute energy is input, this stone will emit a corresponding dazzling light. You know, a Pokémon can have 2 kinds of attributes that restrain each other. That's because there are special organs in the Pokémon's body, or the Pokémon itself can adjust and control the 2 energies to maintain balance. But the evolutionary stone can only be pure. If the evolutionary stone has 2 different energies, it will only cause explosion or shattering. It is extremely difficult to coexist. Not to mention the gem in the theatrical version, Arceus can be defeated by a group of common electric Pokémon and stones, and the settings are all eaten. The stone containing multi-system energy in Stephen's hand can be said to be a miracle. After a while, Stephen looked up at Qi Xing and said, "No problem. The cultivation of Scyther and Steelix is not in my plan. The Metal Coat's addition to the moves is only top grade, not top grade, but the value of this stone is more than that. Do you have any resources you need? I can compensate you." As expected of Stephen, Stephen has a very sincere personality. Not only did he not cheat Qi Xing, but he also revealed the situation of Metal Coat and even planned to give Qi Xing some compensation. Looking at the serious Stephen, Qi Xing thought for a while and said, "Then can you share with me the training method of Steel-type Pokémon?" Glancing at Qi Xing in surprise, Stephen smiled and said, "No problem. I'll give you this Metal Coat first." While speaking, Stephen took out a Metal Coat and handed it to Qi Xing, which seemed to be the same as the common Metal Coat, no different. Because the top-grade Metal Coat is far from the best for Pokémon, Stephen has already replaced the Metal Coat of his own Pokémon with top quality. After receiving the Metal Coat handed over by Stephen, Qi Xing couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Although the Metal Coat is very common on the surface, it is not the case in the system scanning. Item: Flash's Metal Coat, unfinished contest condition. Remark 1. Flash Beldam's innate carrying object was replaced by a top-quality Metal Coat before it was fully formed, and the formation process was interrupted. Remark 2. Using this Pokémon that has not completed the evolution of the special Metal Coat has a certain chance to become a special shiny Pokémon of the same color as the Flash Metagross. Smiling lightly, putting away the Metal Coat in Stephen's hand, Qi Xing began to take out a brand new notebook to communicate with Stephen, while Orriki Suzu looked at the 2 people who were getting closer and closer with the smooth conversation, with a strange look in his eyes. An hour later, standing on the street, Stephen looked at Qi Xing and said with a smile, "Your talent for the steel system is really high, and you may go further on the road of the steel system." The knowledge Qi Xing brought from his previous life is backed by a system. It can be said that he knows a lot about Pokémon. Although it cannot be compared with the strong, it is a genius for ordinary trainers. After waving his hands, Qi Xing took the Orriki bell by his side and left. Looking at Stephen's contact information on the communicator, Qi Xing laughed. If he needs steel resources in the future, he can buy them from Stephen. Putting away the splendor in her eyes, Zhimu Ling asked softly, "Where are you going next?" Looking up and thinking for a while, Qi Xing said, "First go to the Hunters Guild to register an identity, and then take a task to go to Kanto Region. There's a child I want to see if it is there." A few minutes later, The two found a place and started to disguise. At this time, Xing was painting and drawing on Jamuling's face with props. Soon, an ordinary girl appeared in the room. Glancing at Orriki Suzu with satisfaction, Xing sat down and began to disguise himself. After all, the identity of a hunter is not something that can be used up and thrown away casually. Of course, a suitable image must be created. After finishing it, Xing looked at Jamuling and said, "Don't worry, let me record the current image and then directly make 2 face masks for easy use." Nodding slightly, Orriki Suzu left a photo on the communicator in Xing's hand with a blank expression. Soon, Xing also left a disguised photo. Looking at the 2 photos, Xing frowned and thought for a while, then said, "I'll make it myself, and letting others do it will leave a clue after all." In addition, Xing always felt that the 2 faces in the photos were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. He shook his head and put his thoughts behind him. There are more important things for the 2 of them now. Nodding their heads, the 2 walked out of the room. In addition to registering their identities, the 2 of them had another task, buying props and making masks. The 2 walked slowly on the street, bypassing one intersection after another. The crowds gradually became thinner, and soon, the 2 walked into a dark alley. Opening the manhole cover on the ground, the 2 entered under the manhole cover and walked through the deep and long sewer. The 2 seemed to be moving along a strange route. A special Pokémon is hidden on the pipe, in the river, and in the darkness, staring at the 2 with various special eyes. Time passed slowly. The 2 arrived at their destination, and a magnificent scene appeared in front of their eyes. Prosperity that is completely different from the outside world appeared in front of the 2 of them. Buildings rose one after another. The vendors on the ground and the merchants in the shops formed 2 endless lines. There were countless people walking in this city. It can be said that compared to those small markets that Xing went to before, this is the real black market, a black city hidden in the dark. Although they were curious, the 2 of them had no time to waste. They quickly moved towards the Hunters Guild. After a while, the 2 of them stood in the lobby of the Hunters Guild and walked to the counter for handling business. Sitting in front of 2 computers and clicking on the system interface, the 2 quickly established perfect identity information. After finally entering their images, the last name column popped up. With a slight smile, Xing only entered the single word dragon. As a bad name, it is not bad to directly use attribute as the name of identity. Picking up the Hunter ID card that the computer spit out, the 2 stood up and walked out. A master who has been staring at Xing and Jamuling since they entered the Hunter Hall saw them leave, immediately stood up and greeted them and said, "Both of you, are you interested in joining the bounty group?" Holding down Jamuling's small hand that was about to pull out the dagger, Xing looked at the hot woman in front of him and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but we have no intention of joining the bounty group for the time being." Hearing Xing's answer, the hot girl was a little disappointed, but she still smiled and said, "It's okay. Then can we leave a contact information? My name is Chilean." Xing, who was about to refuse, paused when he heard the hot woman's words. The red surname is not common in the Pokémon world. After hesitating, Xing took out the communicator prepared for the identity of the hunter and handed it to the woman. Soon, under Jamuling's strange gaze, Xing added contact information with the other party, and then dragged Jamuling away quickly. Walking on the streets of the black market, Jamuling looked at Xing and asked coldly, "What do you do next?" Suddenly, Xing stopped in his footsteps, looked at the building in front of him, and took out 3 Pokeballs and said with a chuckle, "Earn some resources." Xing had already put them back in the previous Alakazam, and the next thing to do is to replace Charizard, Excadrill, and Druddigon with resources to cultivate other Pokemon. Walking into the auction house, a pretty woman greeted Xing and Jamuling immediately with a smile, and said, "2 guests. What do you need?" "Sell some Pokemon. Do you accept it? Our auction house has this business. Customers, please." Soon, Xing and Jamuling were brought into a room, where an old man with white hair, but dressed up, was sitting inside. "No nonsense." Xing directly handed the 3 locked Pokeballs to the other party. Although these Pokemon would be released by Xing to eat, for the sake of safety, Xing chose to lock the Pokeball to ensure safety. After receiving the Pokeball, the old man stood up, walked to a special machine, tapped a few times, and put 3 Pokeballs on it one by one. Soon, the old man nodded, picked up 3 Pokeballs, sat down on the sofa opposite Xing again, and put the Pokeballs on the table. According to the data, the valuation I gave is Charizard 20 million, Excadrill 15 million, Druddigon 13 million, a total of 48 million. The price may seem exorbitant, but it's actually quite reasonable because these Pokemon are all final forms, and Druddigon has no evolved form at all, and they already have enough combat power. Moreover, as a precious Dragon-type Pokemon, it has strong strength and good potential. It is very easy to fetch a high price. It's just that if Xing takes out Vibrava, which is in the second form and still has great potential, the value may be higher than the combined price of these 3 Pokemon. Nodding his head, Xing said, "Okay, please also bring out the list of your Dragon resources and Fire resources." For Ice-type resources, Xing has already received the first round of investment from the man in a suit from the Chris family. What is missing now are Dragon-type resources and Orriki Suzu's Fire-type resources. Please wait a moment. Standing up and bowing, the old man walked out of the room. After a while, the old man walked in with an anonymous Pokemon bank card and an electronic light screen. After handing the 2 things to Xing, the old man quietly waited for Xing's words. Flipping the light screen, Xing lightly clicked on a few items, then handed them to Zhimu Ling beside him and picked up the teacup on the table to drink. After clicking twice lightly, Zhimu Ling handed the light screen to the old man. 1 low-level Dragon Fong, 1 low-level Dragon Scale, and a set of plastic molds, a total of 3 million. After clicking a few times on the card reader, the old man looked at the 2 and said, "The payment is successful." Putting away the card reader, the old man sent a message with the communicator, then looked at Xing and said, "Please wait a moment. Besides, we have an upcoming auction. I wonder if you have any interest in participating." Putting down the teacup, Xing turned his head to glance at Zhimu, and after getting the answer, he turned his head to look at the old man and said with a smile, "Of course." After receiving the answer, the old man picked up the communicator again and sent 2 messages, glanced at the beautiful woman who opened the door, and then Xing said, "We will sort out your things and send them to you during the auction." Nodding his head, Xing stood up and followed the pace of the beautiful woman, and soon they arrived at a private room. Interesting. Looking at the scantily clad auctioneer on the auction platform in the distance outside the window, Xing thought, "It seems that this auction is not high level, and we still need such a method to mobilize our emotions. If the auction item is really precious enough, this store does not need to use such a method to mobilize the emotions of the customers. If there are quasi-god Pokemon eggs auctioned here, even if there's a bad old man on the stage, the customers below will be crazy." Next, our first auction item today. Soon, the woman had already started the introduction of the first item, which was a 10-year-old firewood, one of the raw materials for making the prop charcoal, and soon it was sold at a price of 500,000. Looking at the auction table below, Xing and Orriki Suzu also raised their hands several times on the way and bought some resources. Not long after, Xing and Zhimu walked out of the auction house and walked towards the exit with the resources they purchased. After going through the dark sewer, they returned to the city. Looking at the bright city, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be said that the city under the sun is more reassuring. Bang, bang, bang. In the forest outside Rustboro City, one after another of violent impacts resounded, and the surrounding trees had been destroyed beyond recognition. The power of you fluctuated violently, and Xing's figure kept disappearing and appearing, colliding with Vibrava, and the 2 figures scattered after images, interlacing constantly. After a new collision ended, Xing looked at Vibrava with a smile and said, "Isn't that enough?" The next moment, Xing's figure disappeared again, and a huge soil thorn protruded from the ground. "Huh, Looking at the smiling Xing, V Brava shook his head. In the dragon's den, no one could gain V Brava's approval. Even the black-haired boy before used a method of beating him to subdue him. Nodding his head, Xing put away his smile. His expression became calm and indifferent, and the power of darkness radiating from his body began to shrink rapidly, until at a certain moment, Xing's body was no longer emitting a single ray of light, and all the strong pressure dissipated. In the next moment, when Xing put away all the power of you, Supersonic rushed towards Xing in a flash. The speed was so fast that it left countless afterimages. In just a short moment, V Brava rushed in front of Xing, but facing the impact that V Brava was about to tear himself apart, Xing just looked into V Brava's eyes flatly. The violent wind blew Xing's sleeves, and V Brava stopped in front of Xing's eyes, looking at Xing silently. Slowly, V Brava closed his eyes, and Xing laughed when he saw this scene, and gently put his hand on V Brava's head. Feeling the extra warmth in his head, V Brava opened his eyes wide, flapped his wings, and landed on Xing's arm. Take out V Brava's Pokeball Xing and directly destroy it. Take out a new Pokeball and hold it in front of Supersonic. Without hesitation, Supersonic taps the Pokeball with his head. A red light flashed, the Pokeball shook twice, and V Brava was officially subdued by Xing. With the Pokeball shrunk and hung on his waist, Xing stepped forward and walked towards Rustboro City, successfully subduing V Brava, and he will then have a usable Pokémon. Currently, his Pokémon list is Whirlipede, 2 Vulpix, Audino, Scyther, V Brava, Flash Ditto, Flash Magikarp, an unhatched Pokémon egg of a single-headed evil dragon. Counting the later Usangia, he can now say it is an urgent need for resources. Outside the forest, Ling was sitting on the ground, leaning on Houndoom, who was squinting and dozing, while Charmander on the side kept using the Fury Swipe skill against a big tree. While looking at Charmander, Orriki Suzu commanded, "Don't use too much force. Distribute the force evenly on the claws, otherwise the enemy will directly attack your weak point." Hearing Orriki Suzu's command, Charmander lowered the speed of using Fury Swipes, and the energy on the claws began to flow. Although the progress was not much, the depth of the scratches left on the tree gradually became the same. Nodding, Ling looked at Xing, who was sitting next to her, and said, "The next plan?" Leaning back, Xing lay down on the grass, looked at the beautiful white cloud in the sky, and said, "Rest, I'm tired." As soon as the words fell, Xing closed his eyes without responding to Ling. Suddenly, Xing felt a breeze blowing past his face, opened his eyes slightly, and saw Ling lying beside him, smiled slightly, and closed his eyes again. As if sensing something, the Pokeballs on Xing and Ling's waist flashed beautiful white lights one after another, and Pokemon appeared one after another, and they got close to them and lay down quietly. The Pokemon on the outskirts of the forest, sensing the many auras here, have detoured one after another. 3 days later, Xing and Ling walked side by side in the forest. Charmander and Whirlipede followed them, fighting in the forest. Looking at Whirlipede's body data, Xing took out some things from the space bracelet while commanding and began to prepare Whirlipede's special food. Soon, Whirlipede defeated Beedrill in front of him, and Rollout slowly reached in front of Xing, reaching out to feed food into Whirlipede's mouth. Xing smiled. In the system panel, the energy accumulation of Whirlipede's bug type has reached a limit, and the next step is to find a way to develop the potential of Whirlipede's poison type. After thinking about it, Xing called to the system, call up all the training materials related to Pokemon of the poison Pokemon. In the next second, a large amount of information appeared on the system panel, and Xing was carefully flipping through it. "We're almost there. Have you decided what to choose?" Suddenly, Ling looked at Xing and said coldly, pointing to the town in front of them. "The town is quite beautiful, surrounded by beautiful mountains and forests. A clear stream flows slowly beside the town, and Pokemon are in the town, in the forest, and in the stream. In front of the town, there is a signboard with the words Littleroot Town on it." Xing chose to come here for no reason. This is the laboratory of Professor Birch. If you want to talk about the qualifications of Usangia, Hoen region is naturally in the Usangia in the hands of Professor Birch has the highest qualifications. He tapped the black hat on his head lightly and said softly, "Remember to record the information later." The black hat shook slightly to show that he understood that this child was Ditto from Transform. Afterwards, Xing pressed the Pokeball on his waist. Red light and white light flashed alternately. Whirlipede was taken back the Pokeball, replaced by the Ice Vulpix that appeared in Xing's arms. Rubbing the cute hairstyle of the little guy in his arms, Xing looked at the little Icerus who was pouting aggrieved and looked at him with a slight smile, and then walked into Little Root Town with Jamuling. It has to be said that this small town has a kind of magical power. Walking in it, Xing and Jamuling felt that their hearts seemed to be quiet. Soon, one by one, Torchic rushed towards Xing with its head down, and a cute Stephanie wearing a red turban followed closely behind. Crouching down, Xing reached out and hugged Torchic, who was running with his head down, and then smiled and handed Torchic to his lovely Stephanie, who stopped and looked at him curiously. "You're Torchic." Smiling and handing Torchic to Stephanie, Xing said silently in his heart, "Nice to meet you, May." That's right, the lovely Stephanie in front of Xing is one of the heroines of Pokémon, May. After receiving the Torchic from Xing, May looked at Xing with a cute smile and said, "Thank you, big brother. You are here to get the professor, right? I'll take you there." Nodding, Xing thought quite differently. Professor? So May's father in this world is Norman. Stepping to keep up with May, the two passed one house after another, and soon they stood in front of the laboratory. A kind man with messy hair and a beard came out wearing a professor coat, a black vest, and yellow shorts. Looking at Torchic in May's arms, Professor Birch smiled and said, "Thank you, May." May, who heard the professor's thanks, nodded with a smile, and then ran into the Pokémon garden behind the laboratory. After seeing May running in with a smile, Professor Birch looked at Xing and Jamuling. When he saw Alola Vulpix in Xing's arms and Charmander beside Jamuling, his face showed interest expression. Looking at Xing, Professor Birch said with a kind smile, "Young man, you are a rookie trainer. Can you show me your Vulpix and this girl's Charmander?" Although it is not difficult for Professor Birch to get these two Pokémon, as a pragmatist, Professor Birch will not apply for Pokémon unless it is related to his own research. Therefore, the two Pokémon sent to the door by Orriki, Suzu, and Xing are quite interesting observation objects for Professor Birch. They lowered their heads to ask their children's opinions, and Orriki, Suzu, and Xing replied, "Okay." Smiling, Professor Birch finally moved his eyes away from the two Pokémon, looked at Xing and said, "Come on, follow me to choose Pokémon." Keeping up with Oda's scroll, Xing and Orriki Suzu walked into the laboratory. Looking at the random place where things were placed randomly, the laboratory was originally empty, but now it seemed extremely crowded, and the expressions of the two of them unconsciously felt a little strange. Soon, Professor Birch took out 3 Pokeballs with small stickers of the 3 series of attributes, put them in front of Xing, and said, "Torchic, Trico, Mudkip, you choose." After scanning with the system, Xing froze because the 3 Pokeballs were empty and there was no Pokemon in them. Looking at Professor Birch, Xing asked, "Professor, can I have a look at these 3 children?" Seeming to be something embarrassing, Oda Scroll scratched his head with an embarrassing smile and said with an awkward smile, "To tell you the truth, these 3 children are actually the children with the best qualifications this year, but they all have some personality problems." Leaving aside other things, the most important point is that these 3 children don't like to stay in the Pokeball. The Torchic you saw May holding is one of them. Hearing Professor Birch's words, Xing showed interest instead, looked at Professor Birch, and said, "Please take me there to have a look." Putting away his awkward smile, Professor Birch began to rejoice. So far, except for May, who is helping out in his laboratory and is about to start a trip, every rookie trainer who comes over will directly choose to go to other places when they hear that these 3 children have personality problems. Receive Pokemon at the distribution point. After all, Not every rookie trainer is Xing. They all have powerful ghost power and certain strength. Naturally, they will choose obedient Pokémon to start a good start. Like Xing, who has only been on the trainer road for 2 months, he can have the strength of an intermediate trainer, and he has the strength of a high-level psychic, which is rare in the entire Pokémon world. Happy to lead the way ahead. After all, in the opinion of Professor Birch, the 3 children have good qualifications. If they can be trained by trainer, it will be excellent. In the first location, in the courtyard of the backyard, a Torchic is sitting in May's arms, enjoying May's massage while bathing in the sun. Looking at Xing, Professor Birch showed an awkward smile again and wanted to say something helplessly. Shaking his head, Xing smiled and said, "Professor, take me to see the next child." The embarrassment on his face dissipated. Professor Birch smiled again and led Xing into the mountain forest behind the laboratory. The Pokémon courtyard was said to be a courtyard, but in fact the entire mountain behind was the Pokémon research base that Professor Birch applied to the Alliance for. Walking into the forest, Xing and Orriki Suzu looked at Professor Birch in front of them speechlessly, who had to keep turning left and right because of his slightly fat body, but those places could be passed directly by the 2 of them who were well-proportioned. Soon, the 2 arrived at their destination, and a Mudkip and a Trico appeared in front of them. But looking at the 2 Pokémon, Xing frowned. Pokémon, Mudkip. Level 6. Ability, Torrent. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Blue. Pokémon, Trico. Level 7. Ability, Pack Lightly. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Blue. The overall qualifications of the 3 Pokémon are similar, but Trico's qualifications are slightly inferior to Torchic's, because in the column of its qualification evaluation, there is even a hint of purple in the deep blue. For Mudkip, it is not very comparable to Trico. If Xing really wants, he can go Mudkip Swamp to take in one. After all, the Mudkip family has special talents, but this Mudkip does not. If there is another evolution, Torchic may be able to enter the shallow purple qualification in the 2nd stage, and may become a purple qualification in the 3rd stage. Regardless of Whirlipede and Audino in the hands of Xing, Flash's Ditto and Magikarp are both deep purple qualifications. But in the hands of mass trainers, only one of 100 elite trainers is likely to hold a purple qualification Pokémon. After all, the purple qualification represents the possibility of impacting the elite, although the blue qualification also has a probability of impacting the elite, but the difficulty is too great. Glancing at the performance of the 2 Pokémon, Xing walked towards the small figure without hesitation, while Professor Birch and Orriki Suzu, who saw this scene, walked away at the same time. Conquering Pokémon belongs to trainer and Pokémon. It is best not to have others in this process. Just like when V Bravo was conquered before, Orriki Suzu was not in normal. Bang! Before Xing arrived, the little figure splashed violently and slashed towards the huge white waterfall with its tail. However, the young girl was defeated by the mighty power of nature, and she only resisted for a moment. It was photographed into the pool under the waterfall. Smiling lightly, Xing threw himself directly into the pool, and soon, Xing crawled to the shore wet with the little figure in his arms. After wiping his face, Xing walked to the edge of the pool and sat down, looked at Trico beside him with a resigned face, and asked softly, "Why are you so unhappy?" Glancing up at Xing, Trico turned his head and continued to look at his reflection in the clear spring, his big tail sweeping wildly behind him. Shaking his head helplessly, Xing began to radiate the light of moon white on his hand, stretched out his hand in front of Trico, and asked softly, "It's very interesting. Do you want to try it?" Sounds like a strange uncle who seduced little Lowly. It seemed that the blood in her body affected Trico. She was attracted by the shining light on Xing's hand, hesitated for a moment. Trico looked up at Xing, then stretched out her small hand and put it on Xing's big hand. Smiling and looking at Trico, the light in Xing's hand slowly shifted to Trico's body. While closing his eyes, the figures of Xing and Trico appeared in a sea of stars. It was the sea of stars cast after the sea of consciousness of the two people was linked, and Xing was watching the constantly playing screen in the sea of stars at this time. It was two powerful Pokémon fighting a terrifying battle. Soaring in the sky was torn apart, the earth was shattered, and no creature could survive the aftermath of those two Pokémon. Xing's heart was shaken by the horrific scenes. But looking at the scenes on the screen, Trico's eyes were not shocked, but longing and unwillingness. The next second, Trico's low voice resounded through the sea of stars. "Father." Smelling salts came over. Xing looked at Trico, and then at the powerful figure that Trico focused his eyes on. He understood why Trico would practice so hard when Torchic and Mudkip were both enjoying life and slack off. The figure that Trico was staring at was a quasi-god land-biting shark. Judging from his terrifying performance, his strength was probably at the elite level. It's no wonder that Trico's eyes are full of unwillingness. His father is so powerful, and Trico, who inherited pure dragon blood from his father, is also extremely proud and competitive. With a slight smile, Xing stretched out his fingers to land on the image of the biting shark, looked at Trico, and said seriously, "I will help you surpass him, I promise." Hearing Xing's words, Trico turned his head to look at Xing. His eyes became extremely sharp, and the energy on his body began to condense, as if ready to attack at any time. But Xing didn't respond. He just pointed at the sea of stars, and the image of Lubite Shark disappeared, replaced by a Salamence fighting three Pokémon. It was the Salamence that Xing encountered on the train, the powerful Salamence that stimulated the outbreak of Xing's ghost power and the transformation of the whole person. Pointing to that Salamence, Xing looked at Trico in front of him and said, "He is the one I am chasing. Just like you did to Lubite Shark, I will definitely catch up with him, overtake him, and beat him hard." Listening to Xing's firm and increasingly fierce words, the energy in Trico's body gradually dissipated, and he looked deeply into Xing's fierce eyes. The atmosphere gradually solidified, until at a certain moment, the two suddenly smiled, and Trico looked at Xing's outstretched hand and raised his head to meet him. With a light touch, they opened their eyes again, and the two had returned to reality. They took out the Pokeball and handed it to Trico. Xing said warmly, "Welcome to be my family, Trico." He stretched out his little hand and pressed the Pokeball. 10 seconds later, Trico appeared on the shore again. Looking at Xing, a firm and serious voice sounded in Xing's heart. "Okay, we must surpass them and ruthlessly defeat them." Nodding seriously, Xing stood up and took Trico out of the forest, leaving only Mudkip, who was still lying on a big rock in rest. On the other side, Professor Birch, who was watching a Zigzagoon teaching done outside the forest, smiled at Xing, who led Trico out of the forest. Walking in front of Xing and Trico, Professor Birch looked at Xing and nodded with satisfaction and said, "I really did not misunderstand the person. You are a young man who can get the approval of this child. You must know that the previous trainers were all scared away." Before Xing, some rookie trainers wanted to choose Trico, because among the three Earl Dervish Pokémon here, Mudkip and Torchic are not willing to fight at all, but Trico loves fighting very much. But facing Trico, who has extremely pure dragon blood and extremely high vision, most of the trainers were scared away when Trico showed his attacking posture, and only a few trainers dared to stay. But when Trico really attacked after that, he also ran away. Xing was also recognized by Trico because the power of you can directly touch Trico's heart and has the same belief as him. What Xing said about his thoughts on Salamence is not just talking about it. Although Salamence did stimulate him to undergo a huge transformation, the power of the underworld is second, and the most important thing is the spiritual transformation. But this does not prevent Xing from wanting to beat that Salamence hard. It can be said that only by defeating that Salamence can Xing's mind usher in a new sublimation. Looking at Professor Birch, Xing chuckled and said, "I just set up a small goal, and it just so happens that Trico is interested." Hearing Xing's understatement, Professor Birch suddenly realized that he hammered his hand and said thoughtfully, It's good to set small goals, and common aspirations are also one of the ways for trainer to get Pokemon's approval. Good topic. I have to write it down. Seemingly inspired, Professor Birch took out a notebook from his backpack and started recording regardless of the occasion. But if Professor Birch knew that the small goal Xing mentioned was to defeat 2 elite quasi-gods, his jaw would drop. Looking at each other with Orriki Suzu, the two nodded helplessly, waiting silently for Professor Birch. Perhaps it is precisely because of this professionalism that Professor Birch can achieve such an achievement. An hour later, the figures of the three walked out of the forest and returned to the Pokemon courtyard of the Professor Birch laboratory. At this time, May was sleeping soundly in the warm sunshine with Torchic in his arms. Zhimu Ling took the initiative to wake May up. As Stephanie's son-in-law, it was better for her to come. She stretched out her finger and tapped May's cute cheek. Zhimu Ling even softened her tone and said softly, "May, wake up." Slowly opening her bright eyes, May rubbed her eyes in a daze, looked at the three people, and said cutely, "Professor, you all go back." Suddenly, May seemed to come from smelling salts in a daze. She seemed a little embarrassed. A lovely blush appeared on her little face. She hugged Torchic tightly in her arms, lowered her little head shyly, and said nothing. "May is so cute." He sighed deeply in his heart. In order not to let the girl's shame continue to increase, Xing just nodded at May, who was peeking at himself and others, and immediately walked away. Orriki Ling and Professor Birch froze for a moment when they saw Xing walking away. As if they had reacted, they immediately stepped up and followed, leaving May to sort out his mood alone. Slowly breathing a sigh of relief, May began to tidy up the messy hair and the dust on the clothes due to the rest. On the other side, Xing was talking with Professor Birch. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to be having a good chat. "Professor, how do you think the child Trico should be raised?" "The child's father is a powerful land-biting shark, and her mother, Septile, is also extremely powerful, but she is too busy to teach herself. Otherwise, you would not be able to see this child with me. It stands to reason that the child's parents both have strong dragon blood, and you can start to cultivate it from this aspect." "Thanks, Professor, for the reminder. I still have some questions about Pokémon." The two had a pleasant exchange. Professor Birch had a good impression of the studious young trainer, and Xing was also very happy to be able to learn new knowledge. Suddenly, Trico's figure flashed, and the green light on his tail slashed toward the figure, while the opponent's body began to accelerate, leaving only an afterimage. Trico's attack smashes down the ground, dusting the ground. "Ivysaur? No, I don't have this Pokemon in my laboratory." Looking at the figure, Professor Birch showed a puzzled and surprised expression. Hearing Professor Birch's words, Xing frowned and pressed his slender fingers on the Pokeballs of Venipede and Scyther on his waist. "Please stop." While Xing was scanning data, a figure ran out of the forest and stood in front of Ivysaur. He was wearing a red and white trainer hat, a red coat, and blue pants. Pikachu, accompanied by Charmeleon and a Wartortle. Seeing this familiar appearance and the four extremely familiar Pokemon, Xing raised his brows, thinking in his heart, this outfit and these Pokemon, could it be? Without speaking, the boy took out a letter from the backpack behind him and handed it to Professor Birch. "Oh, you are Hong. Professor Oak asked you to come here. Come with me. The things are in the laboratory." After reading the letter, the vigilance on Professor Birch's face gradually dissipated, and he looked at Hong with a suddenly realized expression and said, Hearing this name, Xing's face was calm, but he couldn't help but doubts arose in his heart. Obviously, there is Misty, and May is not the daughter of Professor Birch, but why did Hong appear here? Is this world a hodgepodge? Following Hong, Xing made a curious expression and asked, "Are you from Pallet Town?" Seeing Hong nodding, Xing then asked, "Then do you know Gary and Qinglu?" Hearing these two names, Hong's eyes became confused, as if he had begun to remember, and soon looked at Xing and seemed to say with difficulty, "I know Qinglu." Afterwards, Hong turned her head. "Although I haven't heard the answer about Gary, Xing has learned from Hong's answer that the pallet town in this world should not be the setting of the Moeen chapter. On a mountain peak of lightning and thunder, a couple is flying a kite desperately. Nature seems to be irritated, and it keeps striking the couple with lightning, but every time it is about to attack, it will be ground the last black's feather was sucked away. Above the thunderclouds, the three gods looked at the couple helplessly. Since the last time they made it clear that they could not be let go in the snow mountain, the couple started playing around. Originally, they didn't care about these things, but the problem was that the couple always played in heartbeats, and this time the kite flying under the thunderclouds was relatively small. It's so annoying. I slept well before, but now I'm running around the world. Just treat it as moving your body. It won't take too long. I can only wait patiently. Three helpless voices sounded one after another, and then the sea of thunderclouds returned to calm, leaving only the husband and wife who were still flying kites on a mountain peak and the furious natural thundercloud. In the Professor Birch laboratory at this time, Xing was exchanging communication numbers with Hong with a smile. After all, he was also one of the future champions, and it was good to make friends in advance. But Xing found that Hong, a taciturn character, has developed to the extreme. Even after sending a hello, Hong's reply is, which really makes people unable to complain. The corner of his mouth twitched. Xing withdrew the communicator in his hand, looked at Professor Birch, and said, "Professor, I wonder if the physical examination of Osiris is finished." Because of the arrival of Crimson, Professor Birch gave up Orriki Suzu's Charmander and turned to Crimson Charmeleon and the other two Kanto Usangia's attention, but Xing's Bing Vulpix was still targeted by Professor Birch. Okay, thank you, boy." After clicking a few times on the instrument in the corner, Professor Birch picked up the Poke Ball from Vulpix and handed it to Xing. Then he walked side by side with Xing and said, "I will share with you the data research report of Bing Vulpix, as well as some of my personal research data." This is why Xing agreed to let Professor Birch record Vulpix's physical fitness. Not to mention physical data. What Xing cares about is the various information collected by Professor Birch through his own identity. With these information, the system can be enriched again database. Standing at the door of the laboratory, Xing took the Jamu bell and said goodbye to Professor Birch. "Professor, thank you. We're going to start the trip now." After speaking, the two turned and left the beautiful town of Hoen. Looking at Xing's back, Professor Birch said with a tone of exclamation, "Teens and girls with potential, don't go too far on the crooked road." Between the words, there was some shocking information. After all, he is the most professional of all the professors in a region, and his eyesight is also terrifying. Although a lot of camouflage has been made, some details cannot be hidden by the immature two on the trainer road. Although Xing is a fox, he hasn't learned everything yet. Shaking his head, Professor Birch turned his head and walked back to the laboratory, looked at the red inside, and laughed loudly. "Young man, can I observe your Usangia first?" Looking at Usangia, who kept backing away, with flustered faces, Hong looked at them and nodded lightly, then turned to look at Professor Birch under the expectant eyes of the three little guys and said, "Okay." For a moment, the Usangia showed helpless expressions, leaving only Pikachu watching them and laughing. Walking on the streets of Little Root Town, Xing looked at the data obtained by scanning the 4 Pokémon around Hong and sighed sincerely. As expected of the future champion Pokémon, the talent is really good. Pokémon, Pikachu. Qualification Evaluation, Gold. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Qualification Evaluation, Purple. Pokémon, Ivysaur. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Purple. Pokémon, Wartortle. Qualification Evaluation, Purple. Not to mention the well-deserved reputation of Paishun. The aptitude of the 3 Usangia alone is enough to make Xing amazed. It is the second form, and they all have the aptitude of Purple. No wonder they can accompany Hong on the victory road. Although he sighs, Xing is not envious, and he is not bad. Basically, his own Pokémon are in Purple, and a few of them have not reached it. It is almost enough to invest enough resources to evolve once. Putting away the system panel, Xing looked at Orriki Suzu next to him with a chuckle and said, "Okay, let's start our journey." Suddenly, Xing seemed to think of something and pressed the pokeball on his waist. With a white light shining, two little Vulpix appeared in the forest, and they rushed towards Xing's arms together. I, Cirrus, fire, use secret power." Hugging the two Vulpix who were getting more and more cute, Xing said, pointing to the trees in front of him. Soon, mysterious power gathered on the two Vulpix, and a passage appeared on the big tree in front of them. After entering the special space, Xing sat down immediately, while Xing sat aside and watched Xing's movements. Taking out a special plastic and a photo, Xing looked at the photo and began to squeeze the special plastic in his hands. Gradually, a mold of a human face gradually took shape. After comparing, Xing nodded with satisfaction, then put the mold aside and took out 3 special items. Loose leaf grass, wood fruit, curing liquid. After checking the items, Xing then began to crush the 3 grasses and the tree fruit into the blender, and finally put in a bottle of potion that exudes a wonderful luster. Soon, Xing poured the stirred juice into the mold. Without waiting, Xing directly threw the stone in his hand into the liquid, and the stone quickly melted and mixed with the juice, and then the juice quickly solidified into a solid. After taking it down for a little modification, Xing handed it to Orriki beside him, and then said, "Let's get started. For your safety, this must be done." After hesitating for a while, Xing sat in front of Xing, closed her eyes gently, and her cold and beautiful face began to tremble slightly. Looking at the cold girl in front of him, Xing's face began to become extremely serious. The power of darkness in his body continued to accelerate, and 2 full moons gradually rose in his eyes. Raising his arm, Xing's secluded power continuously flowed to his arm, and finally condensed into a small but terrifying light spot on Xing's slender index finger. Taking a deep breath, Xing lightly tapped his finger on Ximuling's forehead, and the power of Ghost surged wildly, gradually forming a moon mark on Ximuling's bright and clean forehead. Time passed slowly. Xing withdrew his fingers wearily, and as Xing closed his eyes to rest, Ximuling opened his eyes, which were originally clear and bright, and there was still a faint light at this time. Like Misty, Xing left his own super imprint on Orriki Suzu and developed her spiritual power. In addition, Xing also left enough energy for 3 teleports. After all, the danger of the road that Orriki Suzu took after that is not comparable to Misty. Not only that, it is also a preventive measure. If one day Ximuling betrays Xing, this superpower mark that originally protected her will become a life-saving talisman for Xing to chase and kill her, but Xing still hopes that this day will never appear. Closing his eyes, Xing began to concentrate on recovering his ghost power. At this time, Ximuling's face dissipated, and she looked at Xing with some doubts. As a girl who loves online literature, she often sees psychic storylines on the internet, and most of the plots about super imprints are intense, so she was nervous before. Unexpectedly, here at Xing, it can be done with just a touch of a finger, which is really convenient. The wind is tight, so it is not advisable to drive fast. Soon, Xing regained some strength and took Orriki out of the secret space and reappeared in the forest outside Little Root Town. In the forest at this time, the breeze was blowing quiet and harmonious, but the rustling sound from the forest proved that the forest was not as safe as it seemed. After blowing the refreshing forest wind, Xing turned his head to look at Ximuling, who had already recovered his cool expression, and said with a chuckle, "Just follow the plan from now on." Nodding, Ximuling handed over a card to Xing, and then walked in another direction. This was one of the plans of the two. Xing traveled, while Ximuling was in the Hunter Guild to accept the task. Only when Xing is needed, Xing will appear as a dragon trainer. Otherwise, if Xing and Ximuling appeared, the Hunter Guild would have one less combination. Once the two appeared, the Hunter Guild would have one more combination. With a slight smile, Xing picked up the business card that Ling gave him. This was the hunter information registered by Ling. When he was in the Hunter Guild, he had to cooperate with the disguised Ziki Ling. But when he saw the name on the card in his hand, Xing's face froze, his pupils began to shrink, and he whispered out the unexpected name, J. Taking out the photo that recorded the identity and face of Orriki, Suzu's hunter, Xing examined it carefully and quickly frowned and murmured, "Hunter J, it's really you." Because there is a difference between anime and real people, Xing didn't recognize it at first. But what he didn't expect was that the face of Hunter J created by himself was so similar to the anime. The notorious Hunter J in the future is actually made by me. It really is. Comparing the two faces, Xing really didn't expect that Hunter J was created by himself. His luck is really good. With such a genius, he doesn't need to worry too much about the management of the bounty group. Even without me, she might go on this path in the future, but she needs to manage it well. It's not a good thing to be blacklisted by Alliance. After pondering for a while, Xing put away the things in his hands, turned around, and walked on another road. The rest of the time needs to be carefully planned in the forest. In the lush forest, the boy's figure gradually disappeared. Icarus, don't use psychic, control your weather organ. Walking in the forest, Xing held the fire Vulpix in his arms, continuously inputting the ghost power from his body, and at the same time watched the ice Vulpix following him continue to direct. The Vulpix family, whether it is Fire Vulpix or Alola Vulpix, is born with powerful spiritual power, so as long as it is developed reasonably, psychic can be awakened. However, due to the particularity of Pokémon itself, the development of spiritual power is even for elite-level existence. I dare not try. Xing's quiet power has a soft and healing characteristic, so it is possible to slowly develop the mental power of the two little Vulpix and repair the damage at the same time, without too much risk. Now Xing's training plan for Ice Vulpix is to exercise his ability to freely control his own weather ability without using his own psychic. Putting away the system panel in front of him, Xing began to constantly recall the information he learned from games and anime in his previous life, and began to think about how to effectively improve the weather control of Little Icarus. In future battles, the battle for the weather will definitely be the most important part of the battle. Therefore, as the weather hand, Vulpix must develop the weather to a limit before evolving, so that he can have enough energy to exercise at the same time after evolving. 2 abilities. Props. God's Eye Stone. Remarks. The Pokémon that uses it to evolve has a probability to re-evolve without affecting the original ability. Xing had already decided to use this evolutionary stone on Ice Vulpix. With a slight smile, Xing looked away from Ice Vulpix and stroked the little head of Fire Vulpix sleeping soundly in his arms. "I won't let you fall behind of the Flames of Moltres Evergrande Conference. Interesting." Looking at the picture on the communicator in his hand, Xing showed an interested smile. Unexpectedly, he just searched for news about the beasts and legendary and got this news. The Evergrande Conference is held every 3 years. The flame in the torch is exactly the flame of Moltres in the 3 god birds, which happens to be the evolutionary resource of Vulpix. Firestone, Waterstone, this type of evolutionary resources are mostly pure energy aggregates in nature. They can stimulate the cells of Pokémon to change, realize the leap of life level, and evolve into more powerful and perfect species. Woo! After Yoji completed today's accumulation, Vulpix woke up, lightly licked Xing's chin, jumped down, and followed Bing Vulpix, walking side by side. Looking at the 2 little figures walking side by side in front, Xing smiled lightly and took out the sketchbook he bought earlier and drew the backs of the 2 little guys. Under the sun, in the shade of the trees, beside the clear stream, 2 little figures walking side by side are very cute. Putting away the sketchbook in his hand, Xing suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He had been holding 2 little guys for the past 2 days, and suddenly he was not used to having a little guy in his arms. After thinking for a while, Xing took out a Pokémon egg and hugged it in his arms. The power of the netherworld covered it, and his eyes narrowed into a nice arc. This Pokémon egg was Dano's Pokémon egg. In the game, due to various restrictions, Dano's strength is not high. But here, quasi-gods are quasi-gods after all, and Dano's strength is beyond the reach of common Pokémon. The Pokémon of Dano is somewhat similar to Dajo. The final evolved type has 3 heads, but the difference is that each head of Dodrio has a brain, and each brain has a different personality, so conflicts and contradictions will easily occur. No one would choose to breed Dodrio except for some extremely confident trainers or those with special breeder methods. But Hydreigon is different. Although it has 3 heads, the key is that Hydreigon has only 1 brain, which means that Hydreigon has 2 more output points. Just imagine, when fighting against Hydreigon, Hydreigon suddenly spits up a hyper beam from 3 mouths together. How to block it? It explodes directly on the spot. There is a similar training method for Machamp, which has 1 more rival arm than the common humanoid Pokémon. So the trainer commissioned a breeder family to design a special training method for it. Suddenly, Xing, who was in deep thought, felt something fell on his head, and when he looked up, many Iciris fell on his head. Looking forward, I saw 2 little Vulpix looking at me with mischievous smiles. It was obvious that the 2 little guys were playing tricks on me, so I shook my head helplessly and dropped Iciris. Xing chased after him with a smile, involuntarily hugged Vulpix, and put Dano's Pokémon egg in the child's arms. Xing reached out and messed up the little guy's cute hairstyle, laughing and walking forward under Vulpix's resentful gaze. Afterwards, I did the same for being Vulpix. The 2 little guys are very serious about their hairstyles. The first thing they do when they wake up every day is to ask Xing to give them a cute hairstyle. With the protection of the power of you, Dano's Pokémon eggs will not be damaged in any way, and the little guy inside can also see the outside world through the power of you. Watching Xing and his 2 older sisters fight, the little guy, there was a look of envy in his eyes. As I said before, the way to gain the recognition of the Dragon Clan is first, strong strength, second, pure heart, and third, to cultivate Pokémon from childhood and become their family members. Shortly after getting Dano's Pokémon egg, the child takes shape, and that's when Xing talks to the one-headed dragon. As Dano's first conversation partner, Dano took Xing as his family as a matter of course, and even the 2 Vulpix were regarded as sisters by this child. Then go with your sisters. Sensing Dano's thoughts, Xing thickened the ghost power on the Pokémon egg a lot, and then handed the Pokémon egg to the 2 little Vulpix. And the 2 little Vulpix took the Pokémon egg of the single-headed dragon with Psychic and started running around. Then Xing took out the communicator and began to look up information about the Hoen region gym. A trainer wants to participate in the region conference. There are 2 ways. One is to enter the Pokémon Academy and become an academic school. After completing a series of conditions, you will be eligible to participate in the region conference. The second is to become a traveling trainer and challenge the gym to collect medals. As long as you collect 8 gym badges before the region conference starts, you can sign up for the conference. What Xing is looking for is not this conference, but the opportunity to touch the torch after becoming a champion. It doesn't need much, as long as he can get a part of the torch. No other trainer can handle this level of resources, but Xing can create a firestone similar to the God's Eye Stone, as long as he uses the building function of the system. Of course, there may be some differences in functions. After letting the 3 little ones play for a while, Xing came to a small stream and collected the 2 Pokémon eggs of Vulpix and Dano. Tapping the Pokeball on the waist, red light and white light alternated, and then the 2 little Vulpix were taken back, replaced by a gold Magikarp that appeared in the stream and Trico, standing on the shore. Lightly tapping the black hat on top of his head a few times, Xing was about to ask Ditto transform, but was interrupted by a voice. "You're also a rookie trainer. Do you want to fight with me?" A fat boy with orange hair looked at Xing and said with a fighting spirit. Looking at the other person's appearance, Xing always felt a little familiar and asked with a frown, "What's your name?" Hearing Xing's question, the fat boy didn't answer directly, but laughed and said, "Since you want to know, let me tell you. Remember, my name is Morrison." After careful recollection, Xing recalled the identity of the person in front of him. It turned out to be this guy, one of Ash's rivals in the anime. To be honest, the other party's sense of existence is really low. The reason why Xing can remember the other party is because this guy owns a quasi-god beldam. Thinking of beldam, Xing suddenly remembered something important. Hey, I've answered your question. Do you want to fight or not? Morrison said dissatisfiedly as he watched Xing start to take out the communicator again after contemplating. Looking up at the lazy mudkip next to Morrison, Xing knew it was the one in the Professor Birch laboratory. Shaking his head, Xing looked at Trico beside him and asked softly, I left it to you? In this battle, Xing didn't intend to command, but to look at Trico's own strength. Nodding, Trico spat out the branch in his mouth, and the branch turned into a flying arrow and stuck in front of Morrison and Mudkip, startling them both. Although he was reluctant, Mudkip still stood in front of Trico with serious eyes. Although he had never played against him in the laboratory before, he and Torchic were shocked by the horrible amount of training that Trico gave himself every day. It can be said that if it was not for the professional care of Professor Birch, Trico would have crippled himself a long time ago. Even though their current levels are similar, the actual combat power cannot be compared simply by level. Seeing Mudkip's dignified expression, Trico's face was full of disdain. For this kind of Pokémon that wasted her talent, she couldn't understand the other party's thoughts at all. Mudkip growl. Morrison's command is not bad. Now Mudkip only has 2 attack skills of Water Gun and Rock Smash. The best choice is to use Growl to reduce the attack power of Trico to prevent being killed by one blow. Ignoring Mudkip's growl and letting it pass into his ears, Trico's body started to splash, crossing back and forth on the big trees in the forest, while Mudkip kept looking around, unable to keep up with Trico's speed. Suddenly, Trico rushed down directly. Energy gathered on his tail, and Mudkip, who saw Trico's figure, turned his head quickly, but what he saw was a terrifying expression that made him stagnate. Seeing Mudkip stagnating, Trico slashed at Mudkip's body with a terrifying killing intent on his face. Bang! Mudkip crashed into the big tree and fell to the ground with a painful expression, while Morrison hurriedly ran over. Xing frowned and hugged Trico, and the power of the ghost gushed out frantically, soothing contest condition. Steady Trico. Looking at Trico in his arms, Xing had a complex expression on his face, with expressions of appreciation, admiration, worry, and solemnity. What I admire is Trico's fighting talent, which should be inherited from Lubite Shark, but his outstanding fighting talent makes Trico's intuition for fighting quite scary. During the process of jumping down from the tree and attacking Mudkip, Trico used 3 skills in succession. One is to use Pound to slap the big tree to increase the speed. The other is to use Leer to reduce Mudkip's defense. And the third is to use the genetic slash to hit the result. Mudkip. But the problem is that Trico inherited not only the powerful fighting talent, but also the covet who is the top predator of Lubite Shark. It was just a little bit close. If Xing was not present, both Morrison and Mudkip would have to die in Trico hands. But these are not problems for Xing, but Professor Birch must know about Trico's problems, and he dared to give the child to himself, which shows that Professor Birch knows that he has the ability to suppress Trico. Looking back solemnly in the direction of Littleroot Town, Xing narrowed his eyes. What exactly did you see? Time passed slowly, and when Trico in his arms regained his composure, Xing put down Trico, took out a bottle of potion he had prepared, and threw it to Morrison. Xing and Trico glanced at Morrison and Mudkip indifferently, then turned and took Trico and Magikarp along the creek and left. Clenching the potion tightly in their hands, Morrison and Mudkip kept replaying the flat eyes when they turned and left in their minds. Although there was neither arrogance nor disdain, Morrison and Mudkip were deeply hurt by the indifference, as if they just did a small thing. Spraying the potion on Mudkip, Morrison looked at Mudkip, who was no longer lazy, and smiled, which was a good thing. Although the defeat was miserable, Mudkip's fighting spirit was inspired. On the other side, Xing looked at Trico, who was holding a branch again, and said with a smile, "The tactics are good, but you must control your instincts. The opponent is not our prey. so you can't do it. Nodding his head, Trico felt the constant flow of psychic power in his body, looked at Xing curiously, and asked through the psychic power, Xing, does your psychic still have this effect? Feeling her calm and peaceful mood, Trico was really surprised. According to the knowledge she learned from her parents, superpowers shouldn't have the effect of healing and soothing the soul. With a slight smile, Xing directly transmitted the power of you to Trico again and said in a warm voice, help you adjust it again. After saying that, the power of you surged out again, comforting Trico. Trico's powerful hunter instinct is not a problem for Xing. He usually uses the power of the ghost to heal him, and occasionally he can take a few execution tasks and release it. As Trico grows slowly, this instinct will transform into a terrifying combat power. Only the academics and those wastes raised in the greenhouse will regard this powerful talent as a scourge. While comforting Trico in his arms, Xing mused, since the power of the ghost can comfort Trico, it seems that the training plan for Magikarp can be successfully launched. According to the information of Magikarp and Gyarados, Magikarp will change his temperament after evolution, mainly because of the reorganization of a structure of brain cells during evolution. So his temperament will change drastically, and he will be in rage for a long time. Of course, although Gyarados is rage, he will still obey the trainer he really recognizes, so this is not a problem for Xing. However, as a child of his own family, Xing does not want Magikarp to be in rage all the time after evolution. He hopes that Magikarp can be free to be happy, angry, sad, and happy all the time. So he has been collecting information during this time, hoping to find a way to solve this problem. It seems that because of the blockage of news, Xing did not get any information. Gradually, he focused on his own special power of darkness and wanted to solve this problem through the development of power of darkness. But unfortunately, because of the strict blockade of Pokémon data by the Alliance and other major forces, Xing has not yet come up with any plan. Knowledge is the foundation of Pokémon breeder. Dreamers who can only dream are impossible to succeed. Like the protagonists in the novels he read who succeeded with a single dream, they really rubbed the reader's IQ on the ground. Up to now, Xing's cultivation of Pokémon has mostly stayed on the surface, just like he knows that Pokémon, such as Ice Vulpix, has a special weather organ, but he can only let the little Icerus learn to control it by himself, and cannot give specific exercise program. Only when Whirlipede has various core training methods in the Book of Bug Stars can he configure special food and special training methods to strengthen Whirlipede. Under the scornful eyes of Orriki Suzu, he asked for Joey Yi's communication number, and it was also to insinuate some of the Joey family's training methods for Audino, a Pokémon. Thinking about it, Xing sighed helplessly. To be honest, if it wasn't for obtaining various core knowledge in Alliance, he really didn't want to lurk in Alliance. The Rocket said that everything depends on strength, but the problem is that strength can only be exchanged for resources, not core knowledge. Even a big man like Giovanni cannot hand over the core knowledge cultivated by Pokémon, let alone those people below. Therefore, whether Xing is lurking in the Alliance or Orriki Suzu's father wants her to travel no matter what, most civilian trainers will choose to join the Rockets and other evil forces at many times. These things are quite understandable. Alliance wants to change this status quo, but let's not talk about evil forces like the Rockets, just those big families sitting in high positions in Alliance. Members of big forces will not have such things happen. Any impact on their status, think actions that would change the status quo of the class will not be allowed to take place. Let's not talk about those trainers who are not talented, and they will not pose any threat to them. For example, those civilian trainers who are talented but have no resources and no knowledge will be recruited and married by them. Occasionally, a powerful civilian trainer with no background will have no effect, because after a few generations, the descendants of this trainer will become members of their class, just like them. Fortunately, there are two paths that can change a lot of people. One is the researchers, the other is the breeders, and maybe some other names. They're also committed to studying Pokémon, but the purpose is not the same. Researchers are similar to Professor Birch and Professor Oak. They acquire knowledge by observing Pokémon and studying Pokémon, and then apply it to the entire Pokémon world, similar to ability research. It can be said that after the knowledge of ability was first researched, a huge change has taken place in the entire Pokémon world, from breeding to fighting, training, food. Everything about Pokémon has undergone tremendous changes. There may have been some people in the Pokémon world who built weather teams, but the popularity of weather tactics only became popular after the release of the Weather Ability Research Report. The breeder family, on the other hand, observes and trains only one or several Pokémon and formulates special training methods for them, ranging from exercise to food. It is precisely because of this that some big families will invest in some breeders, striving to form a deep friendship with future masters and paving the way for their descendants. And some civilian trainers will travel with some fledgling rookie breeders as travel partners. The trainers provide military protection, and the breeders make plans for them, which is mutually beneficial. After all, human energy is limited, and it is impossible to take care of two professions at the same time. Of course, some people with amazing talents can concurrently hold the two professions of trainer and breeder, and are self-sufficient. Xing's talent is astonishing, and he is also assisted by the system's virtual space. Naturally, he has two professions at the same time, but he has not yet passed the assessment of the trainer by the Breeders' Guild and the Alliance. While thinking, Xing nodded his black hat and said softly, "Ditto, transform Gyarados." Dazzling white light flickered on Xing's head, and then a terrifying and powerful figure appeared in the stream, directly blocking the narrow stream. Although it is impossible to transform the true power of the mighty Gyarados in the Cerulean Gym, from Magikarp and Trico, whose level has not exceeded level 10, Ditto transforms Gyarados still has a strong power. It's just that Ditto usually likes to stay with Xing the most, because Xing's ghostly power is so powerful that it attracts Pokémon and people. If Xing doesn't deliberately restrain himself, people and Pokémon will involuntarily get close to him. It is based on the premise of no malice. Looking at Gyarados in front of her, Magikarp's big eyes were full of envy. This gesture was exactly what she yearned for. Turning her head, Magikarp looked up at Xing expectantly. Crouching down, Xing stroked Magikarp Gold's big head and said gently, "Don't worry, I promised you. I will definitely do it. You will become the most powerful Gyarados, I promise." The voice was gentle and very firm. Looking at those gentle and firm eyes, feeling the warmth from Xing's palm, Magikarp nodded happily and turned around to swim around Ditto transforms Gyarados, his big eyes full of longing. Standing up, looking at Trico, who was also staring at Gyarados, and Magikarp, who kept swimming beside Gyarados, Xing laughed. The promises made must be fulfilled, not for themselves, but also for the children who believe in themselves.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.